Very good morning to one and all present here, distinguished guests, respected professors, and my fellow students. It is with utmost pleasure that I, Neelam Tanna, and my co-host Utkarsh Parvi, on behalf of IIM Nagpur fraternity, welcome you all to the sixth edition of Illume, our annual flagship industry academia summit. Since its foundation in 2015, the Indian Institute of Management Nagpur has strived to create value driven leaders, global managers, and entrepreneurs with strong conceptual foundations and an analytical approach that helps students excel in their chosen fields. Through its high quality education, research, and industry engagement, the institution aims to address the needs of a modern India innovatively, thereby connecting aspirations and realities to attain benchmarks that are respected internationally.
Building upon the past editions, Illume 6.0 seeks to harness the vast industry experience and further enhance the relationship between the industry and IIM Nagpur. The happenings of past 1.5 years have taught us to understand, analyze, and probably try to predict the uncertainties that the future beholds, taking steps and actions today to excel tomorrow. And as they say, you reap what you sow. This year, Illume 6.0 is focusing on sowing innovations and excellence in various fields to reap future revolutions, innovating today to revolutionize tomorrow, disruptive trends of the future.
We'd like to begin today with a small token of appreciation and gratitude to the chief guest for today, Mr. B. Ashok, and Director Dr. Bhimrai Maitri. At IIM Nagpur, we strongly believe in creating a sustainable environment. True to our culture, we'd like to welcome you with the traditional namaste and an awe-inspiring idea of planting trees. A tree on your behalf has been planted on the periphery of Tree for Tigers, Panna Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. We really hope you appreciate the initiative that is going to leave a rich legacy for the next generation and posterity. The certificate for the same will be mailed to you shortly. A very warm welcome to you, sirs.
Thank you.
We will now have the director's address by Dr. Bhimrai Maitri. Prior to joining IIM Nagpur, Dr. Maitri has served as director of IIM Trichy, following stints at the L&T Institute of Project Management, Vadodara, MDI Gurgaon, IMI New Delhi, and BITS Pilani. A PhD from IIT Powai, Dr. Maitri is serving as chairperson of various national institutions, such as All India Bureau of Management, All India Board of Management Studies, AICTE in New Delhi, and Innovation Committee, Bureau of Indian Standard, amongst others. He is also a member of prestigious Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, INCCU. I request Professor Bhimrai Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur, to kindly inaugurate the event and share a few words of wisdom with us.
Very good morning. Today's chief guest, respected B. Ashok, CEO, Ratnagiri Refineries and Petrochemical Limited, RRPCL popularly called, and also former chairman, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Professor Atul Pathak, mentor of the Illume, and Sri Sridhar, my good friend, a student president, Sayu, and all my dear students, faculty colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This is my proud privilege to be a part of Illume 6.0. And when we are discussing about Illume and who should be the chief guest for the function, so then we were discussing, I was talking to Sridhar, and then within no time, then we got, B. Ashok's name, and the leader in the corporate world, public sector. He has transformed Indian Oil Corporation and also Chennai Petroleum Corporation, CPCL, and such a leader. So we thought, nobody better than Ashok. He is the chief guest for this. And then immediately I requested Sridhar and help us to connect. And then when I talked to B. Ashok ji, Then we got our old connection. B. Ashok is an alumnus of prestigious MDI Gurgaon National Management Program long back, I think 90s. I think it is a great, sir. Welcome to this Illume. Just briefly, I tell about IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur started 2015 as a 14th IIM in the third generation. And Nagpur is the 13th biggest city in the country and 5th fastest growing city as per the Oxford Economic Reports. And IIM Nagpur is the one IIM located in the heart of 80 and odd companies in the area called Mihang, which is just 9 kilometers away from Nagpur International Airport. And also Nagpur, I think, as you know, Nagpur is a center point of India. It is heart of the heartland. This IIM is located, and that credit IIM Nagpur always gains and gets. It is the biggest benefit of IIM Nagpur being located in Nagpur is the greatest connectivity, and it is also logistic capital of India, apart from clean environment and lot of minerals and central and state government offices. So IIM Nagpur since inception. It started the MBA program and earlier called as a PGP, and we have increased the strength last year from 120 to 240. We have doubled the strength, and not only double the strength, we started PhD program because research is going to, knowledge creation is going to make a difference, and even new national education policy, Government of India is focusing on R&D. India Research Foundation they have established. That is why we thought it is the right time to begin with PhD program. We already started July PhD program. We already launched. Basically, we have formally announced the MBA for working professionals for Nagpur catchment area, and October we are going to start first batch of MBA for working professional from main campus Nagpur. And 7th of this month, we are going to launch Pune satellite campus of IIM Nagpur, and there we are going to launch the first of its kind program from our second campus at Pune, that is MBA for working professional in November. And with this, we are also going to start next year PhD for working professionals next academic year. And also next academic year, we are going to go out of Maharashtra to set up another campus very close to Nagpur, that is the another great metro and IT city, Hyderabad. Telangana doesn't have IIM, and we already made a MOU with NIMSE, National Institute of MSME, and we are going to set up our campus, and we are going to have about take about 32-acre land there, MSME, and we are going to set up our second campus outside the state. And these two campuses, after 2 years, starting the working professionals, we have a plan to start data science and management full-time MBA program for these two campuses. Apart from this, 24-25, IIM Nagpur is going to be the first time to set up its campus in Southeast Asia, that is in Singapore, and already the work is going on, and probably it will take a time of about 2 years or so. We are going to set up the campus at Singapore, and there we are going to begin our BBA and MBA program from our Singapore campus. And as far as India is concerned, IIM Nagpur is going to be a postgraduate IIM. Otherwise, many IIMs are now getting undergraduate from postgraduate to undergraduate. We are going to remain in India postgraduate IIM. So IIM Nagpur, last 1 year, we have introduced large number of postgraduate certificate programs. Executive education, we started from zero since October, and Professor Atul Pathak is also chairperson of executive education. In executive education, we have done a tremendous progress, and today our executive education is the biggest revenue making the resource at IIM Nagpur, and otherwise most of the IIM PGP is the source, but in IIM Nagpur, in 1 year we are reversed. The largest revenue for the institute coming is from executive education. We already launched 7 programs, postgraduate certificate programs, almost in every area. It is in the information systems, in the general management program. We also started strategic management program, operations management program. We are going to inaugurate today evening. That is the 8th program we are going to do. And apart from that, IIM Nagpur is the youngest IIM to start the senior management program for the corporate leaders. And you may be happy to know, be Ashok ji, that this youngest IIM oversubscription, our partner Times Group, they were telling they are partnering with many IIMs. Over subscription is rarest of rare, and we have to stop 4 weeks before our deadline the taking students in that particular batch, and we have made 2 sections because of over subscription. And that is a good news that the large number of corporate leaders are getting attracted for the executive education and certificate program. Apart from that, Indian Oil is our first company, and sir, you were heading the Indian Oil Corporation. We began our executive education literally last year with Indian Oil Corporation, and again this second week of October we are going to have 2 more programs lined up. Last year we did 2 programs. This year 2 more lined up, and then we are also lined up program with Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, Indian Oil Corporation, and Larsen and Toubro. So many companies are in, they have made an arrangement, and the programs are going to happen. And IIM Nagpur has 132 acres state-of-the-art new campus coming up, and most probably by the end of this year we are going to shift to the new campus completely, and our operation will start from there. Apart from this, IIM Nagpur has made a large number of international strategic partnerships, right from Japan to France to US. And one of the, postgraduate study program in cyber security and data analytics. It is the first of its kind in the country. No business school, including other IIMs, have started. We are going to be the first one to start 1-year certificate program in cyber security, because all businesses are on platform based, and network security, data security, and all kind of cyber security is a need of an hour, and we are identifying the need we are going to start. And this is going to be the joint international certificate program with FedEx Institute of Technology, which is housed in Memphis University Business School. We are going to work jointly. And another such kind of program we are going to do with Copenhagen Business School. Copenhagen Business School, there is a center of blockchain, and we are tied up with the Center of Blockchain of Copenhagen Business School. And the beginning of the next year, this academic year only, we are going to start 1-year certificate program on blockchain. So these are some of the development at IIM Nagpur. And as far as faculty is concerned, IIM Nagpur has 31 faculty member. As and today, just last week only, we have completed first round of faculty recruitment. And we may add again 5-6 faculty in the first round, and many rounds are going to take place. Apart from that, IIM Nagpur since last 1 year attracted large number of faculty from those who retired from IIM Calcutta. Professor Sanjeev Vaidya, we have taken him as adjunct professor. Professor Sanil Kumar, who retired April this year from Kozhikode, we have hired him as a adjunct professor in the area of marketing. And Professor Sengar, who was vice chancellor and founding professor of business law, IIM Lucknow, we have hired him. So most of the older IIM very senior faculty, so they will be the guiding force and mentor for our early career young faculty. So this combination IIM Nagpur is making to attempt, even though it is the youngest IIM, but if you look at the average age and experience of the IIM Nagpur is going to be not less than top 5-6 IIM in coming 6 months or so. So in big way, we are going to add the faculty force in this. Apart from that, we are also going to add professor of practice. Those who have accomplished their journey in large number of corporates, they are going to join as a professor of practice. And IIM Nagpur also initiated our students body, basically students councils, great initiative. It is again first of its kind in the country. They are tied up with CBL City Book leaders, and as a women library, people like you B. Ashok ji accomplished and successfully created success story for many corporates. So such people will be coming and addressing and conversation, making conversation with the student body about an hour or so. And that initiative every month, every club will take up such issues. So instead of going to the library and reading what books don't teach, that they are going to learn people like you as a women library, and that is a new concept we have started. So these are some of the initiatives, and apart from that, IIM Nagpur also undertaken number of consultancy assignments. In last 1 year, we have opened the account with Bosch, L&T, and Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra. So like that, many more companies we have added for our consultancy. So in true sense, IIM Nagpur has emerged as a holistic business school with 4 pillars: teaching, training, research, and consulting. So this is brief about IIM Nagpur. And once again, welcome B. Ashok ji for this very important event. And it is a truly industry and institute interface. And after the inauguration, there are 3 jam-packed sessions, and each session, all the panel members are CEOs. So this is a unique kind of Illume 6, and student body really, they work hard and attracting people like you. I'm sure your insights and your experience and also your advice, I'm sure is going to be change their mindset, and probably they will enter into growth mindset, and they are there to change the world and change themselves. With this, once again, welcome, sir, and thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words.
It is now my honor and privilege to introduce the chief guest for Illume 6.0, the esteemed Mr. B. Ashok, CEO, Ratnagiri Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, a joint venture company of India's 3 major oil marketing companies. The venture is implementing an integrated refinery and petrochemical project in the state of Maharashtra at an estimated cost of around 45 billion US dollars. The project is potentially the largest project of its kind in the world. Mr. Ashok was earlier the chairman of Indian Oil Corporation Limited from 2014 to 2017. Concurrently, he was also the chairman of Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, an Indian oil subsidiary, and Indian Oil Tanking Limited. He has been a part of several Indian ministerial delegations abroad and has contributed to the policy making in the hydrocarbon sector at national and international levels. He has been an industry leader in implementing transformational LPG initiatives in India, besides several others. Mr. Ashok has been conferred with the Scope Award for Excellence and Outstanding Contribution to Public Sector Management in the Individual Leadership category, an award received from the Honorable President of India. He was also recognized as the best CEO in the super large industry category by Business India in January 2018. IIM Nagpur is very glad to have you with us here today, sir. I'd like to request sir to grace us with his valuable insights.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Neelam, for the nice introduction. I don't know whether I deserve all the good words that you have mentioned about me. It's an absolute privilege to be involved in this program. Thank you, Dr. Maitri, Director, Professor Atul, Professor Sridhar, all of you for inviting me. It's a privilege and an honor to be part of Illume 6 and to address you. While I was thinking about what to speak, let me also say that I'm indeed very happy to see the vision that has been laid out by Dr. Maitri for IIM Nagpur. I mean, though very young, I think it's fantastic that you are already having such a wonderful growth path for the organization. From an industry perspective, I can say that one of the things we industry leaders keep talking to our own young people is that the world is changing. I mean, which everybody is probably it's a cliche to be used today. World is changing. There's so much of disruption, and every day is a new learning. I mean, ours was an industry which traditionally people thought that once you get in, you spend long years in that, and over the period you learn by experience. But today, world is changing so much that you need to really be there. There's a constancy about wanting to learn new things every day. So the very fact that such a vision has been laid out and you have planned for integration of so many new courses besides a worldwide view, I think it's praiseworthy. I was particularly charmed by a couple of programs that you have said. One is, of course, about cybersecurity, which is a constant issue with most people in the industry. Because while you get to know many technologies which have been introduced, you also see the flip side of many of these things happening around the world as to how people can misuse. So I think it's an absolutely wonderful program. Of course, the emphasis on digital and the rest of it as well. So congratulations to IIM Nagpur, and I wish you all the very best. The other thing about recruiting people, as faculty, they experience a lot and all that. One is, I must say that most of the experienced faculty still stay very young because they are interacting day to day with very young people. I think that itself makes most professors very, very young. Ultimately, most people say that what is in your mind makes up your body. So if your mind is very young and you are always constantly interacting with youngsters like Neelam and Utkarsh, etc. So I think there is always a privilege to stay young forever. So and the experience that you have garnered over the years should be valuable inputs for the students as well. Anyway, coming back to my topic, I was actually thinking what to speak about. But then I thought, since the theme of the session is about disruption, I think energy industry is something which is undergoing tremendous amount of disruption. In fact, only yesterday you must have seen, several of you must have read also, that India is playing host to the International Convention on Climate Change. So, and of course, it is raining, it is hot, it is flooding. There are earthquakes, there are volcano eruptions, so on every day. So one of the topmost agendas of any government or anybody, even an individual citizen today, is about what's going to happen to our world. Why is it changing so much? And climate change is definitely on top of the agenda, and people are increasingly getting focused on what should we do to serve the world, to save the world for the future generation. So that's definitely top of the agenda. The second thing is about, of course, the things that we are facing about the pandemic, and hopefully we should pass through all this. I'll just take you through a formal presentation for about 20-25 minutes, and then probably we can have a Q&A if you still feel that there's time for that. Okay, just. You're able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, basically 3 segments: energy transition and disruption, which is the theme of the seminar itself. But I'm speaking in the context of the energy industry itself. What's its impact on the Indian energy sector, and how can you use energy for social transformation? Which I'm going to take up a couple of examples from my own career. So we'll start with energy transition, which is actually creating major disruptions in the traditional value chains of the energy industry itself. Now, the drivers for this, if you say, is, as I mentioned earlier, it is about clean environment, which is about air pollution. Most of us who live in major cities and towns of the country and in most parts of the world today are absolutely worried about the environment. In fact, the one good thing which the pandemic showed us, as an example, was when the whole country was under lockdown, we felt that the air had become so pure. In fact, in the city like Mumbai, where I'm living currently, there were peacocks roaming on the streets in South Mumbai, which is sort of unheard of. You don't have space enough for people to walk. So when peacocks are dancing, so people actually got the sense of how it is to live in a world where the air is very pure and where you can breathe easily. So clean environment, especially air pollution, is on the top of the agenda as far as the drivers. Climate change, as I mentioned, that's the second most important thing. I would say one more global driver is also social acceptance. I mean, there are several changes which are happening or disruptions which are happening in the energy sector, also because of the pressure of the public world over. Some of you might have learned about what happened to the ExxonMobil board. There were institutions which insisted that the two of the board members have to be included only because they felt that the company was not paying enough attention to issues of public importance, especially on climate change issues and so on. For certain countries like India, there are also issues of energy security and energy cost, which are the key drivers. The levers for these are obviously the energy efficiency, which means, how do you consume less energy for the same amount of output that you require? What can you do about carbon capture? And how do you use the carbon which is captured? What can be done about fuel switching, which is about if you want to shift from the traditional petrol, diesel and all to something else, what can you do there? What do you do with renewable energies, and to what extent can nuclear energy be a lever in terms of achieving your objectives? So the global trends, I would say, and which is also being followed to a large extent in India, is the rise of the electric vehicles, which is electric mobility. The shift to renewables, which is, of course, mostly people talk about solar and wind and so on. And several organizations have been making very large announcements recently about this. The third major thing is about decarbonization. How do you decarbonize all the industrial activity? And the fourth major global trend is, of course, about the digitalization. With oil and gas value chain witnessing increased competition from the new set of players. Now, this is another disruption which has happened in the industry. See, traditionally, when you look at oil and gas, I have led a very large Indian company. And when we looked at competition, we looked at, the other peers who are operating in the same space of the industry, right? We looked at other oil and gas companies. Okay, if somebody sets up a petrol station here, whether I can set up a petrol station somewhere else, which can give me better sales. These were the focus. And traditionally we were looking at best, we would say what are the global companies doing and so on. But probably from the early part of the last decade, I would say people had totally redefined competition. You found new sets of players who were probably not traditionally linked to you at all, who are becoming your competitors. For example, the world is speaking about Elon Musk. Even when I was there in 2014-17 in my earlier company, I used to say probably it's a time that we started looking at what Elon Musk is doing, which would actually disrupt our business, which is marketing fuels. And true to those words, today Elon Musk is changing the way the oil and gas companies are operating around the world. And there are several instances like that. So you find a huge number of industries today which are coming in and which are actually impacting the traditional businesses of exploration, development and production in the upstream, transportation and trading in the midstream, refining, wholesale business and retailing of fuels in the downstream. All of these are coming, and along with it, the renewables and the new energy solutions. You find a whole lot of new players, many names which we know, many names which we do not know also. There are very, very large number of organizations which are coming in, and that is an opportunity for youngsters like you, wherein you find a huge number of startup organizations which are coming and trying to change the world. Further, there are lots of governmental regulations, environmental regulations, which are also impacting and disrupting the energy industry. Of course, the Paris Summit 2015, the IMO, that is the International Maritime Organization, where they limited the sulfur content of the fuels which can be used in the ocean-going ships, and which actually brought in a huge amount of change in the industry itself. Similarly, the introduction of the Euro 6 or the BS6 specifications in the country, we were probably the fastest to change to Euro 6. Today, Euro 6 is the standard of the world. Whatever is the latest fuel available anywhere in the advanced world is today being marketed from every single petrol pump in the country. Euro 6 based products are what is being sold today. So we have come a long way over the last 20 years. Similarly, industries with zero flare, normally any industry, large industry is reflected by the stack and the flare. You find when an oil company is represented even in the media, you will see flames coming out of tall stacks and all that. This has been the true representation. But today people are talking about zero stacks. and then the upgraded or updated standards for stability, sustainability reporting, and so on. Lot of local initiatives or regulations are also coming into force. You must have heard of the National Hydrocarbon Mission, which has been announced on the Independence Day by the Prime Minister. Similarly, there are any number of regulations which are coming in terms of emissions, in terms of use of electric vehicles, the incentives which are being provided for such type of industries and all that. So all these are ending up changing the industry. Now, if you look at the global majors, whether you talk of Shell, you talk of BP, Total, Saudi Aramco, which is the largest company in the world, and Equinor, which is the Norwegian company originally called as Statoil, all of them have started talking about new forms of energy. I mean, they are in the traditional energy business, which is, exploration and production of crude oil, converting them into products like petrol, diesel, and so on, and even petrochemicals and so on. But today, the language of this industry has changed a lot. You look at Shell, they talk of wind, solar, biofuels, they talk of electricity, power supply, how many charging stations we should introduce, how do you use hydrogen, and so on. And so is the case with all the rest of the companies with minor tweaks. BP talks about carbon capture a little more. Total, which is the French major, they talk about battery production a little more, and so on. So this is something which is being spoken all over the world, and so is the case in the Indian industry. You must be seeing a lot of media reports on the Indian oil and gas sector, which is announcing newer initiatives every day. For example, Indian Oil, my previous company, has also said that they will be setting up the first green hydrogen manufacturing unit in Mathura refinery, the existing refinery of the company. So this is what is happening. However, the unconventional sources have both advantages as well as disadvantages. Purely from an academic point of view, I think it is essential for the young people to know that there is a flip side to everything. Like when all this, the internet and so on, you are talking about IoT, etc., we got into this issue of cybersecurity and how the people or the malicious forces can utilize some of the things which we traditionally thought was good for the human to actually impact system. Today, people are using drones for the good as well as for the bad. Similarly, when you look at these alternative and renewable energy sources also, there is a good and a bad. So look at wind. The pros are, of course, the low operating costs. It is very space efficient, and there is no disruption to farmland operations and all that. Even in India, you find several places where there are huge wind farms. But the negative side of it is, of course, it's weather dependent. So you always talk about intermittency when you talk of wind and solar, because it is available when the weather is conducive. It's not available when the weather is not conducive. So it also has led to development of things like how do you store the energy which is produced when conditions are favorable. The high initial capital expenditure which is required for establishing wind farms, it is also unsuitable across all landscapes because it depends on several things like wind. How does the wind flow? What is the intensity of wind, and so on and so forth. And in countries like Germany, you are also having certain other things, because Germany has been propagating wind energy for several decades now. So they are having a problem of the used blades of the wind farms. What do we do? How do we dispose that off? They are trying to bury those under landfills and so on. So these are all issues as a cons. Similarly, when you come to solar, it has low maintenance, low operational costs. It's proven technology, high longevity, but it is space inefficient. You will need large tracts of land for setting up wind farms, especially in a land. I wouldn't say India has too much of land space because of the population that we are having. So there is a need to find out how can you be more efficient in terms of solar technology in the utilization of land. You can announce hundreds of megawatts of project, but do you have the land to support it? Or can you do something about technology which uses lesser space for the same amount of energy that can be produced? Similarly, the unpredictable, weather-dependent, high capex energy storage are there. Now, hydrogen today is talked about all over the world. Especially there are different colors of hydrogen. People talk of blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, green hydrogen, and so on. And it's being spoken in a language which seems to indicate that this is the panacea for all our problems. Because hydrogen is definitely a very efficient form of energy. its use does not give out any emissions because ultimately it gets converted into water. So they are talking that this is the best. Okay, but hydrogen today is very expensive, but over time it is expected the costs would come down. And even yesterday you found the announcement of less than $1 of per kg of hydrogen production is what is our objective. Has been announced by a very large industry in the country, so everybody is working towards that. But for production of green hydrogen, you also need water. The feedstock for green hydrogen is water. Today, water is also a crisis. Okay, very few people talk about water. So why I'm pointing these out specifically is that one needs to appreciate issues in a holistic fashion and try to resolve them. So is the case with biofuels. I mean, where we are talking of ethanol, methanol, we are talking of all of these fuels. It has lots of benefits, but there are also certain flip sides. And so with electric mobility. Electric mobility, of course, it solves the air pollution problem. But if the power is going to be produced by coal-fired thermal plants, is it actually addressing the climate change issue? Climate change and air pollution are two. I mean, you will have to look at it a little differently. It may be linked, it may not be linked also. When I sit in Mumbai and the power is produced in Nagpur, I don't worry about what sort of power production is happening in Nagpur as long as Mumbai's pollution comes down. But EV certainly addresses the local pollution problems, but we need to look at other issues also. Similarly, there are issues pertaining to battery, because battery is the key today for many of these, whether it's on storage for large power production or for even electric vehicles, etc. Now, battery is made out of minerals which are very, very rare. I mean, people are talking of lithium-ion batteries, they are talking of cobalt batteries and all that. But where are these minerals from? I mean, when you scan the environment, you find that these are all there in certain countries which are also very geopolitically sensitive. So one needs to look at it. Similarly, how do you dispose of the used batteries? If you're going to have millions of batteries lying around after some time, what do you do about disposing? So there are issues of range, there are issues of charging and so on. Similarly, if you mine for some of these rare earths or minerals, what is the impact of that mining on the environment? Whether it is helping climate change or it is going against climate change. It is something which needs to be kept in mind. I mean, all these which will evolve, and there is a need for all of these technologies to move forward. But one needs to have an appreciation of the flip side also. Now, what's the impact on the energy sector? As far as India is concerned, see, India's energy consumption is one of the lowest in the world. We are hardly 1/3 of the global average. I'm not comparing with the advanced economies. You will see the bar graph on the left, where we are actually 1/3 of global average. So when you have a hugely advancing economy and you have an aspiring youth population, obviously your economy has to grow. And energy is going to be the key driver of the economic growth of the country. So your energy consumption will, at least, even if it has to reach the global average, which includes all parts of the globe, whether advanced countries or backward countries or continents and so on, it includes everything as an average. So even if you have to reach that average, your energy consumption will have to go up by at least 3 to 4 times. Okay, and when we are looking at a growth rate of somewhere in the double digits for the next 20 years to meet the aspirations of the young population, the amount of energy which is going to be required is going to be humongous. So there's a huge requirement for additional energy in the country. Now, as of 2018, if you see 2019 and beyond has been disrupted because of COVID. But even as if you look at the 2018 picture, India has 44% of its energy served by coal, right? 25% by oil and 6% of gas. I mean, together these three constitute the basic fossil fuel portfolio. So almost 80 to 85% of our energy requirements are still serviced by fossil fuels. So is it going to just overnight go away? Well, the chances are no. I mean, this sort of a proportion may alter a little bit because there is going to be increased emphasis on renewables. There is going to be increased emphasis on certain other biofuels and so on. But we will still need to consume a lot of fossil fuels going forward also. But we need to be very, very responsible about it. Now, so there are certain projections which have been done by various agencies. I mean, we go by what is called as the Petroleum Planning and Analysis Cell, the Government of India. So they have proposed 3 scenarios. One of business as usual, the other of transition, and third of transformation. Even business as usual incorporates a lot of changes, especially in terms of electric vehicle introduction and so on. But despite all that, your compounded average growth rate, even in a transformation scenario, will be 2.8%, which would mean that we will reach a level of somewhere around 2,000 plus million tons of oil equivalent by 2040, against the current consumption levels of around 800. Which is almost 2.5 times what we are going to consume if you think that all the transformations will happen. But probably it's more realistic to look at a transition phase, wherein the numbers would be even higher at 3.5%. Sorry, I think 2132 is probably indicative of 4.3%, but 2.8% will also lead to somewhere around 1500, which would be a little about double of the current trend. So, I mean, we are going to need a lot more of energy in future. So that's the message from this. And government has 4 major objectives. One is, of course, energy security, because we are dependent on a lot. 85% of our crude is getting imported as of today. So energy security is certainly an issue, especially when you look at the global geopolitics situation. You're not sure what's going to happen. There's been extreme volatility in oil prices. I mean, which most of you are there. People talk about petrol and diesel prices every single day, and it is also a political tool. So it's a talk of the town. And one of the reasons is because of the extreme volatility which is happening. There were issues of OPEC trying to reduce production because of the pandemic and the related demand destruction. And similarly, US came up with the shale oil almost a decade back, which actually transformed this. Earlier, it was just the OPEC cartel which is controlling the prices. Because US production came in, the prices started falling rapidly and so on. But even in the current situation, the volatility in terms of pricing is very much high because of the geopolitical developments. The second thing is about the efficiency in energy usage, which is the government's pillar. The third thing is about sustainability by using cleaner fuels. And lastly, which is most vital for a country like India, is energy access for all. Because we still have a huge population of probably more than 1/3 of our population still does not have access to clean energy in the places that they live. And I mean, India is having a lot of population living in the rural areas, and that is where the access to energy is a real problem. So we need to meet a lot of our objectives. We need the right mix of traditional and non-traditional energy sources to ensure security, access, as well as sustainability. Technology innovations in traditional energy value chains to minimize greenhouse gas emissions are also required. There is a need to shift to biofuels derived from innovative feedstocks. I will talk a little later about this. And also the harness power of digital for driving efficiency. So all these are opportunities. So whatever subjects that you're talking about can be utilized in a huge manufacturing industry like the energy industry. As I said, despite all the talk of alternative energy, what's going to happen is that even in a transformation scenario, you will need almost 1,500 million tons of oil equivalent by 2040. So India probably will be different in terms of the matrix of energy as compared to the rest of the world, especially the advanced world. So you cannot have the same mirror in front of all countries of the globe, independent of their geography and independent of their development status. There is going to be a huge amount of technological innovations to minimize emissions, to minimize carbon dioxide emissions and so on. I mean, we have already talked a little about carbon capture, storage and use. We have talked about renewable power. We have talked about, transporting using pipelines, especially the more you can push to transportation of pipelines, to that extent, movement of vehicles, movement of rail stock and all that is going to come down. Similarly, when you operate large industries, you are going to talk about zero liquid discharge, zero solid discharge, because the environment cannot take any of these abuses any longer. I mean, people still talk about clean Ganga and clean Yamuna and all that. And people who are from that area will know. I mean, I have lived in Delhi. I know what a horrible sight it is to see Yamuna frothing, with all the pollutants getting in. So I think the public or the society is not in a mood to actually appreciate or tolerate such things in future. So in the sense, running businesses are going to become more complex, and people who are leading industries or who are running industries will have to focus on many things which they were not truly focused in the past. Similarly, we talk of low carbon technologies, alternative feedstock, and so on. So low emission fuel solutions are also part of this mix. I talked about BS6, which is very low sulfur. At the turn of this millennium, we used to market fuels which had 10,000 parts per million of sulfur. Today, we are marketing fuels which has got 10 parts per million of sulfur. So that is the extent of upgradation of the fuel over the past 20 years. So it's a huge transformation which has happened. But when we talk of BS6 fuels, it's not going to give you the benefit if people still continue to use old vehicles. 50 years old. I mean, people used to say as a matter of joke in India that nothing gets discarded. If you have an old vehicle, you will always find a second-hand buyer, and that second-hand buyer can find a third-hand buyer and a fourth-hand buyer, and so on. So nothing gets discarded. But it's a good thing that government is now coming up with policies of scrapping of vehicles and so on. People are focused. I mean, this is something which has to happen. If you use high-quality fuels in low-quality vehicles, it's not going to give you the benefit. So you need to use high-quality fuels in high-quality vehicles. Similarly, there is hydrogen CNG mix. There are biofuels, including bioethanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG. Just talked about hydrogen, LNG. So all these things are going to be the fuels of the future, a mix of all that. So from this, I mean, I will switch to slightly more of an experiential thing as to what this sort of an industry can do for social transformation, which is, I mean, based on my personal example. When new recruits like the youngsters who are sitting across join my industry, one of the questions that they used to pose to me was, how can you stay in the same industry for the last nearly 40 years? Today it's a time when people look at jumping jobs every second year. So one of the questions which are asked is also about how can somebody stay in the same company for the last so many years? So, well, it's a very challenging task to actually discuss with them this issue. But one of the things I can say, and if I ever have another birth, I would probably like to be born into an organization very similar to what I was serving as. I mean, it's an absolute pleasure. I mean, sorry that I'm not sounding too humble in that sense, because one of the things which happens with many management institutes where we rarely get invited. I must thank Dr. Maitri again for inviting me, because public sector is seen as not a very attractive, participant to be invited to give talks to students. I mean, don't take me amiss on this, but it is there. I mean, even when I was learning management, people always used to talk about the Coca-Colas and the Pepsis, even in our case studies. So some of our professors who taught at MDI during the initial formative years of MDI, they were all from the IIMs at that point of time. So almost case studies used to be from multinational examples and so on. So then we used to present some of our own thing, because luckily we went to that course after 15 years spending in the industry. So when we used to discuss some of the issues, they found a lot of things which could be learned very well from some of these industries. I mean, I say that public sector has good companies. It has got not so good companies also. But this is about leadership. Anyway, coming to some of the examples, one of the things which I would talk with a lot of sense of pride is this Prime Minister's Ujjwala Yojana, which is the LPG initiative. Many of you must have seen this or at least heard about this. There have been lots of ad campaigns which have come on the TV. You must have noticed this at least. But I want to give you something of an inside story of what this was about. It's just not a question of providing LPG to below poverty women. It's actually transformational story of women at the bottom of the pyramid. Let me briefly say that the story started with an academic professor making a presentation in one of the international forums. I mean, he was a professor from the University of California, Berkeley. And this gentleman, an American professor, has spent over 30 decades or nearly, I'm sorry, not 30 decades, 3 decades, 3 to 4 decades in India, looking at indoor air pollution. So he made a statement saying that in India, minimum 500,000 women die every year because of indoor air pollution. I mean, this struck a chord with some of us in the industry. And when we came back, we said, okay, we have a better solution. Why does indoor air pollution happen? Indoor air pollution happens because in the rural household, people use traditional fuels for cooking. It can be wood, it can be gobar, it can be other sorts of things which are actually causing this pollution. I mean, all of us have seen villages where smoke comes out from any of these thatched roofs which are there. So we said, I mean, what can be done about that? So one of the things we thought, why not introduce LPG for them? So this professor had made that powerful statement, which actually initiated this whole process. And the government came up with a scheme in 2016, but there were some preludes to this in 2015 and 2014. The first thing is about the introduction of technology in terms of the Jan Dhan Yojana. We linked the consumer accounts of our existing customers with the bank accounts of the customers. I mean, people who didn't have bank accounts, we actually introduced the connection between the consumer number of the LPG with the bank account of the customer and later on with the Aadhaar number as well. So when we did that, government found a good mechanism of transferring the LPG subsidy to the bank accounts of people. And the focus of this bank accounts was also women. So a huge number of new accounts were opened, and the LPG subsidy was, there was a provision for the LPG subsidy to be directly transferred to the accounts of the women. Now, what this did was, it cut out the leakages from the system. I mean, there were people who were using, even people who could afford full price LPG were getting earlier. Some of the, I mean, even people like us, whether we wanted a domestic cylinder which was subsidized or not, we were being given domestic cylinder with subsidy because there was no mechanism of controlling the subsidy. So this actually paved the way for that. And then this story of this 500,000 women losing their lives. So we started a small initiative called as Smokeless Villages, where we said that 100% of the villagers should be given LPG connection so that they can be weaned off this traditional fuel. So we found a mechanism for that, and that got transferred as the Prime Minister's Ujjwala Yojana, and I mean implemented in large scale, where the government gave the initial cost. They bore the initial cost of the LPG cylinder as well as the stove and other things, and provided LPG to almost, I mean, the initial target was 5 crore, which is 50 million women or 50 million households where the woman was given the connection. So we did provide the connections. Initial target was to do it in 3 years. We managed to complete it around 2 years. And then the target has been increased to 8 crore women now. Now, what this has done is that a lot of these below poverty line women, we took the statistics from the government only on who are the socially and economically deprived classes, and where we gave these LPG connections. But what was the impact was something very, very different. I mean, it not only provided them clean fuel there. Now, one of the things is it had a benefit in terms of the health, not only the health of the woman, the health of the children in the household. The second thing is the amount of time that they were taking to cook in the villages got reduced substantially. So even if you assume that 10% of the women used to get that extra time using it for other economic activities, it actually improved the livelihood of the people in the house. I mean, I personally went to a village near Meerut, where they used to make sports goods. And there was this young girl in this house who was saying that I used to do cooking. And when we gave the LPG connection, we just interacted with that little girl and asked, what do you do and all that? And then how much time do you take? So she said, I am able to save about 2 hours per day because LPG connection is there. So what do you do otherwise? I mean, she used to stitch footballs. I mean, Neerat, people who are from that area know that some of the world-class sports goods are being manufactured in those areas. So she used to stitch football and she used to get 40 rupees for every ball that he used to stitch. And she said because of this 2 hours additional, she used to get one additional football which she could stitch. For every football, she used to make 40 rupees, which means effectively it had increased her earning potential by 30% on the days that she actually got this job. So even if you assume 10 days in a month she used to do this job, she was getting so much of additional income. So the extent of this, what LPG did for the improving the livelihood and the GDP of the women. The second thing is about deforestation. I mean, one of the governors of the country, lady governor, when she was part of this program, she said, I have gone into the forest to collect wood for cooking. I can empathize with the women here. Now, if LPG is there, I don't have to go there. We used to endanger our safety. We used to spend so much time collecting wood. We used to have so much of trouble using the wood during the rainy season and so on. So the thing is, it has an impact on the deforestation angle. So when you look at it, it has an impact on health. It has an impact on economic development. It has an impact on the time available to the women. It has an impact on the deforestation drive and overall pollution of the country. Because when you see all these villages smoking, that is the smoke which is actually coming and choking many of the cities like Delhi. I mean, besides crop burning and so on. So you have a huge number of, I would say, consequential benefits or probably even unintended benefits which have flown in from a transformation like this. Today, I mean, 80 million additional women below poverty line in the country have actually got access to LPG, which has transformed. I mean, this is a story which has never happened in the world, and it's a role model for India to showcase amongst the world. And huge number of agencies across the world have actually appreciated this particular initiative. I mean, we also have a Guinness Book of World Records for the amount of subsidy transfer, cash transfer through technology use. That is also recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest cash transfer program ever implemented by any country in the world. The second initiative I will talk about is the solarization of petrol pumps. This again is a very pragmatic and sustainable business initiative. Now, what happened? I mean, there were these petrol station operators from the rural areas. These were agricultural pumps. They used to come to us and say that we have a problem. There is no power in our place. So we cannot operate the petrol station for a long time. So what we used to do initially was to give them a DG set. And then they came back saying that the fuel sales are so low if you have to operate. Because in a village, once a while customer comes. It's not like the city where customers are crowding a petrol station. So there probably a few customers come and they come not together. They come one after the other. So if somebody comes in a motorcycle and wants 2 liters of petrol, the cost of operating the DG set to have power to operate the petrol pump was much more than the commission that he was earning from the sale of petrol. So invariably what used to happen was he will say that power is not there. So which used to be a huge issue in many of the rural areas because there used to be 10-hour power cuts, 12-hour power cuts and so on. So some of the petrol pump owners themselves came back saying that I am starting to use solar. So I'm not depending on the power from the grid or I don't have to operate my DG set. So we started this as a business proposition saying that, okay, instead of giving subsidy to buy a DG set, why don't we give them subsidy to put up a solar panel? So we started like that. And today, my previous company, Indian Oil, almost 30,000 petrol stations across the country is running on solar power. Now, it is contradictory also. It's a paradox. We are selling diesel as a business, but we want to conserve diesel by using solar power. But the benefits are fantastic. When you analyze the sales volumes of these petrol stations operating with solar power in the rural areas, actually the sales had gone up after they are using the solar. The other consequence was that the solar power is qualitatively much superior than operating a DG set, where the initial current used to spoil all the dispensing units, electronic technology, because there was a huge amount of power fluctuation. So with solar power, the maintenance cost came down. So the point that I'm trying to make is, while these look like, or focus on renewable energy, these all make very pragmatic and sustainable business initiatives. You save on the power cost, you operate with quality power, you have power when probably the whole village is in darkness. These are all the benefits that are. The third thing which I'm talking about is biofuels. Biofuels is again something which is now catching up. We are talking of ethanol and methanol and so on. Especially ethanol for blending in petrol, and also biodiesel for blending in diesel. Now, a lot of these projects are being implemented across the country for producing ethanol. Earlier, ethanol used to be produced only by the sugar industry. Today, a lot of projects are coming up to use agricultural waste. Now, agricultural waste is a problem for the farmer. How does he dispose it of? Many places like Punjab, Haryana, etc., they actually burn it. So that causes the pollution. So today there is a buyer for it. So if these biofuel plants come up, which can use agricultural waste as the feedstock, they can source this from the farmers who will get some income from that. They can convert it into usable energy like a bioethanol or a biodiesel, and blend it with diesel and petrol. So it has this benefit of a circular economy. So it's a huge benefit, all these initiatives, and these are all being done in India with tremendous impact. So as I said, in terms of a PSU, one of the things is the strength is the scale. The ability to really scale up on a nationwide thing, from Leh, Ladakh to Kanyakumari, or from Digboy to Dwaraka, we can actually implement these very well. There is a capability for implementation, and there is also an egalitarian outlook. So that is something which makes many of these public sectors do extremely well. I'm not only talking of the oil and gas companies, similar stories are there around power sector and so on. But these are the strengths of the public sector oil company, and we have been able to implement several of these transformational objectives with great aplomb. So to summarize, just one more minute I will take, Dr. Maitri, if you permit. To summarize, actually disruptions are a reality, but we need to strike a balance between ambitions and pragmatism. Pragmatism is important for successful outcomes. First thing which I would suggest is that, see, if you're looking at any sort of business opportunity or economic development, in today's world, if you are going to do it without environmental conscience, you are bound to fail. You could operate such industries 10 years back, 15 years back, when people used to teach us the purpose of business is to make profits. That was the bottom line as far as the business is concerned. Yes, profits are important for sustaining the business, but sustainability of the business in other sense is also important. Today, you cannot afford to run businesses without environmental conscience. The second thing is, for India, from an energy perspective, we need to follow a very domestic energy model, which includes all forms of energy produced. But both the production as well as the usage should be in a very responsible manner. We can't, as I said, one of the examples is that you can't have the latest grade of fuels with the oldest technology of vehicles. So we need to have the utilization in a very responsible manner. The policies, whether it's from the government or otherwise, should be pragmatic. It should be based on science, it should be based on economics, and it should also be based on energy security. See, just because somebody is talking about green hydrogen across the world, we can't jump into the bandwagon. Green hydrogen is certainly required, but let us also understand that green hydrogen has its issues. We need to look at it holistically, whether it is the economic production of green hydrogen or whether the feedstock, which is water, is available in plenty. A country in Europe may be having water. Like Norway today is an example for electric mobility. But look at them as a country. They have 100% of their power production through hydraulic power. They are blessed with so much of water and their population is so less, they use 100% hydraulic power for production of their energy. So they can afford to preach the world that we should use only electric mobility. A country like India, where drinking water is a problem for a major source for society, I mean, can we afford to use water to that extent? Yes, where we can, let us use it. Where we need to conserve water, let us conserve it and put it to better use. So we need to have a very, very pragmatic policy. We need to have all forms of energy, but we can't jump into a bandwagon just because the world is preaching that. The last but not the least, opportunities abound for innovation and entrepreneurship as far as youngsters are concerned. I mean, today there are so many examples. You may have heard of Ather, the Bangalore-based company which is producing electric scooters. You would have heard of Bhavesh Agarwal announcing Ola's scooters and so on. Yes, I mean, there are lots and lots of opportunities across the value chain of the energy business where and a good entrepreneur can be very, very successful. There are lots of opportunities for work and employment in large organizations in manufacturing industries like the oil and gas companies as well, provided you have that ability. And definitely, I think as a country, India needs to focus a lot on providing clean, green energy to its public to save the world. At the same time, adopt a very pragmatic policy, as I said. So thank you very much. I hope my talk has been useful.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for those inspiring words and enlightening us. And coming from an eminent leader and a mentor like yourself, I'm sure a lot of the members of the audience would be able to learn a lot and resonate with the same. On behalf of the IIM Nagpur student fraternity, I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to sir for taking time out of his very busy schedule and for gracing this event with his presence. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Maitri.
Thank you, sir. We would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the sponsors of Illume 6.0, official title sponsor, Union Bank of India, co-sponsor, Uma Group, media partner, Business Standard, legal and active advisory partner, Startup Spine. We wish you all very good health. I would request all the audience to please post for a photo of the session.
I hope I can leave.
So we request you also to just stay for one picture alone.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll be having a short break and we'll reconvene for the next session at 11 a.m.
Thank you, Ashokji. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for enlightenment.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes.
Oh, super. I can hear you too. Okay, I'll go on mute. Thanks. Bye.
So please stream. People are
Yes.
waiting and
We've
they
started
want
it.
to be speakers. So sorry to jump into that, but I think we should solve this first. Anmol, once you have a go ahead, then please start.
Sure, sir.
Anmol, you can start.
Sure. With Illume 6.0 in full swing, I would like to welcome all our esteemed panelists, guests, professors, and students to the strategy panel discussion. Today, we have with us some of the most decorated industry experts to discuss the ever-changing landscape of business. The transformation of society has been so remarkable that what was once considered unimaginable is not only achievable in modern times, but also the need of the hour. As we move into the age of digitization, applying carefully curated knowledge to the benefit of organizations, we are faced with the challenge of not just innovating and reforming the way businesses operate, but also to find purpose and achieve a sustainable future. Now, with the seed of disruption and transformation firmly sowed, we would like to introduce our esteemed strategy discussion panelists this morning. Mr. Gunjan Shah. MBA is all about a diverse experience. No one imbibes this spirit of diversity better than Gunjan sir, an accomplished leader who has worked across geographies and varied industries like paints, telecom, and foods. Gunjan sir is an IIM Calcutta alumnus and is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Bata India Limited. Before Bata India Limited, sir worked as the Chief Commercial Officer of Britannia Industries. He is an experienced professional who worked across several functions encompassing sales, marketing, and supply chain, and has been critical to their turnarounds and growth journeys. Apart from this, sir has also led Britannia's international business and its most impactful strategy and business transformations.
Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Sailesh Kekre. Sailesh sir is an IIM Calcutta alumnus who is currently working with visionary founders of B2B SaaS startups as an advisor to the board in the quest to build innovative world-class companies. Sir has held various esteemed positions like Meda Capital's co-founder, independent director E-Clarks, and non-executive director Kuliza. He also held the position of managing partner at McKinsey & Company for a period of 15 years. He's a seasoned senior management consultant with extensive global leadership experience. Sir has a demonstrated track record of shaping board and management agendas at established industry leaders and younger growth organizations.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Krishna Gopal.
I'll interrupt you and I will insist that you don't call me sir, okay? Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Krishna Gopal. Every leader of tomorrow needs an able mentor today. Taking on such a selfless role is Mr. Krishna Gopal, an alumnus of SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, and currently is the Global Head of Sales Enablement at Tech Mahindra. Before this, Sir has worked with some of the leading and esteemed companies like Rolta India Limited, Satyam Infoway, Asian Paints India Limited, and Godrej & Boyce Manufacturing Company Limited, and have experience in different verticals like sales, business development, strategy, and talent management. Pretty much like the excellent stories he creates, Sir himself has a fascinating story of being honored with an award by NHRD Bangalore for his significant contribution in the training and talent management fields.
Times there was, two sirs came. It's okay. We'll purge it, I think, over time.
Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Sangram Singh. Sangram sir is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and is the Executive Vice President and Head of Commercial Banking Coverage Group at Axis Bank with over 2 decades of experience in the banking sector. In his current role, Sir manages the commercial banking segment for Axis Bank. He has previously held other positions in the bank and its subsidiaries. Firstly, as Head of Cards and Payments Business, and later as MD and CEO of FreeCharge, which is a fintech subsidiary of Axis Bank. He also had a brief stint in a fintech startup named Indify Technologies that offered working capital lending to self-employed and micro businesses. Before joining Axis Bank in 2014, Sir had worked for nearly a decade in Citibank India and G Capital India before that.
IIM Nagpur is deeply invested in development of new innovative ideas, and our very own professor, Dr. Atul Pathak, has contributed immensely. We are indeed grateful to welcome him as our moderator for the strategy panel discussion. Sir is a faculty in the strategy and entrepreneurship domain at IIM Nagpur. Before joining IIM Nagpur, he had over 17 years of international work experience across industry and academia. He has taught various strategy, international business, design thinking, innovation, and management consulting courses at leading Indian institutes. He has designed and delivered executive education programs and consultancy assignments for several corporate and public sector organizations. His research has been published as papers and cases in various international and national journals. Sir, we appreciate the time and effort you have spared to be a part of our strategy panel discussion today.
At IIM Nagpur, we strongly believe in creating a sustainable environment. Keeping up with this tradition, we would like to present you all with a unique living and breathing gift that reflects our ethos and something that will live on for several decades. Trees in your name have been planted on the periphery of the Sundarbans forest in West Bengal as a part of the Trees for Tigers program. The email with the certificate for the same will be shared with you shortly. We would now like to invite Atul sir to commence the discussion.
Thank you guys. And thank you for allowing that live stream to start. There's a lot of fans out there wanting to watch you speak, so we should not deny them the opportunity. Now that it's live on YouTube, you probably will maybe not say a few things which you would have otherwise said maybe, but it's still good for us that you are live on YouTube. Here's the format, I think, which I would suggest. Why don't each one of you, maybe for 5 to 7 minutes, speak about the topic in general as to what your views are. And once we've heard everybody, then let's have a discussion around the topic. Is that okay with all of you?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Gunjan, why don't we start with you? And then
I would suggest Shailesh, because he is the strategy guy.
Okay, fair enough.
Shailesh.
You've been volunteered by Gunjan, so go for it.
Sure. I think thinking about where to start. A lot can be said about the topic, but maybe I'll kind of hit upon 2 or 3 key points, and then we can get into more details once we have a discussion around it. Innovating today to revolutionize tomorrow. I guess this, as a theme, one could have talked about it in 1990s, one could have talked about it in 2000, one could have talked about it now, and I'm sure it will be talked about way after we are gone or not in our prime. And the only thing that I can think of is having been a consultant for over 20 years, we used to have this discussion with clients. And the only thing that has changed is the pace at which I think things are changing and the pace at which I think innovation is happening around us. 20 years ago, no one thought that we were going to have the kind of mobile revolution that we did. 10 years ago, no one thought that we are going to generate so much of data with so many people getting on to this mobile revolution. I guess at this point of time, we are only imagining what we will do with all the data, with all the data that gets generated, given so many folks are basically consuming the bandwidth and spending the time that they are, and the future is therefore only going to accelerate. So as a theme, I think the one thing that I would say is there's always been a need to innovate in order to prepare yourself for the tomorrow. But what has changed is the pace at which one needs to change, and the amount of innovation therefore that we are seeing today, I think, is only going to accelerate over a period of time. The second thing that I would say is that therefore from a commercial establishment standpoint, places an enormous amount of onus in terms of how to handle this change, because clearly what worked in the past is not going to work in the future. I remember when I started, when I was out of the B school, one of the common things that we used to do with clients, and several of the clients that I served, was we used to have a 5-year strategy, a 7-year strategy, a 10-year strategy. I shudder to think what would happen if we were to have a similar discussion with any of the clients today, because the time frame that you're now looking at
in terms of building the strategy has come down phenomenally. So you kind of, think about it almost in a quote unquote agile fashion, and you say, let's agree on doing something. Let's give it the, time frame of 2 to 3 years. Let's see how it plays out, and the world would have changed by then. And the strategy that we devise today is, no longer useful in a couple of years. And so, you start the process all over again. And therefore, I think what it has done is, the traditional demarcation between strategy and operations, at least from my perspective, has either vanished or is vanishing extremely rapidly. Right? Operating folks have the best view of, what the world will look like ahead of them. You come up with, strategies in terms of how you want to handle that, how do you want to capture the opportunities, how you want to address the challenge. And then, you try a few things out, and then you kind of, look at how things work out. If they don't work, you change very quickly, and you kind of, move ahead. So that, I think, is the second big thing that I would say. And the third point would be, one has to now make, given the range of opportunities that will open up, given all the massive, demographic trends that one would see, to give a few, there's clearly a shift of GDP growth and consumption growth balance from the Western economies to, more Eastern economies and Southern economies. There's clearly a sense that, the working population is going to decline in the more developed worlds, and therefore you will have, more of the working population coming from some of the more emerging economies. At the same time, there is a threat that AI and automation is going to take away a lot of jobs, and therefore one would need to kind of focus on building sustainable skills for the future, et cetera, right? The entire migration to cloud, digitization, one can get into a lot of that. But what that has done is, I think, it has opened up the opportunity set in a way that I don't think existed, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And therefore, as one looks at it today, the kind of choices that one needs to make have to be far more deliberate. You almost need to have a stomach churning discussion to say, I'm going to do this because I don't have the bandwidth to do 5 other things. And by the way, I'm making the right set of assumptions. If this works out, fantastic. I have indeed revolutionized tomorrow. But if I don't do my homework and don't, get it right, there's a likelihood that, I may become obsolete. So I need to kind of, be on the toes and make sure that I'm doing what I need to do and not risk getting obsolete in a few years. So those, those would be the 3 themes, at least to me, that, stand out, which is, there's always been an need for innovation, but I think the pace has kind of, picked up quite dramatically. I think, the time frame for which, you need to look at, your innovation cycles, you need to have a bifocal view, a long-term view that looks at maybe 5 to 10 years, but also look at it from the short to medium-term perspective. And the third, that, effectively, given, all of these demographic trends, your strategy choices need to be hard, need to be deliberate, and you need to be very clear about what you're not going to do and not hedge and try out all the different things.
Fantastic, Shailesh. Thank you so much. Do we have a volunteer to go next, or do I cold call? Hey, Krishna, go for it. Thank you.
All right, great, Shailesh. I think, kind of, I mean, we have not spoken amongst each other, but we didn't know this format. It was kind of sprung on us that we have to talk for 5 minutes. So, I think, Shailesh, obviously we can talk.
IIMs are always known for surprise quizzes, and
I know. We are back to that. It's okay. See, my take is going to be a little different. I've been giving some notes. My take is the future is about how ESG, ESG is like environment, social, and governance. That's a big thing that's being talked about, right? We've talked about the climate change and how by 2050, many of the cities in India probably will be under. I'm already thinking of selling my houses in Bombay, houses in rural areas. So given all of that, my view about strategy for the future is, should and will capitalism in its present form exist in itself, or should it exist in its present form? It's a big question, right? Will the engines of capitalism and corporations driving the world, should they be focused only on the shareholders? Should it only be quarter-on-quarter growth on EBITDA and revenues? Or should it be something else? And therefore, the 250 people sitting here, what do we need to do to them so that they become better corporate citizens in this new world that's going to come? Right? Because at the end of the day, are we going to be taking forever? Will we be pumping oil forever from earth quarter on quarter? Cut trees forever from the earth quarter on quarter? Is 2% of CSR of your revenue or profit given away as CSR, is it enough, or is it a pill that we are going to take after binging overnight? Right? So those are some of the things that I will challenge, and therefore look at the strategy, right? What strategy that we will have in terms of students here who will, have to be coached differently, who would have to. So there is this word. I'm going to be very, very different here. Okay, very, very different here, because the corporate world is about quarter-on-quarter growth. If you're not doing that, you're not on that treadmill, you better get off it, isn't it? And I'm challenging that fundamentally. Okay, so therefore our strategy is, how do we inculcate human values in our students? How do we inculcate those processes in people to look at a different world which is going to come up tomorrow? Because if we don't do that, we're going to continue. So I heard Shailesh say that, isn't it? That what worked in the past will not work in the future, right? And that's precisely what I'm saying. What worked for corporates in the past is not going to work in the future. We have to change, and we have to change by changing academia, by changing pedagogy, by changing the way we inspire these 250 students and more to become better corporate citizens as they go along. So that's so. I'm not, therefore, if you notice, I'm not talking technology, I'm not talking blockchain, I'm not talking IoT. That will happen, right? I'm saying that this fundamental, your operating system of individuals need to change. Now, how do we do that? Because I think in corporate world today, if you look at a human being as a mobile phone, that's my analogy always, mobile phone. All of this, your return on investment, your IRR, or your market research techniques, strategy, 7 models, McKinsey, whatever, 7S, all of those are apps that sit on you. Those are apps, right? But your fundamental operating system needs to change. Unless the fundamental operating system is robust, these apps will not work well. And how do you change that? Is the pedagogy that MBA schools need to look at. Okay, so things like you probably need to unabashedly dip into our heritage and practices and build character in our students, right? I mean, we just wait for meditation to go back and come as mindfulness. We wait for healing to go back and come as pranic healing, etc., etc. 20 years ago, when I spoke, if I spoke about these things, I would have been laughed out of the room. Now I have the courage to stand here and speak about this, because there is an element of acceptance. There is an element of, hey, maybe there is something right there. Okay, so I think our future is about building character. Our future is about taking ESG to go forward. Our future is about making each of these people better human beings. Our future is about researching on how character can be built, how the operating system can be built. That would be innovation. I rest my case.
Thank you, Krishna. That's a wonderful take on the topic. Next, Sangram. Go for it.
Go, Sangram.
No, all yours, Gunjan. I'll do the last.
Okay, all right. No, great. So I think it's a good segue from what Gopal talked about, and I think this entire thing about sustainability and circular economy. In fact, one of the presentations also talking about it. I think is going to be critical, and at least I feel far more optimistic about the future on that front, Gopal, because I see the ecosystem already shaping up for it. Right. And, whether it is even the capitalist model and, various things that you talked about within that, etc., in terms of the way corporates are getting measured. Right. And, I am seeing it in some form. Right. Is that, ESG and its related measures, etc., are becoming more and more critical. Right. It's not only from, from a, let's say, from a good to say and a good to speak kind of perspective, but it's getting now rewarded. Right, people are looking at it from a perspective of whether it's shareholders, whether it's even governments policies, and they are all driving towards it. I think what's also helping that along and is I think the innovation that's happening in that space, which in various forms is actually making it even financially viable, right? Economically and financially viable. So I think that's going to be critical, and it's there's no way that you can miss the bus on it. I think that's going to be critical, right? So I wanted to take this conversation, Atul, in a slightly different way, right? And considering the audience of about 250, 260 students here, right, and people who are on the verge of starting hopefully their corporate careers, right, or careers in some form, maybe not corporate also. Right. I think, there are, when I also think about and look back, let's say 2 decades or slightly more than that backwards, I think there are few things that I see very different for all of you. Right. And the way I see it in terms of is one is that I definitely see, and I'm assuming that's going to be, if I had a chance of interacting with all of you all, I think the risk appetite is dramatically different and dramatically higher. And that invariably results in much better, and as Sailesh talked about, much faster innovation, right? I think the overall ecosystem, the way it's developed, I think the confidence that the youth carries right now, and most of y'all, right, is that the risk appetite is dramatically higher. And that's great. And, people are ready to take bets upon themselves, back themselves, right? And that is leading to a lot of disruption that we are seeing going around us. Right. And I'm sure Sangram is going to share some of it happening in the financial sector, because that's a big space that's happening out there, but it's happening all across. I think there are a few things that, people would, you all should keep in mind as you go forward in your careers going forward, right? Is that, there is one thing that you should definitely want to avoid. That is something called comfort zone. Right. If you want to stay relevant, if you want to make sure that, how do you say, the world doesn't race past you, right? It's very, very important that you avoid getting into a comfort zone, because that's the time when, you land up becoming a Bajaj scooter, right? So it's very, very critical that you keep that in mind, right? For that, it's very important to make sure that how do you say, have that hunger for learning, keep that curiosity bug alive at all points in time. Right. And trust me, it's very difficult, guys. So, as time passes by, as you get into, various parts of your life, as things graduate, right, it becomes very difficult, but it's something that's very, very critical. Right. And we'll make sure that you stay ahead of the curve, or at least at par with the curve. Right. That itself is a great achievement. I think the other piece that's there is I think Sailesh touched upon it, and is that one of the things that's also allowing for innovation being a very critical driver going forward, right, is also because there is a far faster feedback loop that's there, and I think that is something that is allowing for a lot of trial and error, right? People are able to pilot a lot more, right, try and succeed. And I think that's what was talked about earlier, that look at it from a shorter horizon, try and see how you can correct yourself, and keep an iterative approach rather than a fixed mindset of this is the strategy for the next 10 years. But however, I think a contrapoint, and I think we can take this up, Sailesh, right, is that all said and done, there are people who have planned and strategized for 20 years hence, right? And some of the, how do you say, some of the cases that you see, let's say, for example, people who are burning cash right now, right, are people who are actually looking at a strategy which is going to make money, let's say 15 years down the line, right? And that's also a mindset and and a point of view that needs to be taken on board in a way, right? So I think both go hand in hand. But I think what's allowing for both of them to coexist and go hand in hand is the point that basically you've got a very fast feedback loop. The kind of data and the analytics that is possible, the machine learning that's happening, your ability to learn from things that are going on live on ground, etc., is enabling all of this. So I think I'll leave it at this right now, Atul, and then we can take this conversation further. Right, but yeah, those were my 2 bits right now at the start.
Yeah, Gunjan, just be rest assured that the telecast is not going to the Bajajes.
But if it was Jamnalal Bajaj, you would have talked different.
But he very clearly said scooters, Bajaj scooter only, not the motorcycle side of things, right? So it's very careful with it. Sangram, the advantage of going last is you know what the others have said, but it also means that a lot of things that you might have thought of have probably got picked up by others. But please, let's go for what your initial take on the topic is.
Yeah, that's okay. Even in our wing, we used to normally follow whatever Shailesh said, right? So yeah, okay. Couple of thoughts in 2 different buckets. I think the topic is about innovating now for disrupting a future, and I think trying to predict the future is a fairly dicey business. You need to be supremely confident and absolutely ignorant about your own inability to do so to actually go ahead and do it. If I think Shailesh mentioned it, all of us used to, one of the biggest fears if you were working for a long time in the organization was that someday you will come across the presentation that you made 4 years back saying how the business is going to look, and it's going to look very different. So I think this entire thing about figuring out what do we need to do to disrupt the future is going to be a little tricky. I think innovation will be there. If you go back maybe 50, 60 years back from now, and those people were to come here, the ones who were think tanks of that time, they would be extremely disappointed that we have not yet invented flying cars, because they probably thought we'd be sitting in our flying cars and going to the cinema hall. They wouldn't have thought that we'll be sitting at home and watching the movies on these small screens in front of us. So getting the future right is slightly dicey. The other thing about disruption is that there's a lot of assumption that it's like a singularity like event, something which like a silver bullet, it suddenly happens and things change. That happens a few times, but more often than not, it's more like a boiling frog thing. Things keep on changing over time, and suddenly when you look back, there's a dramatic change. I think the nearest example is not to the young kids, but to maybe most of us, is that the kind of changes that your waistline goes through in middle age, it takes a while before you realize that it's now an irreversible change. So disruption is a lot like that, right? It slowly happens, and then it's a lot easier connecting the dots looking back than looking forward. However, the innovation that goes in to get it happen, I think that's a serious thing, right? That is important. And one of the things that sometimes I think we miss because of the disruption getting valued rather than innovation getting valued is the fact that innovation was there to create some value. The first time when someone was trying to make a wheel, the idea was not that what am I going to disrupt? The idea was what value am I going to create? And a sequence of those innovations over time does create value. But one more point before I move to the other segue into the other side is that there is also a lot of FOMO right now around this entire thing, the fear of missing out. Again, I think similar to what Shailesh said, that there are 6 things which are put on the table. You've got to make a choice, right? But the big fear is, what if I pick up the wrong stuff? So a lot of the stuff that we see right now is just people keeping the irons in the fire, just trying to stay in the game because they don't know what really will happen. And that is the crux of the matter, right? You don't know what will happen, but you do know some mega trends which have been sort of spoken about for the last 10 years or so. So digitization, urbanization, globalization has been a mega trend for a while right now. And a lot of the stuff that we see right now, either call it innovation or call it disruption, things that have changed, and we can talk more about it in specific areas, for instance, financial services, has largely been driven by 2 or 3 things. And a lot of that has got to do with technology and digitization and the fact that information exchange and data has really grown. Things have become a lot simpler. The way we build systems, the microservices, the approach to the ability to crunch the amount of data which earlier was really difficult, that has changed. And as a consequence of that, like for instance, I think the presentation spoke about cost optimization. But to give an example, the way, for instance, financial services costs are getting optimized is that smaller ticket transactions, whether it's a mutual fund transaction, it's a deposit transaction, any of those transactions are becoming much more viable now than they were before. And that changes the nature of business, right? That allows some new opportunities to pop up, people to be able to do business in a different way. The exchange of information is allowing a lot more new propositions to come up. And over time, then you come to a situation where, if you take the example of banking, and 20 years back, all of us had to visit branches. Today, I think years go by without anyone walking into a branch, and still everything can function well. So, so to sum it up, I think the idea will continue to be that there will be these sort of mega trends and enablers. Today, a lot of those enablement is coming out of technology, which will allow innovation to happen. Some of these innovations will then lead to some disruptions happening. Now, where exactly will the disruption happen will be in areas which are existing pain points, or areas where there is enough inefficiency right now to allow for the disruption or the innovation to come in and start creating disproportionate value. So I think that, to my mind, that would be the approach that I would take, rather than trying to pinpoint exactly, instead of flying cars that people would have thought of 50 years back, will be a flying people maybe 50 years hence.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sangram. Thank you to all of you for your initial remarks. The format from this point forward is, I have a few points which I have noted down from your comments, and I have a few suggestions from the audience as well, which I have here. So based on that, I'm going to throw this open. I might suggest one of you to start off, but others, just please feel free to jump in and talk on the question. Gunjan, you spoke about youth of today having high risk appetite, and then you also spoke about you advise them to avoid getting into a comfort zone. Right? I want to turn that question around to you as corporate leaders who are leading large organizations. How do you ensure that as an organization you avoid getting into a comfort zone, and as an organization you are encouraging risk taking and orientation towards doing new things? Anything you want to talk about that?
No, absolutely. I think the fact is that I think it's a journey that's always on, right? So I don't think I personally would have also reached where I am preaching right now, right? So I think it's still a journey that's on, and most probably that applies to most organizations, including mine currently, right? But I think, but you can make a difference to it, right? You can make an individual difference to yourself as well as to people around you, or the team that you handle, etc., etc. Right, and there are multiple ways, right, that at least I have tried to evaluate or think about, right, and I've seen some other best practices also, maybe doing it even better. I think one point is that at all points in time, you are always wanting to make sure that you've got a scan for what's happening in the world around. Right, and there is a method to that madness, right, in terms of trying to absorb, trying to make sure that there are people who around you are not necessarily your how do you say, are challengers or challenger mindsets. Encourage that around you, whether it's friends, whether it's colleagues, etc. Then there are also there are professional angles to this, Atul. The way I see it is that there are consultants who do this job fantastically well, and they provide this and make sure that as an organization they provide you an outside-in mindset to where you are, what you're doing, and stuff like that. There are coaches that provide you, right? There are for example, I know of a professor who does something like this as a side practice, right? And which is basically trying to provide a mirror to people, right? But I think the first thing that it comes from, in my mind, Atul, is from a mindset that, at all points in time, there is a world around you, there are great things happening around you, and you need to keep digging around and searching for it. So that's the way I look at it. There is no magic bullet to it, but I think it's a mindset.
Anyone else wants to talk about how corporates can avoid getting into a comfort zone kind of mindset? Maybe from your personal examples or in general.
Yeah, I think, Krishna, I think I can, kind of share what I'm observing, what is happening in tech minds. And, the leader there is the same that you have, in a manner of speak, chairman of the board, CP Gurnani. And, so there what I'm seeing is an action of infusion of energy, a huge amount of energy into the system. I'm seeing a, trying things out, very rapid experiments that are happening, right? In a lot of areas, some fail, some succeed, some just coast along. And also infusion of fresh talent, almost, to an extent that people within think that it's now a new company, right? So many of these things are happening. And I think that, and also a great willingness to risk and try things out. Okay. At this point in time, it is work in progress. We have not seen anything spectacular. But I think knowing the way CP is, he will push it across the line. Okay. So, and that is the way I see of not accepting status quo, right? I mean, it could have been that, no, most IT companies are doing well, right? Double-digit EBITDA, growth is good. And today, it's back to the old days, right? Of good, lot of business, but no people, etc. Okay. So it's very easy to just ride it out. But I think that is not what is being done. So that is my, inside view of what is going on in a firm like TechM. And I think you also have an experience of the same person in your institute. And I'm seeing whatever the earlier gentleman professor read out in terms of the plan. They are like, it's very CP, right? So I'm sure a lot of you have contributed, but I can see his hand now.
Okay, great. I don't know. I think it was Krishna. You spoke about, should we still look at quarter-on-quarter growth and EBITDA, and you started off with that. And I want to take up that point for discussion. The way I see it, based on what many of you have also said, is a CEO or a leader of an organization needs to simultaneously balance two things. You have your existing short-term requirements which you need to fulfill in terms of your shareholders have to be happy, your employees have to be paid bonuses, and your customers have to be happy today. But you also need to continuously look at, what do I need to change in terms of my resource configuration or my capability configuration in the organization, so that it's also ready for tomorrow, or it's not going to suddenly disappear tomorrow because our capabilities no longer match what the environment wants. So maintaining this balance, sort of an ambidextrous way of managing two things simultaneously. Focus on today, make sure you make profits or returns or whatever is the objective for today, while remaining ready for future. And they are pulling you in two different directions. Maybe the capabilities building is an investment which may never pay off, right? Because it's a capability may not get used at all if the future doesn't go in the direction that you want. So we never build the flying cars that Sangram is talking about. So how does that balance happen, and how does that affect the entire management of innovation? So in your organizations.
Asking me?
Anyone of Sangram?
Yeah, I will give the ball to Shailesh,
sure,
consultant.
Sure. Okay. No, well, I can talk about it from the perspective of both having been a consultant before, and now I sit on a bunch of boards. So I can also tell you how one looks at it from a board perspective. I don't necessarily have an operating viewpoint. Never been in an executive role before, so I can't really comment on that. To the previous question, and maybe the linked aspect here is, the general, sense that you would see, or the general, mindset you're trying to inculcate is be externally oriented, and also to certain extent be quote unquote paranoid about who could take away your lunch, right? So in a lot of cases, companies that were not able to kind of adapt themselves for the future, you talked about, a two-wheeler company, but there are others as well, Xerox, Kodak, etc. One could go on and on. And in a lot of these cases, you could basically, analyze the reason why those companies are not as big as they, could have been. And it essentially boils into the fact that they were, too comfortable in what they were doing. They were not externally oriented. They were not looking at what others were going to do to their business. And therefore, the paranoia didn't set in. I must say that, the onus, therefore, in terms of the board members today, the senior management members today, the kind of talent that you bring in those roles today, to make sure that, you're also looking at that is, fairly high. So at least, over the course of last 2 years, I've seen that the board agenda change, and a lot of the board meetings do work on, of course, we look at, the humdrum things of last quarter performance and, budgets and all of that. But there's an equal amount of emphasis placed on, will this business model succeed in another 3 years? Is this business model going to take us to wherever we want to be? So, what is increasingly happening, Atul, is, people are saying, yes, we have a vision. We want to be the best software company. We want to be the best automotive company, whatever. But what will make it the best is changing year on year. And therefore, a lot of the board agenda, the CEO agenda, the top team agenda is kind of, focused around that as well. And when you ask the questions in that perspective, you realize that you have to take bets. And, one of the things that, I think Gunjan talked about, Gopal talked about, is the fact that people are willing to say, we are going to take 10 bets. But like any other bet, the chances of them succeeding are, it's not certain. If it's a certain outcome, then it's not a bet anymore. So as long as the top exec team takes decisions, takes bets, and 20-30% of them, work out just fine, you are doing a terrific job as a manager. If more than that number of your bets are paying off, then one would go and say you're not sticking your neck out. You're not stretching yourself, so you're not pushing yourself in the zone of discomfort. So at least companies that I'm associated with, I ask them, what keeps you awake at night? And what if it fails? Name me 5 things that you're worried about, that if it doesn't work, you will have a serious consequence. And if you're not stretching yourself out, then you're too much in the comfort zone.
I think thus taking that further, one more point, the point that you mentioned, Atul, about the short term versus the long term, and the risk associated with some of the bets in the long term, right? I think what you as organizations, right, need to be wary of, and therefore make sure that they ring fence, is, as Shailesh talked about, there is a certain hit rate to innovation in whatever form. Need not be just a product or a service, but can be in terms of process, capability, etc., right? There is a certain hit rate to it. There is a probability of success. And if it's too high, then you're not you're not risking enough, right? You're doing predictable stuff. That's why the success is so high. But however, even if, let's say, actually, if you look at it from a consumer product side, successes are not more than maybe 4-5%, right? So you launch 100 products, not more than 4 or 5 of them click, right, in the market sustainably. Now, but you have to put the same rigor, effort, resources behind all 100 to allow for those 5 to flourish, let's say, whatever number of years or quarters down the line, right? Now, for that, you have to ensure that you are encouraging all those 100, and therefore even people that are involved in driving those, right? That there is a conscious knowledge and cognizance of a risk-reward ratio. And the 95 that fail are part of the process of those successful 5. You cannot have those successful 5 without having those 95 failures from an innovation perspective in the long term. So you have to budget for it, and therefore understand what is how much you can take on the plate. You can launch 100, or you can launch 10, or you can launch only 5, but then be conscious of the fact that you will have a 95% failure in that example. Yeah.
And that's a scary statistic for people who are new into the industry, or maybe want to start off something of their own. But I think that's reality, right? I mean, you have to take a portfolio approach as an organization and hope that the portfolio risk reward, whatever expectation you have is maintained overall, right?
I'm assuming the industry interaction was for giving reality.
Yes. Sangram, since you've been through some situations where you've been in an organization that's then taken over, etc. I'm just bringing this up from an innovation perspective. A lot of people's perception is that innovation is about value creation. New value gets generated through innovation, but there's also the value appropriation side of innovation, right? Ultimately, who benefits from something that has happened? And a lot of larger established organizations we see are able to appropriate the value which maybe a startup has created through something innovative. Any thoughts on, is that something you will see more of, or are larger organizations just waiting to gobble up any innovative startup which comes along, or are they doing things of their own? Is that a defense mechanism, or how do you see that?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure whether, I think that would have happened in the past. I'm not sure whether that is going to be much of a trend where, so the reason why larger organizations could succeed where smaller ones could not were typically because of advantages like distribution, like access to capital, like ability to scale. One of the things that is, I mean, the reason why a lot of value gets created, or at least gets ascribed to a lot of the startup, is because in the digital world there is sort of infinite scale. You know, if your app works well, then you don't need a sales force out there. You don't need a physical distribution out there for it to scale. So if the innovation doesn't require, like, if you could still argue that there could be some innovation, let's say in the pharma space, right, which may still require a lot of this, the ability to make very large investments, the ability to have a strong distribution, etc., where a larger organization will be better placed to leverage that innovation and actually, get value out of it. But a lot of the stuff that we are seeing right now is not actually getting limited by scale or distribution or capital. And in that sense, I think the smaller organizations have an equal chance in creating value and being able to get value for that value.
Okay. In terms of, so I agree with you, Sangram, I agree with you, but I still, I mean, I'm going back to how Shailesh started this off, and Shailesh said time scales on strategy and time scales on, looking forward is all getting crunched. And in larger organizations typically have this reputation, rightly or wrongly, of moving a little slowly than, a startup organization. And maybe that's the reason why they would think, let me just buy out an innovation rather than getting into something of my own. The pharma industry is a classic case, right? You spoke about the pharma industry. A lot of the innovation happens in smaller organizations, but the distribution, the branding, the getting it to the customers in the end is what the larger ones can do much better. But Shailesh, on your point of the shortening cycles, right? I mean, that's fine for certain industries, but how does, let's say, somebody who wants to set up a steel plant or a refinery or something like that, which the first ton of steel is going to get produced many years from now, from when you're trying to conceptualize. What are you seeing in those kind of industries, the more traditional ones?
Clearly, in asset-intensive industries, the time frame that you would look from a return on investment perspective has to be much longer. But conversely, Atul, equally true that barriers to entry are therefore also high, right? So one has to look at it in the context of, the amount of asset required and the barriers to entry. So if you're doing a services, if you're building an app for health, as an example, you could have 5 competitors come up tomorrow because the amount of investment it takes to start something off is relatively low. Whereas on the asset intensive side, because of the barriers to entry, you're slightly protected. Now and therefore you can take a slightly longer bet in terms of the time frame that you have to look at. Now that said, however, where do you set up the plant? How configurable the plant is in terms of, how the demand is going to change. Are people going to buy, steel as a commodity, or as some people are trying to do now, they're basically branding the type of steel depending upon the end use, right? So we're beginning to see that shift as well. So how configurable, how flexible is your setup that allows you to kind of address the needs of tomorrow is also becoming important. So either which way, I think the question around predicting what the consumer trends will be, and therefore how do you give yourself the options that you can change, is important. Now, in some industries, that change needs to happen in 2 months. In some industries, because they're more capital intensive, you get slightly longer time frame to be able to adjust. And so that's the way the game plays out.
So essentially what you're saying is, within your industry, whichever industry you are in, then it becomes a relative game of who can do it faster or who can do it quicker.
Absolutely. Who can do it faster, who can adapt faster, who can predict what the consumer needs are, much faster. I mean, look at Asian Paints as an example, and not, just calling out, one entity. Year after year, the amount of innovation that they have been able to build in something that would otherwise be called quote unquote a commodity product. It's not necessarily FMCG spectrum, has been phenomenal. And, stakeholders have kind of, appreciated that, have rewarded them appropriately as well. And the same story is true for Pidilite as an example. In the steel space, at least early days, but what an Apollo and other group has been able to do is also kind of challenging the belief that you need to be really big and you need to sell steel as a commodity, etc. So as long as you're agile in your respective field, even if they are the commodity ends of the spectrum and not necessarily the services end of the spectrum, you still have a pace of innovation. And I would say, as long as your metabolic rate of change is better than the competitors, you are innovating, and you're innovating at a pace that's sufficient enough or good enough for you to capture the economic profit.
Right. So one of the definitions that I use in my class here when we talk about innovation, and I learned this from a prof of mine, is to simply refer to innovation as a very, very sort of broad definition, by not getting into what kind of innovation or how big an innovation, or how disruptive the innovation is, etc. But keep it very, very broad, and keep it something which encompasses a lot of different things, because then it gives you a broader opportunity for your employees to also think about innovation. Right? A lot of organizations are very tight about how they define innovation.
Right? No, I found, so maybe one last point of what I found fascinating about at least one of the companies, this is 3M, and they have had a history of being known as an innovative company. The innovation metric for them, which I thought was very well thought through, is what percentage of our business comes from businesses that have been launched in the last 3 or 4 years.
Correct.
Right. And that's a fascinating metric, right? If that number is high enough, then you know that you are churning out products that the market really likes, the consumers really like. But you need some way to measure it. I think otherwise it becomes too broad.
Push the students here to think about is to simply call innovation as useful deviation, right? So the word useful you can interpret in any way which you want. The word deviation you can interpret in any which way. Deviation can be small, large, whatever it is, on a continuum, or disrupting into another direction, or whatever. And that's something which then helps you think about innovation in a much broader and much more inclusive way. So any person doing anything which is useful and deviating from the way things are being done now, or from what is being done now, if we can maybe label as innovation, then we get a lot more people thinking about innovation within their day-to-day work. Krishna, I want to come to you. You spoke about ESG when we started off, and you said this is, you challenged whether capitalism in its current form, and that intrigued me when you brought that up, because that's an unusual take from somebody working in a corporate. That's something that we hear more in a public systems kind of or a public policy kind of a forum. And I know that organizations are looking at ESG with all seriousness, but there's also this accusation on companies in general that even when they do CSR, it's strategic CSR, right? How does this going to benefit me finally is something that organizations always get caught into, right? So Is this really something that you believe will be forced by the external world onto organizations, or are you seeing among your peer group something from inside saying, you know, we've done this, we need to do this differently?
Yeah. So one is, at this stage in life, I can afford to talk about it, right? Like when you are in the system, you have to, you know, so you know, that's the page 3 dialogue. So number one. Number two, let me make some postulates, right? One is this, you have to be in the system to change the system. At this stage in life, I can talk. Number third postulate is that in the golden rule, right? The man who has the golden rule. Now, so if you are in the system, right, then the golden rule clicks in, it kicks in, because the shareholders have the goal, right? They make the rule. So you have to comply, you have to whatever, right? Now I'm just saying that when I'm at this stage in life and I've zoomed out and I'm looking at the whole thing, I'm seeing a wave. I'm seeing a wave, and I think this wave has to happen. Otherwise, the world in its present form is in danger. That capitalism in its present form will it change overnight? No. Will it start to change? Maybe yes. And therefore, the people here in this room, the kids here in the room, have to have a different perspective when they do it. Yes, they have to pay off their EMI. Yes, they have to marry off the sister. Yes, they have to get back that land. Yes, all of that is there, right? But will some operating system change? Will some thoughts come in that there is an enough? There is an enough. The word enough has to have some meaning at some point in time. Will this happen in 2 years? No. Will this happen in 10 years? Maybe a start will happen. But I think this has to start, right? And that's where I keep exhorting. So you have to take out water, clean it a little bit, and put it back into the lake which has got muddy water, right? And keep on putting over time, the muddy water will become better is the hope. Okay. But till such time, you have to, unfortunately, as you said, this, you know, the quarter on quarter vis-a-vis this and all that, you have to play along. You have to be in the system and play along while you start work on the other bit by bit. It's not going to change overnight, right? I mean, let me say one thing. Overnight, what changed? Overnight, you realize that you can work from home. You had to have 1 gram of virus. By the way, people did the mathematics of the weight of the virus and how much of virus is there in the whole world. It's 1 gram. The total weight of all the virus in the whole world, not including Delta, is 1 gram. 1 gram of virus made you change overnight. Otherwise, you were thinking, no, 1 day a week only I will allow. All that you were saying. 1 gram made you like that. Right? Does it take that to slap you? Okay, so I think change is possible. Overnight change is possible. Overnight, that no, it is okay. So much of growth is okay. I need to focus more on environment. I need to focus more on this thing. But unfortunately, the gold is with the PE firms, with the VCs, with all of those people, and people still have to buy houses and 2 houses and marry off people and buy that. It's humanship, right? So you have to slowly make that change, and you have to therefore inspire these 260 people that hey, there is a different way, and it is okay. There is a Bhutan, it's okay, happiness. That there is a different way, and that you may want to adopt it while you practice this slowly.
I agree with you. I think that's a very, very valid way of looking at how things have been and where it's headed as well. I'm going to take that point forward and just ask all of you. I'm going to put you into, the last questions in any exams are supposed to be the A+ kind of questions. So, Sangram, you spoke about this first when you said that it's very difficult to predict the future. It's very difficult to, if you look at a PPT which you made 4 years ago, you're not very proud about it anymore based on what the actual outcome has been. But if I were to push you towards 2 things, one is Other than COVID, in the last, say, maybe 2-3 year horizon, what has been that one disruption that has affected your industry, your organ? And I'm putting you into a very narrow band by saying just one, one disruption or one trend which you've seen. And also, if you take a 2-3 year horizon towards the future, any predictions on what you think is going to be the next big innovation? I know it's a risky thing to predict, but just your thoughts on it. We will delete this part of the video if you want later.
So look, I think,
and this is to all of you. I'm going to come to each one of you in one by one. Sangram, putting you.
I think the first part is a fairly easy one. What has really changed has been the fact that the mobile-based connectivity has really altered a lot of things for a lot of people. The entire aspect of reach and access, for the organizations to reach out to the consumers and for the consumers to get an access to the organization, that has changed. So the way products and services and value propositions are getting consumed now, that's moved to that device, right? And not just for financial services, it's true for very many industries. And as a result of that, a whole lot of those other things happened where, like I was talking, bite-sized products coming out, ease of access, and hence many more instances of interaction between the industry and the consumer. So I think that has been the big change. Now, in terms of let me give going ahead, I think the thing that will change. So let me put two answers there. One is, I think, on the financial services industry, which, although it's been a cliche about AI and ML, and no presentation goes in without these four alphabets being there. But I think we still have to see power of that AI ML really making a change. And I think that should happen in the next few years. I think we should be seeing some interesting stuff coming out of into decisioning and decision making based on all the data that's being gathered. And the other, beyond financial services, I think this entire thing about what Krishna was talking about, ESG, and as a result of that, sustainable focus on sustainability, focus on green energy, that I think is going to be maybe slightly more medium term, but that I think is going to be a fairly large disruption.
Thank you, Sangram. Gunjan, your views? Same question.
So you asked a narrow question, so I'll get it even more narrower, right? So I'll talk it from the perspective of my organization, right? I'm somewhere, right? So I think there are 2-3 phenomena, right? And I think in my view, they will also most probably not only continue, but maybe gather momentum going forward. Right. And some of it is related to obviously the last 18 months, COVID and stuff like that. Right. But some of it was actually a phenomenon already existing and maybe, got accentuated. Right. So I think one piece that is pretty evident, right, and does throw up opportunities, does throw up challenges also is I think the Indian economy is going through a significant formalization. Right. So, there are multiple events that have happened in the recent past, but effectively what's happening is that, sab tare mil rahe hain ki economy gradually formalizes, right? And it's gathering momentum, right? There are many indicators to it. It also throws up a lot of opportunities from, let's say, my organization's perspective, etc. Right. So that's one big phenomenon, right? And I think that is going to continue in the future. Right. The second piece is I think there is digital commerce that is picking up big time pace, right? And I think, in a way, I think Sangram talked about it, because there I think it's by default become literally the medium. In some of the other categories and industries, etc., I think it's still picking up pace. There's still a long way to go, but I think that is the way, and it can change a lot of things, right? I mean, it's not just the question of buying a shoe or buying, let's say, detergent, etc., online, but it can have many more ramifications, right, in terms of the way you interact with the brand, the way you experience it, because there was a certain way of experience and interacting earlier, right? And that's going to change, and we'll have to move with it and move with it fast. I think third piece, I think more going forward, a little more technical, but I guess, from my perspective, product development will undergo a change. I think, things like 3D printing, etc., can unlock a lot of potential, right? The economics are still not in place right now, but I think it can do a lot of difference to, let's say, at least in some industries, let's say fashion, etc., right? But in terms of, how fast you can churn out new products, how flexible you are able to do it by bringing in, automation technology, etc., in terms of product development. But this one is a little more far out in the future rather than existing. Right? So that's where I limit myself.
Thanks, Kunjan. Krishna and Shailesh, I'm getting a lot of messages from the students popping up here saying, sir, why don't you stop so we can ask some questions to the panelists. So I'm going to take a back step now. I intended to also allow you to talk about that, but I think in the interest of sticking to the timeline, and our students want to ask a few questions. So if you two are okay with that.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Savio, can you coordinate? Who's coordinating this?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists, Mr. Shah, Mr. Kekre, Mr. Gopal, Mr. Singh, and our respected moderator, Atul sir, for this scintillating discussion and decoding the trends with innovation and disruption. We deeply appreciate these insights and would do our best to adhere to them. We would now like to open the floor to audience for questions. Anyone who would like to ask questions is kindly requested to raise their hands using the raise hand option on Zoom, following which we will call out your names. Yes, Nitya, you can go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, sirs. So my question is, what is the scope of macroeconomic environment when you make strategic decisions regarding the future of the companies?
Shailesh, write up your
question आया क्या? ऐसा कोई question आया क्या exam में?
No, just a thought.
Shailesh, this is really your question.
This sounds like Amitabh Bachchan, that dialogue, na? Whatever Amar Akbar Anthony ka.
Well, okay.
But before that, I think have we lost Krishna, or are you here? Yeah,
I'm back.
Okay, sorry. Shailesh,
I think it froze, so I rejoined.
Okay. Shailesh, macroeconomic environment and strategy.
I guess the question, if I interpret the question right, you're saying, how much macroeconomic analysis should one do as one kind of, looks at the strategy that, you're building for your company. See, I mean, I would say this: if today you were to search on Google and say, major technology trends or major macroeconomic trends, you'll probably find 1 million hits. Anybody and everybody who's an authority on any topic believes that, they have a perspective on, the technology trends or macroeconomic trends. The idea, therefore, is, or, the crux of the matter is, find the ones that affect your industry, or, either directly or have a way of affecting your industry, indirectly in the years to come. And then, focus on that and make sure that, you understand where that is going and, how you solve it. So to give you an example, way back in 99, I had just joined McKinsey, and, we were coming up with a sense for how big the Indian IT services industry could be in 2008 and how big the exports could be. And we came up with an atrocious number that everyone laughed at first, but the industry, and, Krishna would know this, the industry got to that number. But, we said, from a macroeconomic standpoint, one has to look at, labor, the distribution of labor. One has to look at, the cost of hiring that labor. One has to look at, technology bandwidth and how that is going to change. One has to look at, what are the kinds of technologies and, how much of it can be remotely or, can be done remotely, those kinds of things. Did we necessarily look at, some of the other factors, such as battery technology as an example? Yeah, I mean, it could have had some impact, not had impact in some of the other areas. So the idea is to be comprehensive on the trends that have a material impact on the industry which you are in. And at least on that ones, you need to have a point of view on how this could pan out. I know it's a very broad answer, but I don't know how to, how to be precise. One can discuss it.
That's a broad question, yeah. You did
a
a good job in that. The broad question. If I were you students, I will ask Gunjan, is Bata coming to campus today? I will I will ask Axis Bank, what is your plan this year? That's a question you should ask. Na, padi wahi hai na, yaar. You saw my mnemonic on the line, padi hai.
This is called deflecting the arrow.
Huh?
I said, this is called deflecting the arrow.
Okay, we have a few more hands up. Let's do this. Shubham Jain.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So, sir, I have a doubt. Like when you're solving a problem and strategizing the solutions, so how do you know where to draw the line between broad and diverse thinking and negative overthinking? How do you know you're on the right path?
I fail here. I fail. मैं इसको दो गुंजन शाह. तो मैं fail हो गया.
Can you just repeat the question, Shubham?
So when you're solving a problem and you're thinking of different ways to solve it, how do you know you're on the right track? Whether you're thinking diverse and it's good, or you're going off the wrong track and thinking just overthinking. How to stay on track? How do you draw the line?
I'm assuming you're talking of a live business problem and not some mathematical problem, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, basically, it's a personal opinion, right? But the point is that, there is, most probably in real life, there is nothing called right and wrong, right? You start off in a certain direction. As long as it meets a fruitful outcome worth the resources and time that you have spent, I think you should be happy, right? You might land up somewhere that you might not have thought earlier, right? So I think it's more of experimentation, right? Rather than thinking about it at, that this is, how do you say, a fixated route. So it's more like a river flowing, right? A river never flows straight, right? Canals do, but they are manufactured, right? The natural flow of water is basically curvaceous, and it just takes the flow as the topography is. So, philosophical answer to a philosophical question.
Yeah. No. So let me add to that. So statement axiom, I operate a lot in axioms, right? Axiom number 1 is best is the enemy of good. Okay. So do the good and don't wait for the best. So analysis paralysis that we talked about, right? Number 1. Number 2, in the software or in startup world, there's a word called ship. What it means is ship the damn product. Don't wait for the perfect thing. Ship it and iterate it and improve as it goes on. Okay. So to your question of solving, whether I'm paralysis, get going. You will not have the perfect. Satya Nadella's quote is also, you will not have the perfect data, right? You have to just start, and as Gunjan said, experiment, iterate, and find a way. It may not be perfect. Best is the enemy of good. Shift, but get forward, move forward.
I think that's a great answer, both of you, Gunjan and Krishna. Ananya, you have the privilege of asking the last question. We have a few more hands up, but I'm conscious of time. So I'm the other questions we can maybe send out by email and get responses to. Ananya, go for your question.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all of you for the insightful session. During COVID, we have seen that there was sudden shift of people working from home. Now, as the situations are getting better, what will be the strategy going forward in terms of digital transformation and in terms of work culture? Will we be shifting to hybrid work culture, or will we resume what we were initially doing?
I will take that, then others can pitch in. See, this is work in progress, okay? A lot of people have made announcements. Facebook has said that you can work permanently from home. TCS has said 25% of the people will only need to come to office. Others are saying, no, we have to come back. So I have my own views, okay? My view is that work from home was good, but many things that happened in face-to-face, especially from a training, coaching standpoint of view, is just not possible when it is virtual. Okay? Even now, I don't really know I, for example, have kept it like this, right? I mean, I can do it like I'm actually can be on the phone, right? And nobody knows. Okay. So, and that's terrible, right? So when you are face to face, the osmosis, the listening into conversation, the coaching that happens, all all of that is gone now. So you have to, I believe, come back to work. So I have, for example, in Tech Mahindra, I have started Wednesdays at work. Now I'm slowly turning the dial and making Mondays and Wednesdays at work. And a lot of people no, sir, 2 hours to come from Gurgaon. All that is happening, right? But we have to push the needle. And I think maybe 2 days at office or 3 days in office, 2 days from home, every alternate week, all of that will happen. Companies like Facebook are saying, look at the contrary, right? Facebook or Google, you can work permanently from home. You know what they're doing? They're looking at the IP address and say you're in Colorado, you will not get the COLA allowance of San Francisco. Okay, so they're cutting the salary, right? Google will also cut the salary, and they should, right? So you cannot draw a Bombay salary and work out of Amritsar. So that will happen also. So I think it will be a function of how the company feels it. Yes, the percentage of work from home will increase significantly, but people will have to come to work.
So just adding a little more perspective on that is that one of the things which matters is what kind of role people are in. And while most people have been working from home, but just a reminder, bank branches have been open. So
Yes.
there are some functions where it was just not possible for the function to exist in a remote manner. So there are going to be people who can permanently be on a remote working method. There are going to be a lot of people who will probably be on a hybrid, and there are going to be some people who can't be on a remote working, and some roles will require people to be in location. The only difference is that 3 years back, I think the option to remotely work was in many organizations it did not exist. During the lockdown, the option to actually be in office was not an accessible option. Now the optionality is there, and people are going to figure out what is the best model for that organization, those roles, etc.
Correct. And to add to that, any new joinee has to come physically for some time. Otherwise, he cannot absorb the culture. His culture is dictated by all these videos and what his wife tells him.
As an educational institute, I'm seeing both sides of it. We have a set of MBA students who are desperate to come to campus as soon as the conditions are allowed. They will be here in the hostel. They want to live in the hostel and enjoy being on a campus together. But also simultaneously, we've got a whole lot of working professionals who have now considered education from an IIM using an only online mode. They're probably going to come down to campus 2 or 3 days just to get to know each other once in a year. But then the rest of their education, they're fine to carry on in an online mode. So we've got all kinds, like Sangram said, the options are available. Different people will, based on their objectives, choose whichever options make more sense.
50% of an MBA education is the network.
And we see that in this panel here as well today, right?
And unless you have that friendship and ability, otherwise it won't happen.
True. So I'm sure there's going to be like a formal vote of thanks and all, but I'm going to jump in quickly and personally thank each one of you first before the students go with their formal one. Shailesh, Gunjan, Sangram, Krishna, thank you very much. I think it's been really, really insightful. What you've said has been very honest and open in terms of what your views are on this topic. It's a tricky topic. We're not discussing anything straightforward and easy anyway. But I think the students have benefited tremendously from what you guys have shared. The times are such that we're doing this online, but I'm really, really hopeful and looking forward to the next few months where we can repeat this kind of a thing, but with you invited in person. Hopefully we will also move to our new campus by then at IIM Nagpur. And I'm hoping that you would be among the first people to visit the campus and spend some time with our students and with faculty members here. Thank you from my side for accepting the invitation and sparing time on a weekend to be with all of us.
Thank you for having us over. And one target while you do the vote of thanks. No, sir, this time, please.
I didn't say sir to anybody.
No, those people. You will do formally now. No, the kids will come, no? And they will say Krishna sir and Shailesh sir and all that. So I'm just preempting it.
Yeah.
Or is the vote of thanks over? I mean, the kids will normally come to do, no? They're doing it?
Yes, yes. Have you?
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't address you, sir. Sir.
Sir, if I may, thank you, gentlemen, for those inspiring and informative words that you've shared with us today. Coming from eminent industry leaders and mentors like yourself, I'm sure they will resonate with each and every member of the audience. We would now like to request everyone to kindly smile while we click a picture to conclude this session, if it's okay.
Problem in the online world is you don't know when the pictures click. No, great pleasure. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, students. It was on behalf of everyone, but my pleasure and our pleasure to be here. Right? So thank you so much for calling us over.
Thank you.
On behalf of the IIM student fraternity, I take this opportunity to express a sincere gratitude to all the panelists for taking the time to grace this event with their presence. Thank you so much. We would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the sponsors of Illume 6.0, official title sponsor, Union Bank of India, co-sponsor, UMA Group, media partner, Business Standard, legal and advisory partner, Startup Spine. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time, and to our audience for such an engaging participation. We will now have a short break and will reconvene for the next session at 1:25 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Bye. Bye.
We aim to innovatively address the needs of a modern India and connect aspirations and realities to attain benchmarks that are respected globally. The theme chosen for Illume 6.0 is Innovating Today to Revolutionize Tomorrow, Disruptive Trends of the Future. This theme essentially focuses on sowing seeds of innovation today for better gains tomorrow.
And now, with the blessings of our respected director, Sir, Dr. Bhima Netri, we will start our illustrious event, Illume 6.0. Dr. Metri has served as the director of IIM Trichy, following stints at the L&T Institute of Project Management, Vadodara, MDI Gurgaon, IIM New Delhi, and BITS Pilani. A PhD from IIT Powai, Dr. Metri is serving as chairperson of various national institutions such as the All India Board of Management Studies, AICTCE, and the Innovation Committee Bureau of Indian Standards. Sir is also a member of prestigious Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome him for the Illume 6.0. And sir, I humbly request you to commence the event and share a few words of wisdom with us.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, all of you. Today's respected panel members, Ms. Seema Kumar, Ms. Anita Goa, and Mr. Amrinder Singh, and Mr. Anshuman. So all the key distinguished industry leaders, Professor Gunjan, who is a moderator and head of the information system area, and also she is head of the IT at IIM Nagpur, Professor Atul Pathak, who is chairperson of the executive education and mentor for Illume 6.0. All my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity, first of all, join two of my dear students, welcoming you all for this Illume 6.0 and particularly on technology panel discussion. So briefly about IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur started as a 14th IIM in the year 2015 in the 13th biggest city of India, which is also center point of India, or if we popularly call it as a heart of the heartland, Nagpur. And IIM Nagpur is located in a multi-product special economic zone, and which is surrounded by 80 and odd companies. And this is the only IIM, people say that हॉस्पिटल के बीच में मेडिकल कॉलेज होना चाहिए, वैसा बिजनेस के बीच में बिजनेस स्कूल होना चाहिए. And this is the one IIM which is surrounded by large number of corporates, right from Boeing spare parts company to L&T and SCL Technology, Tech Mahindra, to name a few, and Lupin, AIMS, and all those companies. IIM Nagpur, since inception, it emerged as a growing business school, and last 1 year, it is one of the fastest growing IIM in the country. And also, Nagpur is also, according to Oxford economic reports, it says that it is the 5th fastest growing city in the world. And if you look at the business school, also in the premier business school, Nagpur is also one of the fastest growing. So we have transformed the institution a lot in very short period since its inception. So we begin with PGP with the small strength of the first batch of about 55. And today I am Nagpur. Last year we were double the strength from 120 to 240, and today it is a 240 strength. And last year, we announced IIM Nagpur is going to start a research PhD program focusing on research and responding to new national education policy of Government of India. We floated the PhD program for regular a PhD program, and we are also going to start PhD program, doctoral program for working professionals for the coming year. And IIM Nagpur also announced 2 working professional programs, one at main campus IIM Nagpur for the catchment area of Nagpur to sharpen the skill and also to lead the uncertain world, fluid world. We started working professional program, and the actual first batch is going to start next month. IIM Nagpur is going to launch its second campus in the Western Maharashtra, Pune, which is the biggest industrial hub, auto as well as IT. CIIT Pune, which is located in Bosri. We are going to launch 7th of this month. JW Marriott, we are going to make the announcement of Pune campus, and November we are going to launch MBA for working professionals from our Pune campus this year. And next year, we are going to start a data science and management 2-year full-time MBA program from its Pune campus. And apart from that, IIM Nagpur is also going outside its own state, Maharashtra. We are going to set up our campus in Hyderabad, Gachibowli, National Institute of MSME. We already made a MOU, and we are going to start next year our another campus in another metro, that is Hyderabad. And we are going to begin that campus with working professionals program, which is also industrial hub. And 25, we are planning to go to global, Southeast Asia, Singapore, we are going to set up our campus. So these are our plans. And as far as last 1 year, what we did, we have started from zero executive education, and Professor Abdul Patak, under his leadership, this particular division, executive education, started growing. We began our first program with IOCL's mid-career program, and then there onwards there is no looking back, and now again large number of programs are lined up with public sector, private sector. And then we begin with e-learning program. We initiated in the month of December, and from December to till today we have floated 7 programs, and today evening we are floating the 8th program in different areas, in the area of information systems, in the area of general management program, strategy. Today we are going to launch a program in the operations area, operations and project management. And we also last Sunday, we have opened up, being the youngest IIM, we started senior management program for the corporate leaders. So this SMP was the uniqueness of SMP. We got the oversubscription, and 4 weeks advance we have to stop. It's, we have to close it because of the oversubscription, and we are breaking into 2 batches, and we are going to work on that. And 2 more programs are yet to launch. One is cybersecurity and data analytics, which is first of its kind in the country. No business school, nowhere such a program of 1 year, and that also international nature. We are tying up with this program is in collaboration with FedEx. And all of you know that FedEx is one of the best in cybersecurity. So FedEx Institute of Technology, housed in Memphis University Business School, a joint international certificate program, first of its kind, we are going to launch, and that is going to start sometime in November. And another program with another great business school in Europe, that is Copenhagen Business School, and it's there, and they have a center called Blockchain. And we have tied up with the Copenhagen Business School Center of Blockchain and IIM Nagpur together. We are going to start before the end of this academic year, sometime in February, a blockchain postgraduate certificate program. So these are the two unique programs IIM Nagpur is going to start, even though it is the youngest one. Because business schools are all about the intellectual capital, and we have early career young faculty member who have reasonably good exposure to the corporate world as well as global exposure. And to give the experience and learning curve, we have hired the adjunct professors from IIM Calcutta, IIM Lucknow, IIM Kozhikode, and we are going to hire very soon one professor from IIM Ahmedabad, and many more are in queue in year after, probably 10 to 12 adjunct professor, those we have put up 30 and odd years of service on to the first generation IIM. They are going to join IIM Nagpur to strengthen the executive education and also act as a mentor and advisor to some of our young faculty to build 4 pillars of the management education, that is teaching, training, research, and consulting. In true sense, IIM Nagpur, in a short span of 5 years, we have opened the account in all the areas. Teaching, anyway, we are there. Research, we have started PhD program, and large number of publications are coming up nowadays. And the third, we have got a 2 research project. And training, we just started last year, December, and now probably I am happy to say that IIM Nagpur is the one of the unique IIM, very few probably live apart, 3, 4 first. We are the one, our revenue from executive education is today, we started just 10 months back, it is much more than the revenue coming from our flagship program. So it is rarest of rare happens, we have made a difference in 1 year, and our dream is 80% of the revenue of the business school, because we are a business school and we should be basically not only teaching, but we should also doing or showing with action how business should be done. So 80% of the revenue in coming 5-year plan is coming from executive education, and flagship program, it should be less than 20%. That is what our target for 5 years. And we also entered into consultancy. We are doing number of consultancy assignment. To name a few, we are doing consultancy with Bosch, Larsen & Toubro, and Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra. So to name a few. And apart from this, IIM Nagpur is also largely involved in policy advocacy and policy making, and whether it is the new national education policy, right from giving input, they interviewed 127 people, so they interacted with some of us, and also now the implementation task force, they have made 9 task force. I am part of one of the task force for implementation of NEP 2020, apart from All India Council for Technical Education Management side, IIMA Board of Studies, or Bureau of Indian Standard for representing India to different part of the country for ISO. So in all those areas, IIM Nagpur is a forefront to participate. Apart from that, we also work very closely with the Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship and other companies, because IIM Nagpur also set up a separate company, Section 8 company, IIM Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development. So this company's focus is, we are focusing in 3 areas. One is agriculture, because to raise the bar for Vidarbha farmers, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra and part of Telangana Vidarbha region. And second one is we are focusing MSME, and third is social sector. So, and this INFED has been recognized by Ministry of MSME and DST as well as Niti Aayog. And we are creating a separate, focus on MSME as well as agriculture through INFED. And also IIM Nagpur is one next to IIM Bangalore, trained 2 sets of 60 and odd women entrepreneurs, and they are working in different stages in startup. And now we are initiating another program, Startup to Scale Up. Start to Scale Up program we are looking to. We are tied up with Toronto Business Development Center, which is an arm of Government of Canada. And from not only government scheme is local, vocal, and global as Prime Minister's slogan. To align with that, we have tied up with Canada, and those who start their business to grow and take it to the global, we have arrangements with Canada government. So like that we are, and apart from that, IIM Nagpur also has large number of strategic partners with different part of the world, right from Japan to France to UK to US. We have made strategic partnership, and in some cases we have dual degree programs. In some cases we have joint student and faculty exchange programs. So these are some of the initiatives we have taken. I am sure in years to come, and the kind of people who are input and insight definitely make a difference in the minds of our students. As far as technology panel is concerned, we are moving from industrial era to intelligence era. So industry era, everything was visible, big equipment, assembly line, and people working. In intelligence era, nothing is visible. So everything is intangible, but the great result comes. The best example of DBS Bank of Singapore. So those are the eras, and it is a fluid world, and context is changing, disruptions are happening, and you poor people are the leaders in this area. I'm sure how technologies our magic of technology is changing everything, and the world is like a flowing water. It is a fluid world, and that is how in the coming December we are going to do a big international conference on leading business in a fluid world. I am sure this technology panel will discuss a lot of how this fluidity, agility is going to make a difference, and how the leadership style and workplace and skilling, reskilling, learning, unlearning, new learning, how these are going to be a part of the life, and perpetual learners are going to lead the world. I'm sure your panel is going to make a lot of insights, and it is going to be not only useful, but it will set the direction to our students and faculty to take it further, and it will help to raise the bar and to take IIM Nagpur to the next level. With this, thank you very much. Once again, welcome all the esteemed panel members. Namaste.
Also for enlightening us with your words. Without further ado, let's move forward with today's session.
Commencing the session with the essence of immense gratitude, we here at IIM Nagpur care for the environment and its rejuvenation. Hence, we would like to greet our esteemed guests with something invaluable. Following our culture, we would like to welcome and honor our esteemed guests with a unique living and breathing gift that will live for several decades. A tree on your behalf has been planted on the periphery of Tree for Tigers, Panna Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. The certificate for the same will be mailed to you shortly. Very welcome to you, madams and sirs.
COVID-19 altered every person's reality overnight. Individuals, cities, economies, countries, and continents have experienced the shock of lockdown and the fear of unknowing. During these tough times, the leaders of every organization have been on the front line, leading efforts to facilitate employees. In situations like these, good leaders, in addition to handling the business requirements, are also responsible for managing the concerns and apprehensions of their employees. Technology has become the core enabler to deal with these uncertainties effectively and efficiently. Ample of new ideas and innovations came to the front line to get us accustomed to this new normal. Today, we have amongst us speakers who will enlighten us on what to expect and what are the innovative trends of the future in regards to technology. Moving ahead, we will now request Predictions Analytics Club along with OPEX, the Operations Club of IIM Nagpur, to share their presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Smriti Rajarajan, on behalf of Analytics and Operations Club of IIM Nagpur, would like to present on the future technologies. It is rightly said that every time we invent something, we make it easier to invent something else. Technology has shaped our lives and has connected each one of us. The smooth offline to online transition during COVID can be attributed to the advancement in technology. Let's now deep dive into the disruptive technology trends of the future. Dating back to around, next slide please. Dating back to around 1760, the first industrial revolution was the transition to new manufacturing process using water and steam. The second revolution saw electrical energy being synergized for even greater production. The subsequent revolution involved the use of information technology to automate the production, and it took less time to transition to Industry 4.0 when compared to other digital transformation lead. This can be attributed to the high advancement in technology and the high adoption rate. The fourth industrial revolution is the era of smart machines, integrated and connected devices, along with the power of artificial intelligence. Technology is making a mark not only in manufacturing, but in multiple verticals and horizontals across different industries. Next slide, please. Talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has transformed the world. It is expected that AI will evolve to such an extent that it will be part of almost all the aspects of human being, be it personal or work. So with AI at the fulcrum, there are different technologies which are evolving and are expected to be part of the disruption. Let's see some of these technologies and their use cases solving real world business problems. Cryptography. With the dire need of privacy and security in digital world, various advancements have been made in the data protection. Homomorphic encryption is one such technique where the encrypted data can be used for computation even without decrypting it. Robotic assistance. Service and industrial robots are machines designed to work with. They are specially used to automate repetitive tasks. Bravo Robot, a Make in India industrial robot by TAL Manufacturing Solutions, is designed to lift loads up to 10 kgs. And did you know, Mitra from Invento Robotics assisted the country during COVID-19 by carrying out tasks like disinfecting surfaces to answering patient questions, etc. Digital twins. In the industrial manufacturing, digital twins are used to simulate the production process. IoT sensors feed real-time performance data, and with the advanced analytics and machine learning algorithms, digital twins simulates complex what-if scenarios to identify the best operational conditions. We all know what AR and VR is. In the healthcare and life sciences industries, AR coupled with digital twins of humans can be used to perform complex procedures, test impact, and foresee complications. Next is blockchain. Blockchain has application in various domains and sectors like healthcare, government, retail, and also entertainment and media. Indian government has efficiently used blockchain in land records to manage immutable land-related document, and also SuperCert, which is an anti-fraud certification management solution for educational certificate. Next slide, please. Every company wants to be an early adopter. Next slide, please. Every company wants to be the early adopters and don't want to be stagnant in their digital transformation. But with the introduction of new technology comes the challenges of adoption. The major issue can be integration with already implemented technology and the organization's business process. Technology training and data migration are additional tasks which has to be performed. AI in robotics and techniques like machine learning can improve economic, social welfare, and exercise of human rights. Owing to the proliferation of AI in high-risk areas, the pressure is mounting to design and govern AI to be accountable and transparent. Achieving this is one of the pressing challenges that we face today. Now, the bigger question is, how should business overcome these challenges and adopt to the new and emerging technologies? 2020 has taught us that expecting the unexpected needs to be a common business practice now and in the immediate future. A business digital adoption has to be competent enough to transform today and tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Prediction and OPEX, for sharing the information with all of us. We would like to take this opportunity to introduce today's speakers. Our first panelist for today is Ms. Seema Kumar. She leads technology strategy and programs for the Global Partner Solutions organization at Microsoft India. In this role, she works closely across the diverse partner ecosystems of GSIs, services, and ISV organizations, aligns and enables them with the Microsoft technologies, accelerates repeatable IP-based solutions, and practice development. Prior to joining Microsoft, ma'am spent over 15 years at IBM India, accumulating diverse experiences, leading technical and business functions across product development, offering management, developer ecosystems, and technical pre-sales. She has managed several global and domestic missions, nurturing and growing strong technical talent. Ma'am is a frequent blogger and speaker at various technical conferences and the author of 3 technical patents.
Introducing our next speaker for the session, Ms. Anita Guha, Chief Information Officer, Talent Advisor, IBM. A graduate of Howard University, Anita ma'am has a proven track record in talent management with a focus on learning, leadership development, and diversity. Her experience spans a range of industries and locations, including the public sector industry, pharmaceutical industry, beverages and IT industry in Austria, Japan, and India. She has been recognized for the Women's Choice Award for her deep passion, outstanding commitment, and high delivery in the field of inclusivity and gender equality. Ma'am is passionate about sharing her expertise by blogging and writing for national publications and speaking at a variety of conferences. She has also designed and delivered a 30-hour workshop on HR practice, a corporate perspective, to BMS students at St. Xavier's College, Mumbai.
Now, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Amrinder Singh, Executive Vice President and Head of Europe at Hexaware Technologies. Amrinder sir heads business operations for the European region at Hexaware. Sir is responsible for all the business functions of this region, including driving business development, overseeing service delivery for clients, driving partnerships and alliances across the region. Over the years, Sir has successfully created and led high-performance client management teams across more than a dozen European countries, which have delivered industry-leading customer satisfaction for clients and long-term profitable growth for technology service providers.
Our fourth panelist is Mr. Anshuman Vatsai, Director, NCR Corporation. Anshuman sir is a product engineering leader in digital banking, AI, ML, data and analytics, asset management, and risk management. Also worked with multiple banks like ANZ, Tuge, and Goldman Sachs. His experience includes running large teams of more than 600 people in global delivery ownership from India and collaborating with distributed teams across US, Europe, and South Africa. He is passionate about developing talent, learning new technologies, and showcasing India's capability. Moving on, our moderator for today's session is Professor Gunjan Tomar. Gunjan ma'am is a faculty in the information systems area at IIM Nagpur. She holds a doctoral degree in information systems from IIM Nagpur. She was previously engaged with IIM Raipur as an assistant professor, prior to which she was with the Institute of Financial Management and Research, Chennai. She has co-authored a book titled Career Dynamics in a Global World, Indian and Western Perspectives, written by Prem Rajan Raman, Anil Fourier, and Michael B. R. Over to you, Gunjan ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to thank.
Ma'am, it's not audible.
I'll try to speak louder. Is it better now?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to everyone. I will start by thanking our director for coming and taking out time for the panel, and our vibrant speakers today. I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. So I'll not take much time. I think all of us are here to listen to what Stalwarts has to say. I think we can start with Ms. Seema and Mr. Anshuman, where they can extensively talk about latest technology trends. For instance, augmented intelligence, process mining, cybersecurity, sustainability, and maybe then Ms. Anita can pitch in with her extensive experience in digital transformation and disruption, that how these technologies are leading disruptions. Ms. Anita, I request you to also share your views on what all this means to women in IT, particularly considering your interest there. Mr. Amrinder, with her extensive experience in service industry, we would really love to hear from you that how your clients, for instance, are pacing up with these advanced technologies. Are these technologies reflected in adoption in real world, how far you have caught up. So these are just some of my curiosity that I'm sharing with the panel. And I think without much ado, let's start the discussion. Welcome all of you again.
Yeah, so Gunjan, do you want me to start off?
Yeah, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. And let me start by really congratulating IIM Nagpur. I think just listening to the director's narrative on the progress being made, right, in such a short time, it is very, very impressive, right? And I think each and every student out here should be very, very proud of, what on the path that you have set forward on. So congratulations and wishing everyone all the very best. And secondly, the opening presentation to me was all the students behind the club who I think researched it and prepared that. Again, very, very impressive, right? And I learned a few things, especially on the cryptography bit, which I didn't know. So really impressive work over there. So keep the curiosity alive, right? I know not everyone out here may choose to move into a career which is tech centric, or that may be what you're thinking, but the reality is technology is no more a domain that you pick, right? It is whatever industry you choose to pursue, right? Whichever profession you choose to pursue, technology will play a very, very important role, right? So it's no more something that is a choice. So I think from that aspect, sometimes we talk about, being technical or not being technical. In today's day and age, I don't even think that is an option. So let me start with that. As the, during the introduction, I think was mentioned that I've spent most of my career, right, or rather all of it, in the technology space. And over the years, over the last couple of decades or so, right, I've been fortunate enough to see the various shifts, the major shifts, right, from a tech industry perspective. And never before has it been so so relevant to me as the last few years, right? Specifically from a last couple of years perspective, if you look at how we are all working, studying, living, playing, and operating today, right? In just look at this virtual conference, right? None of it is possible if not we didn't have the strong technology infrastructure to back it. So the acceleration that was happening. So we used to see, say 5 years back, right? Large companies, small companies talking about digital transformation, right? In terms of adopting more digital technologies, about adopting cloud technologies, and really bringing that angle of digital into what they do, moving out their legacy systems to more agile digital systems. All of that in the last 18 months or so, what would have happened maybe in the next 2 to 3 years actually accelerated, right? Within a few months, small, medium, large companies, right, had to go digital. There was no choice. And there are few, I know the session is called disruptive forces or something in technology. Disruptive is seen as very, it can be seen as a negative term, right? But I would really put it in a positive light, right? So when you look at some of those technologies that play a very, very critical role today, right? Number one is the cloud. Cloud is not new. It's been there for over a decade or so. But more so in the last couple of years, right? Even the kinds of applications that would not traditionally be running out of a cloud are today running out of a cloud. And the early apprehensions on the cloud, a lot of it was to do with security, right? And also to do with what happens to my data, right? It's my company's data, it is my customers' data. What happens if I go ahead and put it in a public data center, public cloud infrastructure? Now, again, and then I'll touch upon the first aspect of security, right? One of the most relevant, if you need to pick, right, any one area, I would say it is cybersecurity, number one, right? Today, there are only two types of people. one set of people know that they've been hacked. The other set of people don't know they've been hacked. It is that rampant, right? The number of security incidents that touch you and me on a daily basis, right? Because we are, there is so much we are doing, right? Be it on our mobile phones, be it on our emails, and whether it is a phishing attack, whether it is a ransomware attack, huge organizations are being held at ransom, right? Because of all the cybersecurity events that are happening. So that is not something that can be ignored, and that is an area of huge investment. In fact, just a week back or so, in the US government, in the White House, there was a huge meeting where Joe Biden really called all the tech company CEOs together to really see what can we do jointly. And several organizations, including Microsoft, IBM, and several others, have pledged, right, not just investments but a lot of research, because the hackers are out there, the dark web is out there, right? They are going at a pace which it's a war. It is a war that is unseen, but it is happening. So cybersecurity is the trend right now in terms of not just protecting, but detecting threats, blocking your threats, building a secure security intelligence landscape so that you're able to predict a threat even before it happens, so on and so forth. So that's one key thing I would like to call out. And if anybody is really interested in that, it's a space which guaranteed, right, will ensure that the learning never stops, right? Because it's something which evolves every day, every minute, and there's always something new that's happening out there. And it's all about how smart you are in terms of catching it before it occurs. There were many other, in the opening presentation, right? I think she spoke about artificial intelligence, she spoke about blockchain, analytics, so on and so forth. And all these technologies are path-breaking technologies, right? So if I were to say, for example, pick up AI, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not a new concept. It has been there even when I was studying, right? So that's like 20 years back, there was artificial intelligence. There were programming languages that would allow you to really create AI-based systems, but it was an AI winter at that point in time that we call it, because at that point in time, maybe the technology was there, but the industry and the ecosystem wasn't ready for it, right? The reason AI is so relevant today is because of, number one, the kind and amount of data that we are dealing with, right? So whether it is an individual or a large organization, you are dealing with a lot of data, right? And you're sitting on that data and not really, most of the time, you're not doing anything with it, right? And there is traditional analytics, traditional business intelligence systems that allow you to create dashboards out of it and allow you to visualize that. But how much are you leveraging the data to maybe do decision making, right? To maybe detect patterns, to really remove a lot of the manual repeatable work that typically happens in any business. How much are you applying technology on top of that data to do that? So number one, the key thing that has happened is the proliferation of data. And secondly is the availability of the systems, right? The hardware, the kind of processing power that we are having. And today, anyone, right, with a credit card can have as much access to the best servers as they want, right, on the cloud. So it's no more about procuring that expensive, it's no more about capex. It's a lot about opex. It's a lot about access to the kind of computing resources, processing resources on an on-demand fashion that you can use. So those are two reasons that have really encouraged the use of AI. However, I would say AI is still at its infancy, right? Because there is a lot of application of AI today in our daily lives, right? Anybody who has used a voice assistant or a chatbot or any sort of this conversational interface is already dealing with AI, but that is AI at a very, very, very basic level, right? The true power of AI is when we see businesses, right, actually infusing AI in their decision making, where they are creating machine learning models, creating automated ML out there to really not only understand the data, automate the decision making, and thereby, creating a lot of scale and repeatability in your system. So, and I think this first speaker, she spoke about it, right? Is how do you do this in a very responsible way? So one of the scary parts of AI, right? If you watch those sci-fi movies, right, where AI takes over the world and the robots will kill all the humans, and the doomsday scenario. It is in a way, there are areas of concern, right? So how do you ensure that the AI that is being built today is ethical, right? How do you ensure that it is trustworthy, it is transparent? If a decision is being made by an AI system, how explainable is it, right? How transparent it is? Can it be overridden by a human professional, right? Can you continue to train it and continue to ensure that the core principles of AI, right, is from a more ethical and responsible standpoint? Again, a huge area of study, a lot of innovation, a lot of research happening, great area to explore. Now let me move on to another area. I think she also mentioned was the digital twins and the AR, VR, and the mixed reality and all of that. Now the interesting thing is the last year or so, right? We've all been working remotely, right? We've been using the collaboration tools like Teams and Zoom and others to conduct our classes and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it's definitely, right, however you may say that it's great and you're able to do your classes wherever you are, you're reducing the travel time, it definitely does not replace the in-person experience, right? I'm sure everyone would agree to that. I definitely miss going into the office, meeting people, and just that formal informal kind of a thing that you have, it does affect you. And another thing that we've also seen is there is fatigue, right? There is a lot of video fatigue. In fact, a couple of days back, I was reading that for some reason, right, the camera, the video always on fatigue hits women more than men. So there is some data point around that as well, right? So if you're always 8 hours through the day, if you're going to be speaking to a camera, it's not easy, right? It's definitely not easy. And then it's also, you miss a lot of the body languages, you miss a lot of the gestures that are out there in this kind of a setup. So while we've made the remote work from anywhere, hybrid work possible, it definitely doesn't replace the human connect. Now the next best option is also to bring in some level of if not a touch and feel, some level of visualization, right? So in areas such as manufacturing, for example, right, in areas where which are very engineering centric, or where your profession really involves working across maybe 3D models, so on and so forth, we have seen mixed reality kind of technologies, right, playing a lot of being a huge help in terms of providing access to somebody who may not really have access. Just to give an example, if you are on the manufacturing floor and say you're working on a machine, and the person who's working on the new set of devices is maybe not the expert. They are a trainee, or they're learning on the job. The ability to have, and if they're wearing an AR VR device, right, say they're wearing a HoloLens or something like that, the ability for somebody sitting totally remote, they need not even be on the shop floor, right? Totally remote ability for them to guide them, to see what the other person is seeing, and actually have a feeling of being in the same physical space. This is at its infancy, right? So this kind of technology, there is a lot, you should go and search it up. There is a lot of interesting work that is being done, some cool videos out there around mixed reality, around, for example, Microsoft Mesh was recently released. It's really like out of a Hollywood movie, right? But it's happening, right? And it will come to us maybe from an India perspective, maybe a few years down the line, right? But how do you really unlock the various applications for it, right? Another example I can really give is in the medical industry, right? In manufacturing is one. Again, doctors. India is a country where healthcare, while we do have a lot of infrastructure, we still have a dearth of qualified expert medical professionals, right? Especially in some of the critical diseases and so on and so forth. But can we, right, using some of these technologies, enable the doctor sitting in Mumbai actually operate on somebody sitting in a remote location? It is happening. Maybe it's not a mainstream today, but it is happening in pockets today. And that is the power again of technology, and all of this put together, right? Of what all that I talked about, right? It could be the cloud, it could be AI, it could be the mixed reality kind of a thing. But it does save lives, it does change lives, and it does give access. I'll just end with the last thing that I think again gives all of us, especially who are in the technology industry, a strong sense of purpose, right? In terms of how we unlock the power of technology to change lives, right? And the pandemic has been very unfair, right, to the society. Each of us have been affected in our own ways, but a huge section of the population, unfortunately, is the children who've been going to, say, the government schools and the not so well-to-do, right? And you would hear stories of children learning through the single family phone that is out there, or learning from a television. It has not been easy, right? It actually sets our country back, right, a couple of years just in that basic primary middle school education. The government of India had recently introduced, a digital skills initiative for all the schools, and we just a couple of days back announced a partnership where we are going to make the Teams software available to a lot of those schools, right, to really reach access to the ones who most need it, right? And all you need is to provide that, because the children are very smart, right? And they will pick it up from there. So I'll just sum it up by saying, right, technologies have a lot of empowering capability. They may be disruptive in nature. They may change the way you work and live and play, but they do change lives, right? And whether it is for a profit-making organization, or it is for it is for a social cause, there is a lot of power in bringing all these bits together and making a difference. So with that, I know I've maybe exceeded my time, so let me just hand it over to Anshuman to pick it up from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. So great. I think great point, Seema, and a pretty.
I think since we were on the topic of inclusion, if Ms. Anita can pitch in.
Sorry, Ms. Gunjan, your voice wasn't coming through.
No, I was saying that since we have ended on a very, very meaningful note of inclusion and purpose of technology, if Ms. Anita would like to contribute here.
I think it would be nice actually if Anshuman takes over, and then after that I'll speak for sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Anshuman. I think you're already on a roll.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I didn't hear Gunjan's comment. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So thanks, Gunjan. Thanks, Seema. Thanks, Anita.
Yeah.
I think a couple of key messages first, and I'll keep it short and sweet and crisp. First of all, congratulations to the students of IIM Nagpur, right? What you are doing today is you're actually building an institute beyond building your own careers, right? It is these special moments that count more. Everybody gets a job. Everybody has a great career. We all work towards it. We will all get the ideas. It'll all happen. But the fact that you've come to a new IIM, the fact that you've leveraged some of the lessons of the older IIMs, the fact that you're almost a part of history, right? So Professor Atul is a classmate of mine from IIM, as is Amrinder, as were many people from our earlier panel, the strategy panel as well. And it's a pleasure to see careers mature. It's a pleasure to see things come in together, right? It's a pleasure to see. I saw the presentation that Smriti made just now. She enumerated a bit of few of the technologies and the sort of trends. So a couple of key messages I want to leave you with, right? One, technology, become a technologist. right? And I'll define what is a technologist. That is not a choice anymore. All of us have to be technologists. Technology is coming in. All of us have to understand, appreciate, work with technology, and actually leverage technology to our advantage. I'll take a famous quote from one of the famous investment banks, Goldman Sachs, where they proudly said that they were not a bank, they were actually a technology company. And that trend is continuing across companies. A LinkedIn, a Facebook is getting into banking, right? A DBS, the bank in Singapore, is making great strides in technology and is actually showing the results in its banking results. So these are the things that are happening. So Seema has already enumerated the technologies. What I'll give you with or a flavor of is look at the application of this technology. Look at what it can do for you. Just a simple another quote, right? As humans, we will always need banking. We will always need services where a seeker of funds will need to come together with the provider of funds. And that is what banking does. But will we need banks? Or can that service be provided by other people, other fintechs who are stepping into the space? There is regulation that is coming in. Open banking is coming in. Open APIs are coming in. People are demanding the channels that become more and more sort of digital. People are moving to that. So the banks themselves are changing. Entire banking industry is changing. Technology is driving it, but the application of it in the banks is changing. Seema also mentioned about the artificial intelligence. My perspective is it is not artificial anymore. It is augmented intelligence. You get an additional input through the statistics, through the machine learning and algorithms, through a decisioning system to be able to bring it out. So as Seema again rightly pointed out, the part of ethical, the part of removed biases, the part of it being more human-like, those are the things that technology is evolving towards. So long as you are a technologist, so long as you understand technology, so long as you also understand what it does for you in your application areas, in your banking systems, in your, be it what it may, right? In say a Myntra of e-commerce, I'm just taking examples. In say an HUL in e-commerce or in FMCGs, pick any domain. If you understand what technology does for you, you will be that much more faster, you'll be that much more sort of powerful. You will make that much more of a name for yourself. Right, so that's what I'll leave you with. Handing over to the other panelists.
I think we can now start with Miss Anita.
Sure.
To begin and bring in some disruption and transformation perspectives as well here.
Sure. So, I think I love these comments that preceded me from both Seema and Anshuman, and I'm going to just pick up on a couple of threads and then add to that. So from Seema, I want to pick up the point about technology is not a domain you pick. I think a very important point she made. And then Anshuman took it further to talk about the fact of what is a technologist and how each of you needs to think about becoming a technologist that is applying technology for greater good. So keeping this in mind, and also your broad topic that you started with, which is disruptive trends of the future. And whatever Seema says, disruptive is a bit of a scary word, right? So how do we face up to this disruption? So what I want to talk about is identify some qualities that you need to be thinking of, each of us individually, in this world, which is a disruptive world. How do we cope in this world? And because there's a lot to say about it, I created a little bit of an acronym to remind myself about it, but also to help you remember. And that acronym is RISE, R-I-S-E. R for resilience. So one key part of dealing with disruption is for each of us to develop qualities of resilience. And one of the ways, all of you have to accept today is that when you go into a job or you go into any kind of profession, you are going to, in the future, lose your jobs. I mean, we are not going to have lifetime employment anymore. So part of that resilience is being open to that change and that disruption and the fact that what you had planned does not quite go as you had planned. And the best way to protect yourself and build resilience is through your skills. You've probably heard the term skills are the new currency. And so when we talk about currency, usually money is the currency we think about, and money is a way to represent value. So in our disruptive world, skills is the way you can represent value. When I joined industry, way back when, my daughter calls it the olden days, in those days, we used to talk about skills in terms of T-shaped skills. So we used to say that we need to have a broad set of skills and one key specialization. That's what the T represents. But now people talk about pie-shaped skills. So you say, you know, 2 areas of specialization and still a broad area. But in your times, T and pie-shaped is not enough. You now need comb-shaped skills. That means you need a broad set. We all need that broad set, but you need multiple specializations. It's not easy at all, because even getting one specialization well is pretty hard. So that's one aspect for building resilience. The second I, for when we go to the acronym RISE, is I for initiative. So taking initiative. And there I want to just emphasize the point that each one of you is a leader. And I think as an IIM graduate, you will all go into the workplace thinking, I'm a leader, right? But I think it's important also to recognize that everyone that you might end up supervising in the organization is also a potential leader. And sometimes, you know, when you graduate out of a great institute like IIM Nagpur, it goes a little bit to your head and you start thinking, you know, I'm better than the others. So my idea of thinking about initiative and self-starter and that kind of aspect is to think about it for yourself, take initiative, but also think about it for the people that you manage, the people that you lead. Everyone has the potential for leadership. And if you can help to bring that out, then you can be successful in a disruptive world. So S for sense-making ability. And one of the ways I think about that, just imagery-wise, is I think of if I had a hat with like these little antenna all around it to help me sense what is happening. And in particular, the idea of sensing and seeing around corners, that's an ability each of you needs to cultivate. And I would recommend a TED Talk by a person called Rosalinda Torres. So look it up and watch that TED Talk. I think the title is How to Be a Great Leader or something along those lines. But she talks about this aspect of the ability to see around corners. And that's an important ability you all have to cultivate. And IIM Nagpur is going to be a wonderful place for you to develop that ability, because in this batch of all your batchmates, you have a diverse network of people to connect with. And one of the best ways to build your sense-making ability is to diversify your network, to make sure that, and I talk about diversity here, not only as women and men, but diverse in terms of diverse different regions. And I'm sure this IIM has people from all over India and perhaps even the world coming into this place. So you get different perspectives, different income levels, different experiences, different ideas at the heart of it. And that helps your sense-making ability. So cultivate that. And the fourth point, RISE, is E. And that is more almost like an outcome out of, if you do the RIS, you'll get an entrepreneurial mindset. And that's another thing that you should foster if you want to be successful and thrive in this disruptive world. And that entrepreneurial mindset, the easiest way to look at it is to think about it in terms of experimentation. If you can constantly push yourself to experiment. And I can speak for myself personally, it's not that easy to do that when you come out of a good institute. You know, you come out of an IIM and you think, you know, I'm at the top of my game. And it's hard then to experiment, because part of experimentation means being open and willing to fail, because you'll find 99% experiments will fail and that 1% will succeed. So how do you still motivate yourself to do those experiments in spite of the fact that the fall might be quite a big one because you're already at the top of your game as an IIM graduate in the near future, right? So, but that is also very key. developing that entrepreneurial mindset. So those are the 4 points. And Gunjan, I've made note of your point that you want me to also tackle the whole diversity factor and women and the effort there. And we'll get into that in the follow-up discussion. But I do want to give my fellow panelists also an opportunity to speak, and then we'll come back to that point as well. All right?
Sure.
Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Amrita. Yeah, I mean, we are now waiting for Mr. Amrita to pitch in, I think, his experience in managing larger service-based industry.
Thanks, Ranjan. Thank you so much. Again, some very, very good points that have been raised and discussed by my fellow co-panelists. Thanks for that as well. I will actually start with a little bit of my personal story. I got into IIM just like you guys more than 20 years ago, where I met some of Professor Pathak, Anshuman. These guys were my classmates. I came from a very, very small town in Punjab, a very rural, semi-rural agricultural community. I was an engineer, but you know what? I'm probably just like some of you here, I would say I was a very reluctant engineer. Ended up doing engineering, and only towards the end of engineering, I realized that, you know what, I was not a very, very technical person. I tried to shift gears, got into an IIM to do a business management degree. And what did I know? You know what, at the end of that degree, I'm still going to heading back into the technology services industry. I joined a company called HCL, which is a very, very small in the global IT services space company at that time. That company today is one of the biggest, largest IT services providers in the world. I have seen the world shift and change tremendously in the last 20 odd years of my professional career. And believe you me, you're at the beginning of your career. The amount of change that you will see will surpass whatever any of you are thinking at this point in time. And the biggest driver of that change is going to be technology. Just around 20 years ago, some of you who may be from Chennai or may have been to Chennai, the city of Chennai used to end with a new tech park called the Tidal Park on the old Mahabalipuram road. That was practically the last building. That is where the IT city of Chennai starts today and goes probably another 25, 30 kilometers, where my current employers also have a very large facility, and several hundred thousands of tech workforce works in that place. That's the amount of transformation that I've seen within half of my professional lifetime. Today, 20 years ago, most Indian IT talent used to start their careers with Y2K projects. And there was a big concern in my classmates from engineering days that, after Y2K, what? Will we have a career? Will we have, a longevity that we seek at the beginning of a career? And look where we are today. There's not a single global Fortune 2000 company today which does not leverage India for technology. And they don't leverage India through captives or through service providers or through their own operations. They don't leverage India for what I will call the sunset or the legacy technology sets. No longer. It's all about cutting edge. All the cutting edge tech work that is happening globally for global Fortune 500 or G2000 companies, a significant chunk of that is happening from India. I have personally handheld several of my client stakeholders over the last 20 years across several countries in their journey, transformation from the legacy stack to most of the futuristic tech stack that some of my co-panelists spoke about. So what's the learning from my career that I can share with you? First of all, doesn't matter what your background is, doesn't matter how deep you're in technology or not, as long as you have the ability to learn and apply more and more technology, and technologies will evolve, you will continue to be at the forefront of your industry. It doesn't matter whether you're in banking, insurance, or my co-panelists gave some examples of why everybody's still going to need banking, but do they need banking from traditional providers, or are they going to have very futuristic tech driven startups delivering those services? One of the standout pictures, at least watching, I'm a big movie buff. If you go back to the movies, you will see a huge trading floor where traders are assembled in bright jackets and putting trying to put or short whatever they're trading, right? You know what? All of that picture is gone. It's history. It doesn't exist anymore. There is no physical stock exchange that exists anywhere, at least in the Western world. All of that has been replaced by what? By technology. So what are the lessons that I have learned from my career? You do whatever you want to, you will not be able to, number one, escape technology. Number two, doesn't matter what you know, how confident you are about your tech background, as long as you have the ability to learn and apply, you will do well. And third, any traditional business in any sector that you can think of will get transformed like crazy, much beyond any one of us can imagine. And all of that transformation is going to be led by technology. And fourth, India has played, continues to play a very, very significant role in the global, I would say, evolution of tech and business landscape. That role is going to expand, and each one of you, I'm very, very confident, will have a very, very strong role to play in that. So that's the learning that I have that I wanted to share with each one of you. And with that, I hand over to Gunjan back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amrinder. I think our students might be feeling very encouraging to hear that India is leading the technology scene globally. I think we all are talking about some very, very useful tips, specifically when we're talking about managing our skill and managing our career in disruptive world. I know it's very difficult to pinpoint on certain skill sets, but I mean, I just asking this question to all of the panelists, that if students actually have to focus, like these are the must know technology in current world that they have to get ready, what would be your suggestion?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question again, Gunjan ma'am, please?
So I was just saying that I know it's very difficult to cherry pick few, because I think the way Mr. Amrinder was also saying, that doesn't matter which technology, which domain you're talking about, you should always be ready to learn. But if you have to pick, like these are must know technology sets, right? Like Miss Anita talked about the comb shape skills, right? But so what would be the prong of those comb, if we have to pick, in your all experiences?
So it sounds like on the one hand, we are trying to say, you have to pick a variety, but I would really still re-emphasize that being versatile is a very important quality. And that openness to, like, suppose I tell you to pick this skill. I don't know, in a disruptive environment, I don't know if that particular skill is the one that's going to be disrupted in the future. So the message is really that you have to pick more than one, and maybe multiple more than ones. So I'm not willing to be pinned down to, this is the one that is your absolute, is going to solve your problems. Because the heart of it is that willingness to learn something and then have a breadth of knowledge around it, so that you can also learn something else and use something to apply somewhere else. Because ultimately, a lot of innovation happens in the cross-section between different skills. Because when you look at a certain way at a particular thing, you tend to you have a lot of assumptions about the way you do things. If you switch to a different topic and then try to apply the rules of this area to a new topic, that's when a lot of innovation occurs. So I would still push with versatility is important, and I wouldn't be able to, I don't know if some of my colleagues would like to pin down one or two that they really feel you should focus on. I'll give them a chance to.
So I'll attempt that in a slightly different way. I think I overall agree that, see, there is always a cost and benefit of specialization. versus a benefit of being a little bit more broad, right? So I think what you should focus on is, I'll enhance the question, Gunjan ma'am, and what I'll say is not just pick up a technology skill, also pick up a business domain. The combination of these two is what makes a more potent combination as you build your career. Advice for the students, right? So pick up something which you like, I mean, I've been through this, most of us have been through, who have been through these MBA colleges, right? When you come in, many of us don't know whether I'm doing finance or whether I'm doing marketing or whether I'm doing operations. I have no clue when I come in. I have done a basic degree for graduation and I come in. So decide on that, pick up an area that you want to pick. And then if you're really focused on picking up a couple of technologies, I think we had a good list that we talked about, right? Some technologies lend themselves much more easily to a domain than the others, right? So if you look at, for example, I'm just taking an example, machine learning is a statistician kind of a tool. So anywhere where you have large data sets that you work with, medical sciences is a big promising use case for machine learning, right? Pick those up. E-commerce has a lot of trends and spotting that is going on. In banking, machine learning, the statistician part of it, the data analytics part has taken off. The decision-making part of it is still to take off. So why I'm saying this is I'm bringing in the domain part of it and I'm bringing the application part of it of technology into it. Pick both of them up, get into a bit of a specialization. We can't be a generalist as we are starting our career. We need to have some unique selling proposition, right? We need to be able to understand which company we're going after. So pick that up. I'll refrain from actually naming which one it is because it's very interest dependent. We've spoken of some of these technologies. Pick any of them. All of them are equally rewarding. All of them are equally evolving. Pick your domain, see what makes more sense, and then become a thought leader, become a expert in that area, and then you see the sort of the way that your career takes off. That's the advice I would share.
I think I'll just add something to what Anshu said. See, at the end of the day, you are students in a B school, right? There will be plenty of folks who will go very deep into technology, and they are probably in the engineering or the technology schools, and who will continue to be pretty, I would say, detailed, deep down technical, and because that's the nature of the professional careers they will eventually pick up. But since you are B school graduates, my advice to you will be look for context rather than go deeper, and context of how different disruptive technologies can apply to what you're trying to do. So I'm just probably saying what Anshu said in a slightly different way, that take any industry that you have I would say interest in, but look for context. Disruptive technology is everywhere. It's not just AI ML. It is, for example, look at the amount of technology that is going to disrupt and is already disrupting the renewable energy industry, right? Look at what's happening to the automotive sector and how Tesla has completely transformed the way an entire industry has been set up over the last 120 years, right? So disruptive tech, and same in healthcare, right? So look, if I was in your shoes as a B school student, I would be looking for context more than trying to pick specific technologies and trying to go deeper in that, unless you have a huge personal interest in coding, development, or deep technology, and that's the career you want to pick post your B school degree. But since you are B school graduates, I would say look for context, look for applying that context, and look for how disruptive technologies in a whole variety of industries is going to shape that in the years to come. Getting that context, you get that context right, I'm pretty certain that you will get the big picture right, and you will then work towards that big picture in your professional careers.
And I think if I might give one more career advice, Gunjan ma'am, I think not necessarily technology or this, I think a couple of thoughts that are coming in from the people who are tuned into this session on YouTube and others is that the request is that continue to be humble, right? When you graduate from an IIM and some of this, there is a sense of entitlement that many of us graduate with, saying, yeah, I don't want to do this kind of a job. I don't want to do that kind of a job. I'll do only this and I'll do only this, right? try not to do that as much as possible. Try to be as open and as possible learn. I mean, I know Professor Atul, he's been through a few other things. He's quite a learned person, but I find him as a model of humility as from whatever interactions I have. Amy, again, is a very, very established person. I'm citing their names because I know them more personally than the other panelists that I do, but you see the humility that the panel brings together, despite the fact that they're all very accomplished people. And that's a very endearing trait. So beyond pure technology or domain skills, your human traits are also very important. Pick up the opportunities, go after them, and things will turn out very well after that, right? After the first couple of jobs, all of us will change jobs in the next 2-3 years as you get into your first jobs, right? 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, somewhere you'll change your job. The basic traits are what will help you a lot more as well as you go along. So I just thought it might be worth sharing that as well, Gunjan.
That's an excellent point. I completely agree to it that that should always be the first thing that we go out with. I think even what Ms. Sanita also talked about RISE, it is not possible until unless you have that humility inside. You won't experiment. You won't develop entrepreneur mindset if you don't have that humility in you. So I think that's one of the most, it's the most valuable advice, that it's more important to have more endearing human traits along with your whole package of skill sets and so on. Thank you for that advice. Okay, I think we are running out of time and our students have some questions for the panel. So I think I'll hand over to our student anchors here, so that they can also share some of the questions from the student community. Soumya, are you here?
Yes,
So I think we have just enough time to take some student questions as well. Off to you.
I would like to thank all the panelists and Gunjan ma'am for the very engaging and insightful discussion. We will now be taking questions. Anyone who would like to ask a question is requested to raise their hands using the raise hand option or put their questions in the chat box. Ma'am, we are open to taking questions. Shall we start?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Farman, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the time and the opportunity. So my question is, it is very evident that industries are employing more and more automation, and this has created a visible disruption and paradigm shift in the job market. So what skill one should invest in order to compete with the future AI and this disruption, and to just ensure long-term job security and growth?
I can give a shot at that, and I can pass it over to you, Anita, maybe after that. Good question, Farman. Thanks for asking. Very relevant, right? And I think when we talked about automated intelligence, Anshuman made the point of augmented intelligence as well, right? So it is, while more and more automation, more and more AI, ML is going to, create that kind of scale, right? It is going to remove the need of human beings, right, doing that repeatable work. Now, what does that do? So when the human worker becomes redundant in that scheme of things, it sort of frees up that to be more value added, right? So if I am, say a professional who understands a certain domain, a certain percentage of my time today, with the lack of automation, lack of automated models, is spent in basic operational repetitive tasks, right? Which is definitely not the right use of my time. It frees up my time to really empower me, right? To really use that time in terms of unlocking the intelligence, unlocking the experience that I bring. Any system, whether it is an AI system or a basic automated system, does not work in isolation. It is augmented with human expertise. Today, we have not yet reached that stage where everything is going to be like a total generic AI kind of a landscape. So while yes, AI and automation will make a few kinds of jobs redundant, it will create jobs in a whole new different avenue, right? And that is the reason that we talk about the skills that are required, right? is not that it's no more necessarily that kind of repetitive skill. It is maybe in the area of data science, in the area of automated decision making, some of those things. So it sort of unlocks opportunity and jobs in other areas. But yes, over time there will be some sort of a normalization. Anita, I'll hand it to you if you would like to add to it.
I'm just going to actually focus on the last part of your question, where you say to ensure long-term job security and growth. Okay, so I want to tell you, Borneo, you don't have long-term job security. Growth, yes, but long-term job security, it's a goner. It's not even an aspiration you should aim for. And the way to think about it more is in terms of looking at these two words, employment and employable or employability. And I think you've heard those two words. So, but it's really getting in touch with the fact that long-term employment is not what you're targeting, because long-term employment has this whole security association with it. But employability, now that's something that can really ensure long-term contribution, growth, adding value, all of those things to yourself and to the community. And that happens again, we come back to the skills area. Comb-shaped skills. When you build good comb-shaped skills, when you are continually learning, when you're humble, so that, because humility also helps us learn. It's when we are arrogant that we don't learn because we think we know it all, right? But humility makes us more open to new ideas. Even when they come from unusual sources, we're open to it. We're open to the idea that, hey, I might be wrong, because that's how I learn something new. I have to empty my overfull cup of water before I can start filling with new knowledge, right? So that's where the humility as well comes in. But so think more about, how do I develop this continuous learning type of attitude? Because then you will have growth, you will have stability, but not in the same way as having, permanent employment, but you will have employability. I hope that helps. And it applies to AI as well as to any other technology, really.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. Thank you, Seema ma'am. We'll be taking a question from the chat now. So the question is from Siddhik Anchal, and he says that in the era where technology takes the dominance and it is increasing, how different would be the role of managers in the future?
That is such an interesting question. I don't even know if I have the answer for it, but I'm going to take a shot at it. And I think it's a really interesting question. What does the role of leaders and supervisors in this situation where you're actually giving people a lot more autonomy to manage on their own? And I think the way you can think about it is for each of us to think about people who have inspired us. And, even though we do good work, we have some people in our minds who we think, this person really kind of inspired me to do even better work. Or, when I was facing a major setback, something they said or something they showed through their example made me think, I want to do more. I want to keep at it. I don't want to give up. So that is really the role that managers can play in the future, a more inspirational role, a more lead by example role. So there is still a role, but that role is not so much, do your job, and getting into the how to do the job, but creating a vision for what the meaning of this work is, so that, each of us individuals can then just go and be excited to do it. And you don't need that, because sometimes you face setbacks, and when you're on your own, you need that little push or little prod or little poke or whatever to just say, go for it, don't give up. So I would see that's the sort of changing role, more purposeful management. Sometimes one hears it in terms of servant leadership, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that's where I would go with it.
I think what I'd add to that is, I think Anita ma'am has said that very correctly. The human aspect of the manager is always irreplaceable, right? That always continues. But also remember that if you are the manager, the advice for the manager is, again, continue to build your USP. you have to have a very clear definition of what you can bring to the table in the company. So it's both. It has to be, you have to have the people management side. And if you're talking of a technologist kind of a person, you also have to have your core sort of delivery capability, your core own capability as well. It need not necessarily be aligned with the team, right? You could, I'm just taking an example. You could be the AI expert, the rest of the team is the cloud expert, right? That is also possible. But both people, both the team and you as the manager have to appreciate and understand that, and the human elements will always keep going on. So as you grow into your career, do not let go of building your own USP. That's I think still very critical. What you stand for, what is your brand, what you can do for everyone, what you can do for the company, what you can do for your team, that needs to be articulated very clearly and positioned very clearly, consciously. As MBA students, you understand that, and I think that's something that you should definitely keep on working towards.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take the question from Shubham next. Shubham, please ask your question.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My question is that we discussed about the technological disruptions and Industry 4.0. So what impacts does this emerging technologies and Industry 4.0 has on some businesses, and how this disruptions has affected the business models and their value chains?
Okay, so you've got the whole panel thinking, which is interesting. So I think the question is pretty broad, and I think that's what at least my thought is, that just try to narrow it down and bring it into one area. See, and when we say Industry 4.0, the fact that we are calling it Industry 4.0, it's of course a consultant's coin term, but the fact that it is Industry 4.0 means that it is being observed by multiple and pretty much every industry segment that you can think of, right? So some of these technologies, the way humankind is evolving, the way our own behavior is changing, you look at any of the sort of the kids, that the way they handle a PC or a tablet versus the way we handle it, it's so different. It's just innately different. They just know how to handle these things, right? So all of this is evident everywhere. So to narrow down your question, I think that's what the panel is struggling with. If you pick any domain, you can pick out any industry, you will see the changes that are happening. If I look at my own career to what Ami Singh said, right? And I'm going to put Ami on the spot a little bit here. So Ami used to be a lover of dogs in the campus, right? He used to love pets and all that. And now if I take that field and if I go into now, I see that there are so many, actually the Airbnb kind of people who are actually doing dog hosting, right? You can actually host dogs for each other if you have a pet. So pick up any, I'm picking a very obscure example. And the reason I'm picking that up is you pick up even something as obscure as that, you will still find that technology Industry 4.0 has brought its trends, has made a change. So that's what I'll leave you with. I mean, every industry is changing hopefully for the faster, for the better. The human connect continues to be supreme, I think, right? That still is the defining core value of most of the businesses. And that's what continues.
Yeah, I think just to add to what Anshuman just said, I will struggle to name a single industry which has not changed or transformed. I gave earlier the example of a Tesla transforming the automotive sector, or the renewables energy and the advances there. Look at what's happened in the last year and a half. The world successfully launched multiple vaccines all over the world in multiple countries as a challenge to something which nobody had a clue about, right? A typical vaccine, the time it used to take for a vaccine to develop and hit the market used to be in a number of years, right? All of that has happened in a number of months, and there is a huge bunch of technologies, data crunching, analysis, processing of all of that information, correlating with results. All of that has, and obviously production, right? Production and logistics, making it available to the last mile, right down to the villages. So all of those are, the examples are everywhere. I don't think there is a single industry where technology has not transformed or will not continue to transform. That's the only additional point that I would make.
I'm going to add one more point to that, and that is just the power of the consumer. I do believe that to a large extent, what technology has done is empowered the consumer in across industries. And that power has come, one, through more information. So today, if I'm looking for prices of a different product, I can just Google different prices and see, and then I'm not just stuck with buying a product, because I have a bunch of other choices I see right there. So it might be around that. Qualities, I can look at reviews, all of that. And another part where I'm empowered is if I'm having a problem with the product, maybe in the past I would have to go and call some number and try and get some response and then be fobbed off and then not quite get a response and, give up. But here I can do some kind of a Twitter announcement on it. And then if I have a decent number of followers, suddenly the company is going to wake up and respond, because it can have a big fallout on their product, right? On their service. So I think there is this big empowerment aspect that technology has enabled with customers. There is some counter happening to that now, where you get a lot of false information also. So there is that other side as well. But I would say in general, there is that empowerment, which has maybe made companies more user-centric, more thoughtful about how to serve more effectively. So I think in general, it's a good thing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sirs. Keeping time in mind, I'll take just the last question from Himanshu. Himanshu, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, firstly, to all the panelists for taking out time for us. So, ma'am, my question is that in terms of long-term objectives and short-term objectives in the current era, urges us to be agile. So, how can our long-term objectives be reflected in our short-term priorities?
So when you use the term agile, are you using it in contrast to the waterfall way of managing, or you're just saying agile as in fast? Like, I'm just wondering if you're using the
fast in terms of fast, as in the scenarios are changing.
Okay, so how do you act fast? Sorry, go ahead, Anshuman. No, clarify, please. I'm also trying to clarify the question.
Yeah, no, so I think again a very broad question, has all the panelists thinking, I think. So thanks, Himanshu, for that question. I think couple of things, right? And I, like I said, like it was very kindly mentioned in my introduction, I stand for one of my passions is building India's capability, right? We choose to be in India. Many of us on this panel, all of us can have global careers. All of us can be based anywhere. But we are in India. We are Indians. We have affinities which define that, and as a result, we also choose to also develop the capability. So I'll take an example of an Indian bank, right? To answer your question, to illustrate your question. Two banks. From my understanding of these two banks, HDFC as well as ICICI Bank. And if I might use the colloquial sort of Hindi language, HDFC is very famous for using the term "laddu dikhao pehle." So whatever you do, doesn't matter what initiative you're picking, show me where the fruit is, show me where it is happening, and show me how much time it takes to do it. Otherwise, I'm not doing this. Right? That was Mr. Parikh's sort of signature statement. ICICI Bank, it doesn't matter whether you're doing a worldwide transformation, cloud, whatever, pick whatever name. Very simple. In 3 months, unless you're giving me 3 things, you are not starting on this initiative. That's the way the projects, that's the way everything has to be prioritized. You have to have bite-sized chunks of anything that you propose. So any vision, as it is also with leadership, as it is also with managers, all these sort of the larger things, setting a vision is one thing, executing it in bite-sized chunks is the next level of that same leadership. And that's what we are seeing in the bigger organizations. I'm quite familiar with the banking parlance, so I can give you many, many examples on those. That's how we are seeing it being broken down. That's how we are seeing it being implemented.
Thank you so much, sir.
Amrinder sir, please go ahead if you want to make a point.
No, I think Anshu's point is very, very well made. We've had some good discussions. The only point I would keep it on the table for you students to consider is that do whatever you do, whichever field, doesn't matter. but keep that learnability alive within you. It will take you the farthest. Don't think that these 2 years of MBA, the education is over. Education is a lifelong pursuit in the area of each one of our, whatever we choose, it is likely that it is going to be more and more and more in the area of technology applied to whatever you're trying to do. So keep that learnability alive, and I don't see any issues with having that agility to weather any storm that may come, not just for you but for human race in general. All the very best.
Very well said, sir. Thank you, sir and ma'ams. Due to time constraints, we won't be able to take any more questions. We would now like to request Kunjan ma'am to give the closing remarks.
I think we all had some wonderful discussion, and the questions and the way panel responded to students' question, I mean, it's really impressive. So I will not take much time here, but I would like to thank all of our panelists to come here, spend time with the students and share their valuable experience, specifically the way they have brought out their personal stories while they're talking about it, and acronyms, like we have now heard some very good keywords that I think would be one of the most important takeaways of this panel discussion. We have RISE from Anita, which talked about how can you actually sustain the disruptive current trends, right? Disruptive world, by having that perseverance, having that fire to learn continuously and emerge. And we have talked about, like Seema, about a very interesting question of technology always associated with a purpose. So I think we all as a panel have agreed that technology cannot be seen as an isolation. It will always come with, as Anshuman said, context. Amrindal mentioned domain, right? So you have to combine technology with context in a domain and apply some purpose, so that you are able to give something out to country, to community, to society, and so on, and keep our humilities, right? Don't forget that. So I think the discussions were outstanding, and we have learned a lot from all of it. And yeah, I want to conclude by saying that being technologist is not a choice anymore.
Hey, Gunjan, I know I'm not
Thank you,
officially
panelists,
part
for
of
coming
this.
out today. It was wonderful. Please.
Although I'm not officially part of the panel, I'm very tempted to just step in towards the end.
Most welcome.
And I'm just going to take 2 minutes. So firstly, just personally want to thank each one of you on the panel to spare time and to be here with us in IIM Nagpur. As you know, IIM Nagpur is a new IIM and we do not have our own alumni, but you are now adopting IIM Nagpur, and as an institute that you will support on an ongoing basis. That is my hope. I hope we've been able to showcase our students as well and their interest in the field to you. And Anshuman mentioned humility of the panel members. I want to add one more trait to that. All of the people on the panel are extremely esteemed, very busy, highly accomplished in their roles. But for my students here, I want to highlight, other than what they know in technology, other than the big size businesses that they are leading, when I invited them to this panel discussion, one, they immediately agreed. But two, more importantly, they took time, had a separate meeting, a couple of meetings where all of them got together to try and understand what the audience is, what the biggest value for the audience would be, what should we be focusing on. So look at the professionalism, right? Despite their busy schedules and this being on a weekend, the amount of effort somebody puts into to make an event like this successful is amazing. And if that is not a trait which will endure, then nothing else will, right? So technologies might come and go, as the panelists have said. You have to keep learning new things, but it's traits like these which make people great. And our panelists on the show here today are a living example of that. So thank you very much. We will do a live version of this soon in our new campus, and at that time post-COVID, all of you would be welcome to be guests there and speak to our students and to faculty members in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Munjan ma'am and Atul sir, for your kind words. We would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone present here today for making this event successful with the participation and attention. We request all of you to share your emotions with the reactions and feature in Zoom, and let us with these heartfelt moments by clicking some pictures.
You have to tell us when to smile, okay? We can't see your camera.
Yes, sir, we can go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. We would like to thank our official title sponsor, Union Bank of India, co-sponsor, UMA Group, media partner, Business Standard, legal and advisory partner, Startup Spine. We wish you and your family a very good health. We will now have a short break and we'll reconvene for the next session at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Co-host Bhaskar wish you all a convivial welcome to the 6th edition of IIM Nagpur's Industrial Academia Summit, Illume. Since its inception in 2015, the Indian Institute of Management Nagpur has strived to create value-driven leaders, global managers, and entrepreneurs with strong conceptual foundations. IIM Nagpur continues making its mark on the world with its astounding growth. It's a melting pot of students from over 25 states with different cultural values lying right in the heart of India. IIM Nagpur is strongly committed to imparting strong educational foundations and values in the hearts, thoughts, and actions of future managers. In a true sense, IIM Nagpur is the canvas for the dreams to get actualized, personalities to flourish, and careers to change the world.
Through paths of serendipity, during one of our recent lectures, a profound thought emerged from the deliberations. The leaders who wish to introduce disruptive changes into business should be capable of perceiving entirely new worlds. Only then, one day, those worlds can be actualized. Continuing the tradition laid down in the past 5 years, Illume 6.0 seeks to harness the vast industry experience and provide the students a chance to peek at those new worlds. Persevering through an event that has had historical repercussions, the abilities of foresight and innovation took a paramount importance. In accordance, through its theme, Innovating Today to Revolutionize Tomorrow, Disruptive Trends of the Future, Illume 6.0 hopes to become a window through which all of us can see beyond the wheel of time.
We would like to begin with a small token of appreciation and gratitude for our chief guests today, Mr. Neeraj Kakkar and Mr. Subramanyeshwar, and our director, Dr. Bhimrai Maitri. IIM Nagpur is committed to demonstrating a high standard of environmental protection. With our unwavering focus on responsiveness to the needs of environmental ecology, we would like to welcome you, not through a traditional bouquet, but a special living and breathing gift that is unique and reflects our ethos. A tree on your behalf has been planted on the periphery of Tree for Tigers, Panna Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. The certificates for the same will be mailed to you shortly. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
I would now invite Dr. Bhimrai Maitri, the director of IIM Nagpur, to address the audience. With your rich experience from IIM Trichy, MDI Gurgaon, IMI New Delhi, and BITS Pilani, as well as the chairperson of prominent institutions such as All India Board of Management Studies, All India Council of Technical Education, and the Innovation Committee at Bureau of Indian Standards, I request you to open the session.
Thank you very much. Today's two important guests, Neeraj Kakkar, our good friend, and Subramanyeshwaram, so another good friend. So two great marketing leaders, and my fellow colleague and mentor of the Illume 6.0, Professor Atul Pathak, and all my dear students, faculty member, ladies and gentlemen. Briefly, I'll take you to the journey of 6-year journey of IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur established 2015 in the 13th biggest city as a 14th IIM. And IIM Nagpur as its location, it is the center point of India. Not only center point of India, IIM Nagpur is located in a multi-product special economic zone where 80 and odd companies are surrounded by IIM Nagpur. So this is the only IIM or business school which is in the hub of corporate world. Apart from this, IIM Nagpur is now coming up with 132 acres state-of-the-art campus with smart classrooms, and probably this year end we may enter into the new campus. In last 5 years, IIM Nagpur has done tremendous progress. It has made a small beginning in 2015 with 55 capacity PGP program in those days. Today we have reached, last year we have doubled the strength. Today we have reached 240 first year and 240 second year. And we also started doctoral program with response to National Education Policy 2020 of Government of India. And also IIM Nagpur this year, in the month of October, we are going to start first batch of MBA for working professional for Nagpur catchment area to sharpen the skill and also to raise the bar in the executive education. Apart from that, IIM Nagpur is going to launch its very first campus in Western Maharashtra, a biggest industrial city in the country, Pune, on September 7. JW Marriott Hotel, we are going to launch this particular event, and then November we are going to start MBA for working professionals at Pune. Apart from this, IIM Nagpur is also going to start its campus in Hyderabad 22-23 for working professionals, and 23-24 Pune as well as Hyderabad campus IIM Nagpur is going to start data science and management 2-year full-time MBA program for both the campuses. And 25 IIM Nagpur is going to global, setting up its campus in Southeast Asia, that is in Singapore. So these are our 5-year plans. At the same time, IIM Nagpur is going to start next year 22-23 PhD program for working professionals. So apart from this, IIM Nagpur, to meet the capacity as well as resources, we have 31 faculty members who have reasonably good exposure to the global as well as corporate world. Apart from that, we have hired a senior faculty member from the first generation IIMs. IIM Kolkata, IIM Lucknow, IIM Kozhikode, and also we are going to hire soon from IIM Ahmedabad. And also we have very, very senior corporate leaders, those who have spent 30 years or so in the global MNCs. Such people are going to join us very soon as a professor of practice. We already completed the recruitment cycle, and maybe probably in 2-3 months, such corporate leaders are going to join as a professor of practice to maintain the professionally qualified and academically qualified balance, theory to practice. We are going to experiment this. At the same time, we also senior bureaucrat who worked in public policy and all, Dr. Arun Kumar Rath is our adjunct professor. So very senior as well as young generation faculty together. It is a different kind of symbiosis we are building at IIM Nagpur. And IIM Nagpur recently, last 10 months, entered into executive education in big way. We have started certificate programs in the month of December 2020, and now till date we have launched 7 programs, and tomorrow we are going to launch the 8th program. And these are in different functional areas, right from general management, strategy, information systems, and operations. So these are the various areas, and 2 more programs, a very new program, first of its kind in India, and no business schools have started such program, and that is why I'm calling it as a first of its kind. One is cyber security and data analytics, and that is an international program with FedEx is one of the best in cyber security. We are tying up with FedEx, FedEx Institute of Technology, Memphis University Business School, and IIM Nagpur together. This joint international certificate program, 1-year program, we are going to launch in the month of November. Similarly, another program in the area of blockchain. Again, it is a very new generation latest course. So to make the things faster, cheaper, better, so we are entering into, we already entered the agreement with Copenhagen Business School Center for Blockchain, and IIM Nagpur together. We are starting this program in the month of February 2022. These are the two new programs as far as e-learning is concerned. Apart from this e-certificate programs, we are also entering into big way the executive education short-term program. We already kick-started with IIL and Indian IIL company first program in the month of last year in November, and now series of program we are doing for Indian IIL companies, Indian IIL and HPCL, and we have lined up programs with ONGC, Larsen & Toubro, and many companies are also part of this training initiatives. Apart from this, IIM Nagpur also started working on a number of consultancy projects. So to name a few, we already completed assignment with Bosch, and we are working with another assignment. And we also almost finished one assignment with the Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra, and one more with Larsen & Toubro. Like that number of assignments, IIM Nagpur is that. Apart from that, IIM Nagpur is also big way engaged with the policy making advocacy in higher education with Government of India and Ministry of Education. So this all the activities together, I can bracket it. IIM Nagpur is in two sense. It is a holistic business school, stands on 4 pillars of teaching, training, research, consultancy, and the 5th one is basically it is about nation building exercise. So this is a brief about IIM Nagpur. With this, I won't take much time since the two great leaders, Neeraj and Subbu. I think everybody knows both of you, and we are lucky to have today both of you. Otherwise, I was trying last 2 years with Neeraj and I could not catch for today. So we got him virtually, but physically, I think surely next time we will get. So welcome once again, the Illume Industry Academia Interface Program, focusing on marketing area conversations. Once again, I welcome all of you for Illume 6.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for opening this session. Moving ahead, I would first request Marx, the Marketing Club of IIM Nagpur, and Athena, the Economics and Public Policy SIG of IIM Nagpur, to share their work and share their thoughts to set the context of conversation. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Bhaskar. We'll just share our screen. Just give us a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, fellow students and esteemed guests. I'm Rachna Bhota from Marx, the Marketing Club of IIM Nagpur. As our topic today is disruptive trends of the future, we are here to talk about one such disruptive trend in marketing, virtual influencers. And one such virtual influencer is KFC's Colonel Sanders in his signature white suit and black tie. This digitally rendered version of the actual entrepreneur that you see on the screen inspires his followers on Instagram to lead their best life and have amazing fried chicken. Next slide. Yeah. In the world of marketing, brand anthropomorphism can be a powerful mechanism for connecting with consumers. It's the tactic of giving brand icons people-like characteristics, be it a simple cartoon figurine of the Amul or Parle-G girl or the cowboy Marlboro man. It has even extended to a brand CEO becoming the face of the brand, as is the case of Tesla. But there is a risk of influencers and brand ambassadors not getting the brand messaging correct, or the risk of attaching the brand's reputation to the reputation of the ambassador. However, increasingly it has been found that consumers want brands to be more relatable, more consumable, and more engaging. Millions of people around the world are taking to social media to follow and engage with a new wave of online personalities, virtual influencers. It is truly a futuristic way of marketing as brands have more control over the image of the influencer and do not have any physical and technical limitations. We have with us the example of VR model Poca Poca, who works with top fashion brands such as Burberry and Dior. Next slide. It's important to note that only niche brands can work with a single face, but bigger brands that work with multiple customer segments will need to improvise on this idea by using different virtual influencers. We can certainly imagine a virtual influencer for a brand like Rolls-Royce, a successful middle-aged man with a luxurious and elite lifestyle. However, for an FMCG brand, a single influencer would not work out. Now I invite Indrajit from the Economics and Public Policy Cell to take this presentation forward.
Thanks, Rachna. Now let us see more AI-based personas which does not have any physical presence. Artificial intelligence develops a character and starts advertisement campaigns for the product and handles the account without any manual intervention. In the case of Ludo Magalu, a persona created by the CEO of magazine Louisa to promote products by using the character to unbox, review, and provide updates to the new launches. It is a low-risk and low-cost alternative to endorse brands. Promotion to new product launches becomes an efficient process using these characters. On scene, we see Angie, a complete AI-based virtual influencer. And coming to the market research, collection of data using these accounts with huge followers is efficient for research purpose as it reduces time and cost. The creation of customized products for or modifying strategies in changing target segments can be done easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna and Indrajit, for such informative and interesting presentations. Before we start, I would acknowledge the support of Center for Excellence in Brand Management for successful conduction of the event. And now, without further ado, let's begin this session. Amidst all this talk about upcoming innovations that time will unfold, there is one aspect of the past that needs to be preserved so that it can embellish the future and heritage. The human spirit of journeying through history is inherently the desire to protect the real treasure that we receive from time. To say it with a touch of rhetoric, our heritage lets us breathe in the aroma of the past. Our first guest is a fierce proponent of preserving the past, a value that has been manifested by him in unprecedented ways. I'm elated to welcome Mr. Neeraj Kakkar. Mr. Kakkar is the co-founder and CEO of Hector Beverages Private Limited. Previously, he has also handled area operations as a general manager for Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. On the academic front, Mr. Kakkar has accolades like MBA from Wharton School of Business, where he was conferred the highest academic honor, the Palmer Scholar. He has also been a part of PGPM at Management Development Institute, Gurgaon. More viscerally, it is Mr. Kakkar and Hector Beverages that brought to life a whole new world of nostalgia through the highly applauded beverage range Paperboat. Mr. Kakkar's story about inception of Paperboat is an encouraging trip down the memory lane that clearly illustrates his conviction towards authenticity and, if I may say so, his love for purple carrots in kanji. For us case study enthusiasts, Paperboat is a story that makes it abundantly clear that a successful product can be founded upon simple yet powerful virtue.
Our second guest is from the world of marketing, where he definitely deserves an eloquent introduction, but does not need one. Mr. Subramanieswar S. is the Chief Strategy Officer, Asia Pacific region at Mullen Law Group. The 2 decades that Mr. Subramanieswar has devoted to advertising and marketing industry are rich with profound work, with renowned brands like P&G, Unilever, Colgate, Tanishq, and Britannia, among many, many others. Again, more viscerally, Mr. Subramanieswar is a passionate believer and purveyor of purpose-inspired brand building. The students of IIM Nagpur, including myself, have had the privilege of attending his guest lectures and listened to him vehemently talk at length about taking stands and how history stands with you. Today, all of us have the same opportunity to witness his brands to stands approach towards marketing. The promulgation of paper boat in the beverage landscape of India is another illustration of Mr. Subramanieswar's genius and the exemplary work of Mullen Lau Group. Among so many others, commitment towards authenticity and preservation of heritage, as Shruti so eloquently put, are two values that are at the core of paper boat. Mr. Subramanieswar and Mr. Neeraj, could you please take us through the journey of the creative process through which the paper boat brand was built, and also about this very poignant and heartwarming approach towards marketing? If you'd be so kind enough, Mr. Subramanieswar, to start off.
Thank you, Bhaskar. Thank you, Bhaskar. Thank you, Shruti, and thank you, everybody. Do you want me to start or Neeraj to start? Neeraj is the actual creator. Okay. But let me give a start, and then and because Neeraj and I enjoy a different kind of chemistry altogether, and then let me set it off, and probably Neeraj can speak a lot more in detail. See, one of the things I always admire, like, even before I had met Neeraj and then heard about this brand paper boat and all, like, suddenly, like, when you think of drinks market in our country, I don't think of, like, this behemoths, like, only the brands that come to your mind is, like, Coke, Pepsi, and all these kinds of things, like, which if I have to use the language of, like, I love the brand paper boat, and then the whole imagery associated with it. It's actually like when paper boat entered, it's making say, like, it's a turbulent waters of drinks in this country, I would say. And one side of it, you had these established giants, and like Coke and Pepsi on one side, and I'm calling them behemoths, vast product offerings and big media budgets and all those kinds of things. And the other side, if I have to use the same metaphor, which I call it, like, the torpedo ships like Fruity, Minute Maid, Tropicana, Real, and all these things are there, which are also gradually, like, gained vantage position as health awareness had started to rise in India. And now this is what I call the hostile waters of Indian Ocean of soft drinks. And there comes one fantastic, one intrepid explorer like paper boat, and would set the sail, and proudly, okay, as one of you had mentioned in your introduction, I'm very proud of the fact that, like, what Neeraj had done is proudly flying the flag of authentic Indian indigenous flavors. Okay. And I know that the ocean was as a markedly red one, and this voyage was going to be rough, but this brand, okay, I would say, did not have an empty fizz about it. It was driven by the power of natural goodness, and that would serve, I would say, as its moral compass. Like, while all the other soft drinks had a barcode on their bottles, and I would say, like, paper boat started its journey with a moral code on its pack. Okay. And then, of course, like, and Neeraj will probably talk about a lot more in detail. Another key point I want to make before I request Neeraj to speak is, again, now, when you look at it, it's not easy for a brand like this, like, in a market like this, in a crowded market and all those things. And then somebody being a startup and starting off a small brand, though it had a big idea, I would say. And if you look at it, like, it's like a series of, like, tidal waves of adversity, I would say, like, one after the other, like, the things that you are ranged up against. The first one was, it was a matter of fact, because paper boat was like a mere ripple compared to the tsunami-like proportions of all these established giants. They had offerings for every segment, every taste, every price point, plus let's acknowledge, okay, a formidable overarching brand aura. When you look at Coke, Pepsi, Thumbs Up, any of these kinds of brands, like, lots of brands. Then it's about the second thing is about the media spends, which is I would call it the second tidal wave, okay, which would be at least 25 times, nothing less than 25 times of what Paperboat had started with in terms of. Added to that, they had endorsements of many top celebrities and something Paperboat would not be able to match when I look at that. The third wave was of like the third tidal wave was the distribution dynamics. Okay, meant these giants had a vice-like grip on the market, and given their much wider portfolios, they were able to provide the distributor with very juicier margins actually. And the fourth was, it's a reality. Paperboat actually, like, I admire the courage of Neeraj at that time, like, because it's brilliant in terms of product content, and it was priced at 30 rupees. And it was not a normal price in an Indian context. Okay, 30 rupees is quite a price, quite expensive. And it would be niche and pricey, accessible to only a small stream of customers. It would need very strong reasons, like, you need to justify this premium. And the fifth, I would say, the tidal wave was, whilst the giants had tried and tested formally, okay, they had enormous amount of labs all over the world, different kinds of formulas have been tested out, tried out, researched, and then put it out into the market. Paperboat would be experimenting at that time, experimenting live with an untested concept, going merely by gut instinct. It's completely what Neeraj had felt in his heart, gut. It's complete gut. I always say, like, because we spend lots of money, tons of money on researchers and all those kinds of things, thinking that it's the most logical. This is the one that people have loved and approved. I'm going to go and launch it. I always say, like, while speaking, okay, when if I have to speak something, if I have to say something, like, authenticate something, I'll say, like, yeah, my mind comes first. Okay. Actually, like, the way people think and make decisions, we as human beings, it's always the gut first, gut, heart, and mind. But if I have to explain my decision to somebody, I'll come the other way around. Whereas actually you would make the decision this way. And that's where it is. And this was a huge challenge for this brand. And it lay in attracting love and interest towards it in this stormy, cluttered, and competitive waters. That's the landscape in which Neeraj entered the journey with this beautiful brand, Paperboat. And probably, like, from here, I would request Neeraj, like, to actually what happened in the marketplace, how he went about creating this market.
Yeah. Thanks, Subbu. Thanks, Bhaskar. Thanks, Shruti. Subbu and I connect on a very different level. When I talk to him, I gain some intellectual stimulation, which is very difficult to get at different time. And when he wrote to me saying that we should do this talk, I obviously couldn't say no to him, but it was there were more reasons, Professor Metri being one, and seeing him brings a lot of memories. So he was our professor at MDI. And if I would have been there, I would have been touching his feet right now. And so, instrumental in giving the early stage thing. All of you remind me so much of me at my time at MDI. On Saturday evening, somebody has forced you to wear a tie, and Placecom is telling you to open your videos, and there are so many screens on Zoom, like till 11 or 12 screens, at 250 of you. I can't even see all of you on one screen. And they're just forcing you to just attend this, and you just want to do something else. But I'm glad that I'm here. We will try to make next 1 hour interesting for you and not waste your time. And some learnings from what we have been able to gather in last few years. I am very envious of all of you. You are graduating. I graduated in 1998. You are graduating at a much better time. So if any one of you gives a chance for me to replace my seat with your seat, I would gladly take it and start all over again. The opportunities in India are far, far higher than what it was 22 years back. It was opening up, but this economy has taken a different turn. It's among us. It's beautiful. Innovation is at its peak, and is going to be continuing to be for next few years. I'm really envious, and I'm not saying it because just to make you happy. I'm really envious. I would definitely exchange my seat here with any one of you wearing that tie, sitting there, listening with all my baggage, all my cynicism, all my hope, all my all my knowledge. Like I listening to these two speakers saying what do you have to say. But you guys have a bright future ahead, and I wish you all the best. We'll try to share our learnings openly, whatever we have learned, and hopefully it will help you in your careers going forward. That's the objective for today, but looking forward to it. Thank you, Professor Maitri, for the kind words, and you are inspirational in multiple ways for all of us. Thank you.
Also, Neeraj would like to ask you something. The heartwarming aspects such as sentiments of filial love, the innocence, and nostalgia of living in simpler times are a vital part of paperboat experience. These are the exact virtues that have led to the creation of an entirely new segment in the beverage industry, ethnic beverages. Are there any products that you consider as competitors or maybe prospective competitors that may come up going forward?
Yeah, no, Shruti, I think, see, I'll take you to year 2013 when we were thinking about paperboat. And so all of you would create brands, many of you would create brands at different parts of your life. So this is what happens before the brand creation. Like what is the 2, 3, 4 months, 5 months before the brand is created? So we used to sell this product called Zynga, and Zynga energy drink. All of you guys would be, this is a millennial group, and all of you would be much younger. And so Zynga we used to sell at that time, and then but every day one of my co-founders, he would bring aam panna from his home for lunch. We were in Gurgaon, it's sweltering hot. We were a very early stage startup, so AC नहीं था रूम में, तो बहुत गर्मी थी and वो पंखा चल रहा था, and then we will drink that aam panna every day. We will fight for that aam panna. Food is okay, we will share, but aam panna उसका एक flask आता था, उसकी mom देती थी, and we'll fight for it. So that was the origin of how first we started thinking about paperboat. One of my co-founders was my classmate from Wharton, James. And he would love aam panna too, and his parents from US were visiting, and he wanted to make them taste aam panna, and we searched around, we were not able to find the product anywhere. So we said we should launch traditional Indian drinks. Like aam panna was the first one which we wanted to launch. We said we should launch aam panna. And when we were thinking we should launch aam panna, like we went to the drawing board, say how the brand needs to be constructed, and we wrote few things, and that piece of paper is still with me. And this is what we wrote on that piece of paper. We said we could have gone many different routes. We could have gone the yoga route or Ayurveda route. We could have made a Chyawanprash like of product, right? But we wanted the next generation to consume it. We wanted Indigo Airlines was there in our mind. That time Jet Air was there, and Kingfisher was also there. And we were saying that, if in airlines people should be okay or proud to take Jaljeera or aam panna over Diet Coke or Coke Zero, right? Like, because if you have gone Chyawanprash route, which is that we create a brand which is like Chyawanprash, talking about traditional heritage, etc., we will not be able to get that audience. Like people might consume Chyawanprash, but nobody would like to be seen outside with the box of Chyawanprash. If any one of you have it in your room, you would hide it so that your other dormmates don't see it, right? Like you don't want to show your Chyawanprash to your dormmates right now. So we wanted to create a brand which is traditional, natural, pure, as how it should be inside. So traditional, so these are the recipes: traditional, natural, pure, as how it should be inside, and modern, forward-looking, cool, hip from outside. So this is, think of it, we call inside as authentic and outside as alive. Inside as authentic, outside as alive. So that was the core. That was what we were trying to do at that stage. And so inside the core, which was traditional, we called it innocence. And outside, which was modern, we called it hope. So it's combination of innocence and hope, right? Like, so if you draw two concentric circle, one is innocence, one is hope, and the common point of innocence and hope is where the brand Paperboat is, innocence and hope. And that's how the name Paperboat also, right? Paperboat as a concept, Paperboat as a, when you do Paperboat, it is very, it's a combination of innocence and hope. Like you are like you're doing it by innocent act, and that's how the name Paperboat came. So that was the whole thing. You wanted to make a brand which has traditional recipes, very modern outlook, so that you guys would never be deprived of ham panna in your lives, and you would consume it proudly and do not feel awkward about it. So that's the whole core thesis of the brand. All of this we wrote before the brand was launched. We wrote traditional inside, modern outside. We wrote innocence inside, hope outside. We wrote and the name Paperboat at that stage. And then you launch that brand with that design, which is very modern, forward looking. We thought about certain people who demonstrate this. You think of it as a person and think around you, you will find a lot of people who have traditional values and very modern outlook towards life. जिनका बहुत traditional values है और बहुत modern outlook है life की तरफ. And we thought about those people and we said, can those be people? So I remember some of those people. Mrs. Sudha Murthy, Mr. Narayan Murthy's wife. We really find her very fascinating. We think that she represents Paperboat because she will be cooking roti and and discussing history and lot of other stuff with you amongst other stuff. She is creating so much change in the lives of people around us, and at the same time respecting the elders quite a bit. And some of those traditional values and very modern outlook towards life. She's a writer, a person par excellence, educated. So we thought that she is like that's some this thing. Guljar Saab, we find him to be a very he still writes Urdu, but very modern outlook towards relationships, about how everything how what's the role of gender, caste, colors, religion in their life. So essentially it's the Paperboat as a brand is, and there are many people around us like that. So like you will find a brand with traditional values and very modern outlook towards life. And yeah, I think that was the story. That's the early part before first product came out. And all of you, the good part which we have done is we have been very consistent since. Like we wrote this, we made this, we wrote that piece of paper, and nothing changed since. Like we have always, every single thing what we do, we talk about hope, innocence, and we put that in market. So I think that's one thing which all of you do before you launch a brand. Like before you launch before your product goes to the market, what do you do before that? Yeah. Yeah, it's a long-winded answer, but hopefully it answers your questions. Yeah.
Thank you,
It
Neeraj.
absolutely does, sir.
It brings that authentic flavor that Paperboat has. Thank you so much for it.
Yeah.
So because you brought up about this story, about yet another personal story about Ampanna, it takes me back to your story of Kanji, and I'm a big fan of the story. I'm not sure how many of us have actually heard it, but it does take me to another question that you touched upon about millennials. So most of us are millennials here, and the values that you talk
You're
about.
probably Gen Z. I don't think. I think you're all born after 1995.
So the formal definition tells us that 97 is the distinctive point. So
Yeah.
So it's difficult for Gen Zs to associate with those values. It's a debatable thing, but they are more afflicted towards technology and the Western culture and whatnot. So do you think this approach of emotionally targeting and touching upon those values of childhood, as Shruti so beautifully put before, that life of simpler times, do you think this can persevere through the time?
No, see, I think it's not a matter of what year you are growing up. It's a matter of what age you are in. So when I was your age, I was also not, so there are two. What are the core values we're talking about? Core values we're talking about is innocence and hope, right? That's Paperboard brand. And these values would stay with you also and with everybody in this room. Innocence and hope would not go away. Though in this age, what you would want is to play poker overnight and drink and have energy shots and other stuff and not consume some of these products. But I think, and I used to do the same, right? I'll play poker all night long and consume copious amount of energy drinks, and that was the life, right? That's the and I would not think about drinking Amras or Ampana or Jaljeera or any one of these products, and there are many more products in the pipeline. But I think as you grow up, you start worrying a little bit more about your health. At this stage, you would not. You will feel invincible in multiple ways. And then I think you will start shifting your beverage choices, etc. And then the core emotion of hope and innocence you will always associate with. Like we believe those two emotions are timeless. It would not go away at any stage.
I want to add a few things to what Neeraj had said. Okay. Now, when Neeraj was speaking about innocence and hope, then look at all of us. See, I just take you back to the thought of the drinks and memories, the whole idea of memories and all those things. Like when Paperboard was launched. See, if you look at it, none of you guys, I don't think any of you were born at that time, because India as a country has changed dramatically in 1992. It's a great inflection point of my lifetime. I could see it as growing up in mid 90s and all, similar to Neeraj. We have seen in front of our eyes, and the life before that and the life after that, it has completely changed. And if you look at that before that, I could see when I was growing up, and then you see that in 80s and or probably in 70s, later part of 70s, for a long time Indian society seemed frozen in time and nothing much changed. Probably what my dad, mom went through, or our parents' generations went through, pretty much those were the kind of things till this inflection point of 92 happened. And perhaps at that point of time we used to think we were the only generation, we had seen the pre and then the post, and what it has changed. Suddenly there was an explosion of first hand to color, black and white to color televisions, plethora of satellite televisions, computers, internet, mobile phones, slew of international brands, automobiles, private airlines, and more. All those kinds of things have completely changed things. And to us at that time, to these people, the post-liberalization, the pre-liberalization generation, you always when every time I always look at it as it's the physics of human behavior. To every trend, there will always be a counter trend. While one side of it we are modernizing and we are going forward, you also look forward. You also crave for those things, of those beautiful, wonderful, innocent memories of the past. You want to go back to them, and then they give you some sort of wonderful energy, and then they just get you feel that you want to go back to those. And it's that's why it is about the point that Neeraj was saying. Is it about traditional from inside, under say, and then you are modern outlook outside? It is I always feel there is always a blend of things in all of us. We are both. We are not this and we are not this. We are this and this. It happens. And now, when you take this thing of innocence and hope, these are fundamental human emotions. And to your question, when you ask, fundamental human emotions don't change. Fundamental human emotions, they are the same emotions your great-grandfathers have gone through, we are going through, and probably the next 1,000 generations will go through. What changes is the attitude towards that particular emotion. The trick always lies in, how do I connect that fundamental human emotion with the attitude of that particular generation that I'm trying to have a conversation with or have a relationship with. When Neeraj said about timeless truth, these are like timeless truths. The expressions can be of the time, but the truth is timeless, and those will always be there. And it's a mechanism of how do I connect. That's about it.
Innocence and hope, sir. That's a very optimistic and bright perspective towards future. I couldn't think of anything better. My question is, and I should ask for forgiveness from Subramanieswar sir before going with this, but it's not what people buy, but what they buy into. What is it that the consumers are buying when they buy a toy pack of paperboard? Sir, I have to start with you, please.
Okay. See, I always say, like, one is, do not look at paperboard. Okay. Don't look at paperboard as a point of difference. Okay. It's a brand which has a point of view. Okay. It started with that. It had, otherwise, like, it would have, paperboard never got launched it as how can I find a better proposition than a Coke or a Pepsi or Fruity or somebody else. Like, it was never looked at that way. It had its own unique place. It had its own unique point of view. And then when I was talking about that particular audience, the audience, like, I was talking about the audience, the pre-liberalization just before that, like, the audience which we tried to appeal to as a brand. If I have to take, it's a brand which had a stance, okay, clear-cut stance. This is the audience that we are going to want to. I won't even say, like, and I will never use the word like target audience and all. Like, and I hate that word target audience, because you're not going to target anybody and shoot them down. These are people I want to have a relationship with for this beautiful brand. And we said it's about, if I have to articulate it like a stance, it's memories are the timeless taste of life. If I have to borrow that language, memories are the timeless taste of life. And that is what we wanted people to buy into, which is what we believed that audience, that was their belief. That was the belief of that audience. And when if that is also the belief of our brand, okay, it's brilliant. Like, it's my belief is also the belief of the audience, or the belief of the audience is also my belief, or the brand's belief, or Neeraj's belief as founder. And that's where we found absolute matchmaking. And then it's so brilliantly rooted. No, it is like it's a brand, I would always say, which would look into the past to surge ahead in the present. Okay, that's the reason why whoever bought into it, whoever bought this brand, it's not that, like, you're not just buying a pack of paperboard or something like that. They bought into the brand, which is what helping this brand today get into more Indian ethnic, when going beyond drinks and expanding into other categories and other portfolios. It is because it's not that you're not going to look into it. Oh, paperboard has come with chickies or banana chips and all. What is the proposition there? How is it going to benefit me? It is not about that. I bought into the brand. I bought into paperboard. So anything that comes from there, I expect the same values to come from there, because that's who we are as people, and that's what we want to connect with as the brand. I hope I have given some answer to you.
Absolutely, sir. Your thoughts on this, Neeraj, sir?
I think Subha has explained very well. I think overall, see, I think the products would change and over a period. So right now I'm drinking a product. So this is a cucumber zero sugar product, and which is very, very different from what the core Ampanna or Jaljeera product for paperboard, right? So this is a product which we are experimenting with. This is a beta stage, like a tasting product. Like right now we are doing it. So actually you are extending the product slightly further away from the core. This is not a traditional recipe as such. It is slightly more modern because we think that sugar is going away from the consumer's life right now. So we wanted to create some more zero sugar products. And cucumber, but cucumber as a vegetable or fruit, like it is pretty much Indian. Is part of is part of our lives for a very, very long time. And so you are experimenting with the products. You're trying to make it more modern, etc. At every single stage, because there will be some change in taste which will happen. So you're not going to continue selling Jaljeera or Ampanna all the time. And those consumption occasions are also limited. And the whole point of how to depict innocence and hope would also keep changing, right? Like the creative guys keep changing. The creative guys which created a film in 2015 about paperboard, and they took memories as an angle, and they talked about certain memories which were probably more 80s memories. The new creative guys are there right now, and some of the new Insta posts, etc. are, this is a much younger generation with people like you who just graduated, etc. And we see more 90s memories as part of the Insta page right now. Like some of those, so because it's, it's a different way of looking at those two emotions, right? And memory is also only one cut of looking at that moment, innocence and hope. You can look at innocence and hope is there not only in memories, it is there in our daily lives, and you can look at it in different ways. So creative way route of presenting these two values can be different, and it can keep evolving. The products can keep evolving over a period of time, but what remains constant is innocence and hope, and paperboard. Like like the art of making paperboard and child being fascinated by it is not going to go away. Like that's something which will stay. It's been there for a long time. It'll stay. There's just because it's the core thing of when you make a paperboard and just put it in water, or I think that those emotions would always be there. Is the point which probably I'm trying to make here. So yeah.
Sir has very aptly said, memories are a timeless taste of life, and some things are here to stay. So building on that, sir, I would like to ask you that I know how proud you are about the Joy pack of paperboard, and particularly the cap that can be opened with 2 fingers. So what shaped the Joy pack of paperboard? Like any interesting stories behind it? We would all like to know.
Yeah, so I think there is good. So there was in the beginning introduction, there was a marketing group and there was an economics group also. So this one is more for people who are not interested in marketing and economics. So packaging has multiple uses, and we thought about it in different fashions. So one is it looks different. So we wanted to break the clutter. Second, we wanted it to be slightly less worse for environment. Then nothing is better for environment. Everything degrades environment. But we wanted to be slightly less worse than what other form of packaging are, because other form of packaging are higher weight, more carbon footprint. So we wanted the carbon footprint to be slightly lower. It is still there. Our goal is to become zero carbon footprint. It is still there. We are trying to work on it every single day. But packaging, we wanted to, so the competition is, the other form of packaging which are available is Tetra. Tetra Pak is a bigger competition, right? Like that's where most of the other drinks are. In India specifically, they have a very large market share, and other parts of the world also. So we wanted to break against Tetra. Now Tetra is a very interesting, for all the people who are students of strategy and will study these cases. And so Tetra is a very interesting company if you study their strategy. So that's the company which holds that value chain completely. So they are one supplier. They supply machines, way of manufacturing processes, and the packaging material to people. Machines are slightly subsidized. So if you have to start a new beverage company, you will go to Tetra. They will subsidize your machine. But then you will keep buying that packaging material from them for rest of your lives, because their machines don't work in another packaging material. So that packaging material you keep buying from them, and those rates, they always keep changing, and they always hold a lot of value. So that's a very hugely profitable company, very good strategy side. Like they hold the value chain very tightly in their, so this, in some sense, if there are some economic student, so there's one supplier to many buyers. Like that's what Tetra Pak is. What we wanted to do was, we didn't want to go with Tetra because we think that that's not, A, we would not be able to break the clutter on the shelf. B, we wanted to reduce our carbon footprint. So we went with Doypack. My co-founder, James, he was my classmate, and he was a chemical engineer, and he had some this thing on software packaging. So we designed Doypack, and the beauty of Doypack is, A, breaks clutter, does all that. We are able to express our viewpoints to the consumer, the shape of it, the cap we were able to design, and all of that stuff we were able to do ourselves. But B, now we are one buyer, and we have developed many suppliers for this package. So the spout cap comes from a different supplier. pouches come from different suppliers. So we are, in some sense, opposite of what Tetra Pak is, right? It's monopsony, like for economics grads. Like, so in some sense, we are monopsony, like we are one buyer and then so many suppliers for this packing. So we hold the value chain there, and we break the clutter, and we, in our head, we sleep easy that we are, not hurting the environment as much and all of that stuff, essentially. So I think it's packaging is a very interesting strategic choice for us. There are, we worked a lot on this. Cap was, early stage cap was like the toothpaste cap. And we found, like, we found it very difficult. Like, it's the instant this actually happened. Like, I was sitting in an aircraft, person next to me is opening it up with mouth. Like, she was opening it up with mouth, and because she wasn't able to open it with hand. And then we designed these two wings on the cap, and those two wings, like right now, you can open it much more easy than it was before. But so I think that's listening to the consumer. Specifically when you're sitting on the next seat to the consumer, next seat in the to the consumer, you are forced to listen to the consumer. There are not a lot of options. So I think, but packaging is a huge strategic advantage for us, for the students of strategy in the room.
I just want to, I can't resist but share something here, because I just want to, when we were doing this, a lot of work on paperboard happening and all this, when Neeraj talked about, there's a lovely film in which we did about Gulzar narrating this beautiful poetry, reciting, and Malgudi this. And I remember I was on a flight, I don't remember exactly from where to where, and I had paperboard. And I consciously, I wanted, like, I was like, looking at the pack and bottom up and all. Why I did all that, I wanted the people sitting next to me to ask about that paperboard. What are you looking at it so much? So that I could tell a story. Okay. And after 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes, the guy sitting next to me, he asked me, like, oh, there is something in the, written at the bottom also. It is. I said, like, yeah, there's something like this is a pack which has got a message at the bottom also. And then that's all I needed from him, a little bit of it. Then for the next 20 minutes, I could narrate lovely stories about paperboard and what this brand is, what all we did and all. It's amazing, and then he was absolutely glued onto that. Oh wow, it has got lovely story and lovely this. So that's what it is. That's why I always felt, I keep telling Neeraj, it's one of the most beautiful storytelling brands. We all when we learned in campus, we say, great brands are about telling great stories. This is one brand which has got beautiful stories loaded in it.
I think Rahul sir would absolutely agree with you there. I do have a question around, so both of you as individuals endlessly accentuate on the importance of authenticity. I've heard about paperboard procuring mangoes from Delhi and pomegranate from Los Angeles and whatnot. So the question is, obviously authenticity and devotion comes at a cost. So how do you deal with that dichotomy of, okay, should I invest in that cost, and where do I bring the counterpart of it?
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting question. I think you will have to understand the two concepts. If anything you have to take away from this talk today, like for all 1.5 hours of you wearing ties and sitting there and listening to this, take this thing away. So there are two things which are important in any product guy's life. Like if you are going to be a product guy, there are two things which are important. So one is the total addressable market. So whenever you are creating a product, whenever you are launching anything, whenever, like at any stage in your life, whenever you are trying to do anything, first think about what's the total addressable market. What is the size of that market, which I'm trying to address, and just build your expectations accordingly, right? If it's a market which you're attending as a 10,000 crore market, then you say that I want to be 3,000 crore. If it is a 500 crore market, then your aspiration can't be that I would be 3,000 crore. You're attempting a 500 crore market. So I think that's one important thing. TAM, like total addressable market, most important thing, like for any product. The second thing is product market fit, which is like product market fit can be defined in multiple ways, and there will be theoretical definitions and all that. But how I see is how the consumer reacts to the product and the need stage, like what, and pricing is part of it. Essentially, product market fit, pricing is part of it. The consumer has a need stage, and you are addressing the need stage in way that how the fitment is very strong. And if it is very, very strong, it fits in, it kind of that kind of creates magic in multiple ways. So those are the two important things for us when we are thinking. So when there are products like armrest, paperboard armrest, we spend a lot of energy behind this in terms of so it's not from Delhi. Delhi doesn't create any mangoes. It is all from Maharashtra and some parts of Andhra. Those are the two places which are mango producing belts. And so what we do is Coke and Pepsi, they artificially ripen their mangoes. They put their mangoes in carbide chambers, and some food scientists have discovered it's a faster way, it's an industrial way of making it. We do our mangoes in a natural way. We put it in, in large heaps, put more banana leaves on top of it, wait for 10-15 days for it to ripen and all that, and then we process it at different times. So essentially, there are different ways of doing things. We do it differently. In Amrest case, we perfected that art. That's a premium product. It's a lower TAM, but that product market fit, the consumer there only wants that product. Like that consumer wants that authenticity in taste, that naturalness in taste. There are other products which we have. There's a sub brand we have called Swing, paperboard Swing. Many of you probably would have seen it. Some of you probably won't. But that is where we do not use the naturally ripened mangoes, because it's a more mass product and slightly cheaper product. And so there the focus is more on taste and some health and other stuff. So I think it's a matter of which product market fit you are trying to address. So there's a certain product market fit, a certain TAM which you're trying to address, where you will go and give that consumer the most authentic product. And the consumer wants that, and consumer wants to pay for that. And she would not accept anything less. The product market would not create magic till the time that happens. So you give that, and you strive every single bone, every single day, every single minute of your life. You just try to create the authenticity and give consumer that value, and give consumer that so that you can create that product market fit there. I think it's a matter of understanding what need you are addressing is my say. Subbu, if you have anything to say.
I think but what Neeraj explained is beautiful, because that's exactly what it is. And in the case of authenticity, something which I want to bring in connection with your generation. Okay, every generation, as generations keep evolving, we always keep seeing there are certain values which keep dominating that particular generation of that era. And one of the things that we notice now, okay, and it's like in a highly connected world where everything is so transparent and all, what we see from young people, if there is one value which is the most sought after and in fact actually demanded, is authenticity. Is like how authentic it is, because you are a generation because everything is out in the public domain. Okay, there's nobody who can hide things or make some things happen and then you can be fooled or incentivized and all. It doesn't happen. And you will look for things that are authentic and which are real and which are meaningful and which are, I would say, more purposeful kind of thing. Okay, which is just like that. Those are some things which will stick very well with your generation. And I feel paperboard has taken birth with that as at the heart of the brand and then the product. And that is something that I'm very optimistic, that it will connect very well with your audience. That's why I always say there's something once one of these conversations that Neeraj and I had about. I know, paperboard when it started, it was appealing to a certain generation. And then our debate, one of you, I think, asked this question about today's younger audience or tomorrow's younger audience. How would it connect? The point that I said about it's a lovely storytelling brand. Okay, through beautiful stories of paperboard, we actually learn about values of life. Okay, that's how I looked at it as a brand. And what it does, if I have to borrow the same metaphor of boat, it's a vessel actually. If I look at it as a vessel, which beautifully carries stories, okay, from one generation to another, transmitting those values and helps us actually organize our lives in a meaningful way.
Thank you, sir. Some great, authentic insights there. Your answers definitely, they invoke such an enticing imagery. Moving ahead, we would now like to open the floor for questions. Anyone who would like to ask questions is kindly requested to raise their hands using the raise hand option on Zoom, following which we will call out your name.
Please go ahead, Adishri, your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming to our college. It's a privilege for all of us. Sir, you went in detail over paper boat, which was extremely insightful to listen. But which other brand do you think is doing creative marketing, which we should look out for?
Subbu, this question is for you.
Which other brand is doing creative marketing, you're saying? Creative marketing. Is that so?
Yeah, that's Adishri's question.
I think we aim to be creative all the time in marketing, but another brand which you appreciate, like you appreciate it.
Another brand that I appreciate currently is, let me talk about our culture, okay, in the our Indian brands. Like, and I'm not getting into global, probably there are different kinds of examples are there. But if I look at it, I like Swiggy. Okay, Swiggy is interesting as a brand. Okay, and some of the brands which I thought would do something, but somehow, like, I expected a lot from brands like Epigamia, Raw Pressery, and somehow not much has happened. And if I have to say, like, not because Neeraj is sitting here and is my client and is my friend, okay. Yeah, the most creative brand after Paperboat has been launched continues to be Paperboat. There's nothing else that has come.
Thank you, sir.
And it is genuinely, I mean that it is genuinely, because see, I'll tell you, I'll give you one insight into, not just into this brand and because to me, like, Neeraj is part of the brand. Okay, not just the owner who has launched it, or he is the brand. Okay, a lot of because I know him very well, a lot of who he is also reflects in the brand Paperboat. When I look at it from that perspective, it is, I never, many times when we meet clients and make presentations and talk about brand, lot of times you have to put a lot of effort to differentiate, saying that, like, this is brand, this is how you need to invest in brand building, brand things and all. Whenever I met Neeraj, I didn't have to do that at all, because I heard more about the brand from Neeraj than I had to tell him. And that's an honest truth. Okay. And that makes the job wonderful and enjoyable. It's a question of, like, what more can we do? How interesting can we, what other interesting stories can we tell? How inspiring can we be as a brand? It's more about that, I would say that.
Sakshi, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for such an insightful and engaging session. So I just wanted to ask you that, according to you, what shift has been witnessed in the field of marketing, especially with respect to Paperboat due to the pandemic situation?
Yeah, so I think, Sakshi, I think this is one good question. I think we keep thinking about it all the time. How is the consumer changing, right? What are the needs which are changing? What will happen? I think that, I think one big shift which we are seeing, and we are seeing it in smaller tier 2, tier 3 towns, and which will benefit us. So which will, is the shift away from unhygienic and unpackaged to package. So this shift has been there in all of your lives. And if you look back last 20, 25, 30 years, and so you see, I've gone through all, like, I try to just look at the faces at least gone to the last 250 odd of you people from all over the country, right? There are people from North. It's a good batch of people, and hopefully when you're together on campus, it'll create magic in multiple ways. And people would be there from different kinds of town. There would be people from South Delhi, and there will be people from South Bombay, and there will be people from very small towns and very small places. And all of you are witnessing unpackaged and unhygienic products shifting to packaged and hygienic. That shift is happening in your life. In my lifestyle, it was happening with tea leaves. So when I was young, at my house, the tea leaves were all. So we used to buy tea in a paper bag. We'll go out and the brown color paper bag, he'll tie it and give it. Grocer would give it to you. And then Lipton came in, and the shift happened, and it happened complete. In your lifestyle, it's slightly later than that, atta started shifting. Atta for a long time, till much later, we were still buying. My parents were still, like my parents' house, atta didn't shift for a long time. They will buy gehu, keep it, store it in a large thing, put some medicine in it, like all that stuff used to happen. It's a massive headache. And then they will go to Chakki and get their atta, and that shifted by Ashirwad and other stuff. It started shifting in later stage. And in your lifetimes also, you would see the shift is happening in curd. Curd was made for probably when you were young, as a little bit in your houses. Now it is packaged and bought from outside and things like that. So shift is happening. We've seen that shift is accelerating at a very fast pace post-COVID. The unpackaged to packaged shift is happening at a very fast pace. Tier 2, Tier 3 is very visible. Tier 1, the visibility is not as high, but that I think is one change which is very, very dramatic right now. The second shift which is happening is there is the health, which is also, so some of these trends, it's not that this is a new trend which has come in because of COVID. All of these trends were there. They were underlying trends going at a certain pace, maybe. And in the vast societal thing, if the gradient changed by 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees, it changes the trajectory. Like 10 years on, results would change dramatically. Like if the gradient of a curve changes by 2 degrees, 5, 10 years out, the results are like dramatically different. And that's what is COVID doing for some of these. Second trend which is changing, which was also this is the shift towards more healthier eating habits. I think that it's to a certain extent, because people have been locked in, etc. People realize that you could live with slightly more home stuff, healthier stuff, essentially, than there are, and there are more healthier choices being made in your day to day. So if there's choice between two things, like people are choosing more healthier thing. There's slight shift in the trend, but slight shift is going to change the trajectory forever. Sugar is on the off list now. Not a lot of people are consuming as much sugar right now. That's something which is there. And the last thing which is there in metros specifically is the shopping habits, like the way you shop. That has changed dramatically. For a long period of time, whenever we were designing packaging, and packaging is an important part for everything, the packaging design, all that, we were always think, how would it look on supermarket shelf? Like, that was the first thing. Like, you'll always think that how will it look on supermarket shelf, because you want to have that interaction with the consumer. She's going around with the cart, and a packaging design is like you're sitting on the shelf yourself and calling her, hey miss, would you like to try me? Like, so that's what your packaging design is trying to do, sitting there and inviting the consumer to have that interaction. And now you're thinking how it will look on the screen, right? Like on the cell phone screen where you're out. So you are saying how the packaging design would look on that screen. And that's the first thing, right? Like that trigger, this is a big shift for us, like as product, this thing, right? Thinking about how it look on the shelf and how it look on the screen, because the decision is made on the screen now. So you're scrolling through and something has to shout and say, please buy me. So I think I think that the shift of how the shopping habits are changing is going to stay. So I think broadly these three trends, and there are many others, but these three were all three trends were there. It's not that nothing was there. They were there before COVID. Their waves were like this, and this 2-3 degree ingredient change because of COVID, and this will change your lives. It will change our lives also. But your lives, when you will be at the peak of your career 10-15 years down the line, you will see these 2-3 trends having a massive impact in your life, essentially.
And Neeraj's insight is the truth of us also. Like, how do we look on screen? Because we have all been reduced to a stamped size or a square or whatever it is, kind of thing.
Yeah, Sakshi.
Because of time constraints, I don't think we'll be able to take any more questions. And if required, sir, I hope the students can reach out to you over social media channels and you'll be kind enough to answer their questions.
Yeah,
sure.
So thank you for enlightening us with all those insights and the beautiful, beautiful stories about Paperboat and its inception that you have shared with us today. And coming from eminent leaders and mentors like you, I'm sure they're going to resonate with each and every member of the audience. On behalf of IIM Nagpur student fraternity, I take this opportunity to express our sincerest gratitude to our guest speakers for taking out time from their jam-packed schedules and gracing this event with your presence. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I just want to say something before we close, Shadi. Like, see, it's like, I know that once I would love to see more of you becoming entrepreneurs rather than looking for a corporate job. But I remember one thing: there's a great learning from this brand. The Paperboat to me is an inspiration to any small brand starting out. Okay, it clearly shows that, like, we can overcome any kind of odds, and then the tide can be turned, waves can be surfed, all those kinds of things, storms can be weathered. And then it's like, how, to me, I always look at the admire, like, how it took on the giant brands, like, or the giant warships, I would say, and how they can be sunk actually. All one might need is, like, is some courageous wind in your sails, and truly and unique. Remember that a distinct brand point of view, which I said about memories are the timeless taste of life. If you have the distinct point of view, don't look for a point of difference, look for a point of view. What is the stance one can take as a brand? And how do we make our stance the stance of the audience also? You will have great magic happening. And I wish you all the very best in the world. And I hope you will launch, all of you will launch great brands and great companies. And then, yeah, probably one day, like Neeraj and I will come to listen to your stories. Like,
in a way, I think it's just a pleasure. I think talking to all of you. I think all of you. Like I'm seeing someone on the screen: Pranav, Shruti, Nikita, Kuldeep, Shubham, Akansha, Abhijit, so on. Like, there's so many of you. I think it's just phenomenal talking to you. When I was at campus, there were hope and there was cynicism. Cynicism was an important part at that stage, and we were like always that professor अच्छा नहीं है, director अच्छा नहीं है, campus placement नहीं हो रही है, ये club अच्छा नहीं है, place com बिल्कुल बेकार है, like all of that stuff. And whenever they tell you to do something, you're forced to do, and you're always worried that this will impact my future. But I think the good news is that the tailwind is behind you. So India has a tailwind right now. There is a tailwind, when tailwinds are beautiful, right? Tailwinds are, you are going at X velocity and your velocity goes up and you think you are great, and because you're doing something very well, but the tailwind is just carrying you, and the tailwind is behind you, and it kind of would make you do things which you would not imagine today. Between that cynicism, and keep the cynicism, don't let the cynicism go. Cynicism opens, it is okay to ask questions, and it is okay to be worried, and but let the hope be always the prevalent emotion in your head. Whenever there is some action happening, something in your life, some change, something around you, something campus, I always think that it will be the best thing which will happen out there. I want to tell one last story, and this is more college campus story.
Please feel free, sir. Please feel free. We are keen to.
I was at MDI. I come from a very, very small town, and I was really intimidated by all. When I reached there, I come from Haryana, like very small town, Sant, always studied in Hindi medium school. Reached there, wasn't able to speak English very well. When I reached there, I was intimidated by the people from South Delhi specifically. There were few people from South Delhi. I was very intimidated. I was not able to speak very well. I was not able to clear any group discussion in any interview because I was just keeping quiet. Like I couldn't speak because people were speaking around you, and group discussion is an important part for any interview clearing process. My placement was not the best placement. I was day 5, like last few companies, last 5 students left in campus, and I was one of them, and I got selected. So I think at any point of time, like these things would come. These things would part of your life, and there's some things when you face these things, at that stage, you magnify these things and say that this is impacting my life in a way. It is not. Like it's a start of her life. There is much more to achieve as you go along. I wish you all the guys, all of you, very, very best. Do very well. Keep the hope alive. Keep it the dominant force in you, essentially.
I'll take 10 seconds to what Neeraj said. Hope. Okay. I'll go back and let's connect it back to the brand paperboard. Hope on one side, but don't lose innocence, because creativity comes from innocence, because it keeps the child in you alive. So yeah, just believe in the brand paperboard and its values. You'll be brilliant in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
God bless
much.
you. Yeah.
I hope Paperboard continues sailing, winning markets' hearts with its innovative ideas and themes of innocence. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Neeraj and Subramanyeshwarji. Very insightful, energetic. I am sure all my students, boys and girls, they are fully energetic and lot of inspiration. And I think this story is going to change their life. I am sure, as Subramanyeshwarji, Subbu rightly said, many of you take this story as an inspiration and then get into startup and also at least entrepreneurial mindset will come into picture. So great, and thank you very much for sparing, both of you extremely busy. In spite of that, you have given the time, and I'm very much thankful on behalf of entire IIM Nagpur fraternity and particularly Illume 6.0 entire team. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and I look forward to see both of you on our new campus, brand new campus. Again, brand is there. Subramanyeshwar, brand new campus. We are going to meet soon. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Atul Bhatt. Thank you. Thank you all.
Before we close, I would like to thank the Center for Excellence in Brand Management for facilitating the event. We would also like to thank our sponsors for supporting the Illume 6.0. Official title sponsor, Union Bank of India. Co-sponsor, Uma Group. Media partner, Business Standard. Legal and advisory partner, Startups Fine.
It's been an absolute honor to be among such accomplished individuals. We hope you all had a great time in interacting with the industry stalwarts. We request all of you to share your emotions with the reaction features in Zoom so that we click a picture to conclude this session.
Should have done that before the chief guests left, right? The panelists. You forgot?
Oh, we were about to.
I think we mistimed it, sir, but I'm sure the team would have taken. The team would have taken.
No issues. No issues.
Thank you, Savio.
Thank you.
Do we have a break now and restart at what time?
We actually have the regional head of Union Bank of India coming now, so for a small bit. So we don't have a break. We'll finish that and then only we'll go.
Exactly, Savio. So I just talked to Musfira. I was talking to Musfira, and are we waiting for him?
Yes, I'm just checking his login. 1 second.
All right. So I would ask all the students to stay back at least for some time.
Yeah, we will do that.
Yeah, he's here. I will just spotlight him. Bhaskar and Shruti, you can take it over.
Thanks, Savio.
Thanks, Savio.
We have with us Prasant Kumar Sahu, who is from UBI, and obviously UBI is a big contributor towards making this Illume 6.0 a possibility, a reality. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Prasant Kumar Sahu and request him to just share his insights, share his ideas, share his experience so that we can learn accordingly.
Thank you, Bhaskar ji. Good evening to all. Am I audible, no?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. Good evening to all the dignitaries present in this virtual meet. And it's really an honor and privilege. And since morning, I have been watching all the small bit of clips. But it's really an honor to be the part of the official sponsor of this IIM Nagpur alumni part. And really privileged that we are being part of, we are chosen to being the official title sponsor for this evening. And it's more happier because this year we have contributed almost like 100 candidates, IIM candidates, for in giving the educational loan to the IIM candidates. So that is more happier to me because I recently joined in the Nagpur region. Previously, I was heading the Goa region. And Nagpur being such a big city, it's being politically, a busy city, all the things are happening, this buzz around is there. And before that, I just want to thank the management for giving me this opportunity to present the Union Bank and their viewpoint in this forum, such a, esteemed gathering of this IIM. IIM being such a premier institute in the Indian this society, and it's really a privilege. I'll just in the few minutes I'll just provide you the buzz of the topic which is going around is the digitalization after the COVID, how the digitalization has changed the banking scenario. But before that, I'll just tell you regarding this banking, Union Bank, something about the Union Bank, because Union Bank being a nationalized bank, and during this before prior to the COVID, some sort of government has announced the amalgamation of banks, and we have merged with the corporation bank also and the Andhra Bank. So after the amalgamation and this one merger, we are having a workforce of 75,000 Unionites, and we are having a presence in the banking, branches, 9,500 branches, then 13,300 ATMs. And apart from that, and also we are having 12,000 BC points. BC points means it's banking correspondence points. And they are giving the services to the rurals and rural sectors, which are deprived of this banking sector, because there is a lot of buzz going around after the Modi government has come in financial inclusion. And banking sector, Union Bank is, these are the touch point of the banking sector, which is touching upon all across the pan-India level. So this is very good presence all India level, but we're talking about post-COVID situation. Post-COVID, pre-COVID, there is a situation we are having a very good presence physical. We are going to the branches and doing our transaction. But after COVID, there is a pandemic condition and we are unable to go to the branches. Then there comes the digitalization process, and then government, the EASE agenda also coming in force, 3.0. Now the government is coming up with the 4.0 also. So a lot of digitalization is banking. Not only the government is forcing, banking also going through this digitalization process. Because if you see that after COVID situation, there is increase of number of digital platform. There is a number of transaction like UPI transaction, then mobile banking transaction, e-banking transaction, then your ATM hits, then a lot of things are coming up. And our bank is digitally going across very aggressively. They have decided to form a different vertical altogether, which was not there at all previously before to the pandemic. They have decided this year they are going to digitalize 50% of our portfolio to the digital platform. That means in the mobile itself, all the our loan portfolio will be in the in the mobile platform, and from starting from the mobilization, resourcing to the sanction part, it will be done through the straight through process, no manual intervention. We have already fast bank to start this process, and we have recently launched the straight through process in Sishu Mudra, which is of 50,000. 50,000 rupees, which is, if you go through this in the Google, it is almost taking only 10 minutes. 10 minutes, the process is straight through and the account is credited with 50,000. No manual intervention, no middleman, nothing. And that is the transformation we are going to, bringing in the retail sector also, in the housing loan, in the education loan, in the consumer loan sector, and also the different other parameters also. We are bringing in the MSME portfolio, PSB 59 portfolio, this site which will be taking care of the MSME loans. MSME loans 59 minutes means in the 59 minutes, your MSME entrepreneurs will be, sanctioned the eligible criteria, and what will be your eligible in your trading sector. What is the amount eligible if you put in the IT return, GST return, whatever thing is there. If you put that return, automatically in principle approval will be in your mail ID, and you can go down to the branches and you can take the loans, submitting all the different formalities and whatever is there. Apart from this one, banking sector is going through different banking digital products. If you see this, this digital transformation now, what happens? The digital is data. What happens? The much more you analyze the data, then only you can reach the customer. And it is the age which is banking sector is oriented is not the customer centric banking sector. Now we are obsessed with the customer. We are much more concerned about the customer satisfaction, delight. Because now it is not like that what customer wants, it is like that we must be offset with the customer, because there are a lot of banks, and whatever product is given, that is being competed by the lot of banks in the private sector also, foreign banks also. So it is the age of the banking sector where we are going through something like artificial intelligence of data analysis. There is a platform leveraging of analytics. Then machine learning, then there is coming up with the blockchains also. Then government is also deciding on the bringing in the cryptocurrency also. Once that cryptocurrency is coming up, then there will be end-to-end encryption, and there is no need for going for this forensic audit and all those things. So banking is going through different this digitalized information, and lot of digitalization is talked about in different platforms also. What I urged upon the audience to tell you that during this digitalization, it is not only that we will always talk upon the digitalization process and talking about digitalization things. It is about digitalization mindset, because once you talking about digitalization, that every people should utilize the platform very efficiently. Otherwise, the digitalization will not go to the ground level. We are banking sector. We have come up with, like in pandemic, doorstep banking. Also, we have come up with a new feature, doorstep banking. Then we have come up with our mobile banking, mobile banking. Doorstep banking is a feature which is utilized by a lot of people in this pandemic area, which is a very, very good initiative in this pandemic. If you, it's just like the app of Swiggy and Zomato. If you order some services over in this, doorstep banking, that will be delivered with your doorstep within maybe 1-2 hours. Then we are coming up with the such platforms like UPI apps where the money can be transferred at 24/7. Then there is in our mobile app, there is investment portfolio also there. You can invest also this mutual fund also. Then our NPS is there. The pension account is there, PPF account is there, then Sukanya Samruddhi account is there. Everything is now it is digitalized, and we are participating now this digital app like Bank Bazaar, then Paisa Bazaar, and we have also developed a digital app like Union Dial. If you give a missed call to that number, then our call center will call you for that particular loan. and within the turnaround type of 2 to 3 days, the loan will be sanctioned. So this is the digital transformation actually Union Bank is going through, and in particularly in Nagpur area, we are having a very good presence, almost like 70 to 75 branches in the Vidarbha region we are having, and after the amalgamation, which was previously Amravati region was in the Nagpur zone, now it is being another region and it is headed by another DGM. So there is a very good presence in this Vidarbha region. I would like to just urge upon the viewers, also the dignitaries, that whatever digital platform is there, you just not only use that platform, just spread the news that digital is the new age of banking. And we have not only to talk about the digital banking, but also to practice this digital banking, because a lot of people in this, on the other side of the bracket of the, age group, though we are talking about digital platform and digital banking, but people are not utilizing that digital platform to the fullest extent, because still people are coming to the branches during this pandemic and for updating lot of things, but that is the digital platform is there. You can get your passbook updated because there is digital passbook also there. There is missed call service to get your balance is there. But you have to take out the fear from your mindset and use that digital platform. There is a threat of cyber security is there. But once you've been very, very confident about all this integrity of the digital platform, you can very well use this platform for all the digital transaction, like your money transfer, your small transactions, whatever you are doing in the Paytm and Amazon or PhonePe. Banking is providing all those platforms in the digital platform. So the future is after the COVID-19. What is the future of banking sector is totally digital. Now we are providing services like digital in all the sectors of banking, in the starting from general banking, all the banking transaction to the loans transaction to the social security transactions also that is been folded in the digital platform. So I request this scenario, whatever it's going through digitally, I urge upon all the people, you are very, very tech savvy people because it's being a premier institute. Just spread across all this news that banking is just digitalized now. Just use the mobile app, mobile banking of any bank, whatever you are using, and just give it a try so that the digitalization, what is our Prime Minister vision to go for digitalization, that will be fulfilled in the coming days, and we will be going to the grassroots level of all the people so that we can serve the people very well. And this will be my submission. I am really thankful to this IIM staff for giving me this opportunity and giving me this opportunity this platform to present not only our Union Bank Nagpur about our products and different things, but I also thankful to the Nagpur management, IIM Nagpur management, for giving us this privilege to be the official platform. And every year we are being part of your this Illume program, and hoping that in the future days also we will be part of your system and continue to support your candidate, also the people who are coming out of the organization, giving them some good housing loan, also some good vehicle loans also, because you are the cream of the society, and whoever coming up there, you are just driving the Indian economy, also the framework of Indian structure. So we are very much glad to have been associated with you people, and hoping that we will be working across along with you step by step, and with your success we will be there with you all along the way. As the tagline of Union Bank says, it's good people to bank with. It's not we are the good people, because you are the good people, so that we are really privileged to be part of your this success story. And once again, at the end of this, I will show that in closing remark. It's a wonderful evening, and just so happy to share my thoughts on the digitalization. Digitalization is a very vast topic. I cannot cover within 5 or 10 minutes. It's a very vast topic, and Union Bank is a very good bank, and we are being part of you. Just come to the bank, and it's all in the platform, digital platform. Just on a click, you can reach to the Union Bank at any moment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the students of IIM Nagpur, I can surely say the privilege is ours, sir, to receive your support for Illume 6.0. As it has in the past, I hope the relationship continues and blooms into something that is beneficial for students, for IIM Nagpur, and for UVI as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhaskar.
I would request students to stay back. I think the valedictory ceremony will begin. We are awaiting Diksha and Akshit, right? Guys, are you here?
Yes. That will start at 5:30. So you guys can stay on the call. Just keep your cams off and be back at 5:25. Okay.
Sure. Thanks, Savio.
Yep.
Welcome to the 6th edition of IIM Nagpur's Industrial Academia Summit, Illume. Since its inception in 2015, the Indian Institute of Management Nagpur has aspired students to achieve excellence in management education by using innovative teaching methods, promoting high-quality research, and practicing sustainable leadership. It has fostered management research and education and developed leaders for creating positive societal impact in a changing world. IIM Nagpur provides a nurturing environment for its students to learn and grow. Owing to its persistent allegiance to providing exemplary education, IIM Nagpur has established itself as a vanguard of quality education and learning in a very short span of time.
Building upon the past editions, Illume 6.0 seeks to gauge the vast industry experience and providing students a platform to connect with the industry stalwarts. 2020 brought a lot of uncertainties and fear along with it. As executives struggle to make sense of the post-COVID business environment, many find themselves leading from this gray area of indecision. Change remains the name of the game. Since leaders are expecting more from the transformation initiatives, this year, Illume 6.0, with its theme, Innovating Today to Revolutionize Tomorrow, the Disruptive Trends of the Future, is focusing on sowing seeds of innovation today for better gains tomorrow.
We'd like to begin with a small token of our appreciation and gratitude for our chief guest today, Ms. Rekha Sethi, and our director, Dr. Bhim Rai Mitri. We at IIM Nagpur always embrace environmental sustainability, so we would like to welcome you not through a traditional bouquet, but a special living and breathing gift that is unique and makes a strong statement about our values and beliefs. A tree on your behalf has been planted on the periphery of Tree for Tigers, Panna Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. The certificate for the same will be mailed to you shortly.
We have with us our esteemed director, Dr. Bhim Rai Mitri. Prior to joining IIM Nagpur, Dr. Mitri has served as a director of IIM Trichy, following stints at L&T Institute of Project Management, Vadodara, MDI Gurgaon, IMI New Delhi, and BITS Pilani. He is a PhD from IIT Powai. Dr. Mitri is currently serving as chairman of various national institutions such as All India Board of Management Studies, AICTE, and the Innovation Committee, Bureau of Indian Standards, amongst others. He is also the member of the prestigious Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO. I request Dr. Bhim Rai Mitri to greet the audience with the words of wisdom.
Yeah, thank you very much. Today's this function chief guest, Rekha Sethi ji, Director General, All India Management Association. My faculty colleagues, Professor Atul Pathak, Mentor Illume 6.0, Professor Nirpal Rati, the Chairman Center for Leadership Development and Area Chair for OB and HR, all my faculty colleagues, dear students. I join my students welcoming today's chief guest Rekha Sethi ji for this valedictory event of Illume 6.0. So briefly, I'll tell about IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur started as a 14th IIM in the year 15 in 13th biggest city of India, Nagpur. So Nagpur is not only a 13th biggest city, but it is also a heart of the heartland. So it is a center point of India. And IIM Nagpur is the only business school located in the heart of 80 and odd companies. IIM Nagpur started a journey of PGP in the year 2015, and today it has grown from 55, the first batch, and this year, 21-23 batch, we have 240 capacity. So apart from PGP, we also started PhD program, and we are also going to launch the MBA for working professionals for Nagpur catchment area. Already admission is on, and next month we are going to start the first batch of working professionals. And again, next week, September 7, we are going to launch a new campus, satellite campus at Pune, and we are going to begin with MBA for working professional from our Pune satellite campus in the month of November 2021. IIM Nagpur is also has its own 5-year plan. As a part of 5-year plan, next year IIM Nagpur is going to open another campus at Hyderabad, National Institute of MSCB. We have made a tie-up, and we are going to again start working professional MBA from Hyderabad campus. And 2025, IIM Nagpur is going to global to set up its campus in Singapore. And IIM Nagpur has 31, a strong faculty base with exposure to the global as well as corporate world. And IIM Nagpur also attracted a very senior faculty from IIM Calcutta, IIM Lucknow, IIM Kozhikode, and we are going to have IIM Ahmedabad professor very soon on our board, very senior professor. And apart from that, we are also recruited the professionally qualified professor of practice from industry world, and they are going to join very soon as a senior faculty, and they are going to strengthen our executive education. So December 2020, we started our education program journey at IIM Nagpur from zero, and in in 10 months, I must say that IIM Nagpur executive education has overperformed, and we have started 8 postgraduate certificate programs, and also we are 2 professional programs, and apart from that, large number of short-term in-company programs. So as a part of that, executive education is one of the leading and revenue-generating program, I must say, at IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur, apart from that, also involved heavily into consultancy assignment to many organizations, to name a few: Bosch India, Larsen & Toubro, Maharashtra Forest Development Corporation, and many such organizations. So, in a sense, IIM Nagpur emerged as a holistic business school in a shortest possible time, teaching, training, research, and consultancy. Apart from involved in some of the national new education policy or some of the policy making bodies of the government of India. So with this, I won't take much time. I once again welcome our chief guest, Rekha Sethi, for this valedictory function, and I hand over now to the organizer.
Thank you so much, sir, for your intuitive words. Going ahead, I am profusely delighted to take an opportunity to introduce you all to the guest speaker for today's event. Ms. Rekha Sethi, an alumni of St. Stephen's and now the Director General of All India Management Association, the apex body of management in India. AIMA is a non-lobbying, not-for-profit organization with over 30K members offering various services in the areas of management, including testing, distance education, skill development and training, events and conferences. It also includes research, publications, executive education, and management development programs. In addition to this, she is an independent director on the boards of Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, Sun Pharma Laboratories, CESC, Spencer Retail, and Hero Steels. She is also a member of the advisory board of the Switzerland-based Sandgarten Foundation think tank, Leaders of Tomorrow. Ma'am, we are honored to have you with us today. We would be privileged if you could share some valuable insights with us all.
Thank you, Akshat.
I'll take a minute, to just give some more introduction about Rekha ji. I am one of the fortunate to work with Rekha ji for last, 2017 as a IIMA board member and also board of studies. the way she has transformed All India Management Association and moved to the next orbit, this itself is a great transformation journey, and I am sure her insights in today's session, the way she has transformed, and today probably you look into that in India, many business schools could not do it. IIMA started India Case Research Center. It's the first of its kind in collaboration with AICTE. IIMA has done large number of case study workshops, case teaching and learning, and it has come out with a large number of Indian cases and supplying those cases to the business schools, and some of the business schools, those who can't afford to buy Harvard and other case material. So IIMA is supplying as a CSR very nominal rate to the cases, and IIMA also involved a new generation certificate course. So I think a lot of work under her leadership at IIMA is doing, even though it is All India Management Association, looks like a corporate, and IIMA is more academician than any academic institution, and entire credit goes to Rekaji. And now, ma'am, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Maitri, Akshat, Diksha, Savio, and all the students and faculty of IIM Nagpur. Now you know why I'm here, because your director has a golden tongue. He persuaded me to come here. He's one of our key members of our council, and he's done amazing work as the chairman of the Board of Studies. So Dr. Maitri, there was no way that I was ever going to say no to you. And I'm delighted to be here. And I'm delighted to be talking to all the young people. It's a real pleasure, and congratulations to all of you on the occasion of the Illume Conclave. My compliments. I'm sure it was an outstanding event. I saw the program, and like I said, some of the sessions sounded really interesting. Unfortunately, I couldn't join any of the earlier sessions, but I'm sure they had all a good story to tell. And it's really great to see, Dr. Maitri, how far IIM Nagpur has developed in such a short time. And it's already a very respected institute, and I think it's because of the hard work of everyone led by you, the faculty, the students, that in such a short time it has built such a good brand equity. And its focus on quality is evident in everything it does, from teaching to research collaboration with industry. In my mind, actually, one big advantage IIM Nagpur has over the older IIMs is that it has started its journey in the digital age, which actually gives it an edge over older, more established institutions, many of which are looking actually to change themselves. And being a new institution, IIM Nagpur has a more open horizon, and it is not held back with legacy. So I think it's a great place to start from. And I think you're much better placed to address the needs of management students. Expectations of the employers are very different from actually what they were, not just a few years back, but even before COVID. I think there's been a lot of change in expectations from management students. So I'm pleased to say that IIM Nagpur is trying to foster a culture of student-led campus activities and student-created learning platforms. And I'll really look forward to visiting your campus once it's completed. And Illume, I think, is a fine example of students setting the agenda for management discourse and development. I appreciate that the students are tuned into the times, and the choice of the theme of this conclave, the disruptive trends of the future, is perfectly in sync with the prevailing concerns of business and economy. Quite rightly, the conclave has tried to tap into the expertise and experience of industry leaders in discussing the various facets of this theme, and I'm delighted to see that industry's participation in the conclave has been absolutely excellent, and I just wish I had managed to log on much earlier. IIM Nagpur has done an outstanding job of holding the conclave outline and creating a great experience for both speakers and students. Digitalization has transformed the way we do things and also the way we think now. And it is only fitting that I talk about digital transformation of education and business in my valedictory address today. I want to share my perspective on the technological change driven by the pandemic and the way we must use technology to drive scale, efficiency, and growth in business, education, and in fact, in everything. To begin with, Dr. Maitri was very kind in his introduction of me and talked about transforming IIMA. yes, I would say that the last 1.5 years has seen a radical transformation when the pandemic hit us in the organization. IIMA has been around for some time. We are close to being 65 years young, but we have always strived to maintain continuity while changing with times. This approach has served IIMA well through the decades and many economic eras. However, last year the continuity was interrupted like never before, and I think there is no one in this world, forget about India, who's been spared that. The pandemic outbreak and the total lockdown created an absolutely unprecedented challenge for the organization.
Video has frozen.
There was not only the challenge of continuing to operate, generate revenues, and pay the bills and salaries, but there was also the challenge of preventing a disaster for IIMA's own students and the students taking the management aptitude test for admission to a large number of these schools. I think Savio is sending me a message.
Yeah, ma'am, the video is stuck.
Savio, you want to say something?
Yeah, the video is stuck for us. Ma'am, if you could just restart your video once, if you could switch it off.
Is my internet a bit shaky?
Yes, I think it might be the internet. If you could just restart your video, just switch it off and switch it on once more, I think it should be fine.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, ma'am. We're not able to see you. The video is stuck. It's frozen.
There was the challenge of preventing a disaster for IIMA's own students and the students who take our management aptitude tests for admission to a large number of these schools, which we faced during the pandemic. IIMA also had the obligation of guiding Indian enterprises to survive the disruption and capitalize on the unexpected opportunities it created. IIMA members expected us to show the way and not get paralyzed by the situation. Something drastic had to be done and done immediately. What followed the lockdown is a story of discussing actually hidden capability of the IIMA team. And I'm sure a lot of people in industry and academia probably found that hidden capability when times were tough. And actually opening up to new technology instantly and completely. A crisis is always a great opportunity as it removes the fear of the unknown and allows one to do things that one otherwise would have postponed if not avoided altogether. At IIMA, we were perfectly aware of the new technologies and the transformative potential, but before COVID, we were making incremental transition to digital, mainly adding a digital layer really to aid the conventional way of doing things. We were not really deep diving into the digital. COVID and lockdown really changed that for us. When the lockdown happened, for a few days, we actually did nothing. I mean, I think we were all stunned by what had hit us. It was unprecedented, had never happened before. I think we just existed for about 10 days. We just, kept wondering why has it happened? And we had enough financial reserves to make us complacent, to be honest, that we would get our salaries, even if it didn't really, ended up generating revenue. But then, we started questioning ourselves that, is this what we really want? Because we could see the lockdown extending. And are we really going to maybe, let go of a whole year of our work life and just waste it doing nothing? Though we had a very valid excuse because there were a lot of others who were doing that. So we decided not to give up, but give it our best to embrace technological change and the disruption which came with it. We did much more virtually than we had done physically, and the proof of our work quality lay in providing value to industry and actually more than making our budgets, which were very steep considering that they were made before the COVID hit us. And that's where our story began. IIMA had undergone a radical transformation during the past year plus, and it has become a completely digital organization. In a matter of couple of months, IIMA replaced all its physical activities with digital programs. And for more than a year now, the entire IIMA revenue has come from digital activities. IIMA has reinvented its conferences and management development programs. IIMA has created new platform for interacting with national and global speakers. We call it the Leaders Speak program, which has been a huge hit with our members as we host virtual sessions with ministers, CEOs, scientists, economists, strategy experts, military generals, technology innovators, healthcare leaders, and more. IIMA replaced its physical executive retreats, which used to be held in Goa, with a virtual leadership platform called Business Unusual. The Business Unusual series has proved extremely popular with senior and middle managers in all kinds of companies. Now we are running the third set of programs in the series and generally have a house full. The companies have really appreciated it because it really saves them a lot of expense also on travel and hotels. So this is something which has worked well for us. I think our biggest achievement was taking our education and especially our testing activities online, including pioneering the remote proctored internet-based management aptitude test, which allows students to take the MAT, which is the management aptitude test, from the safety of their homes. This format actually is more secure than the normal paper, pencil, and computer-based test held in centers. IIMA also has introduced digital counseling. We have introduced digital evaluation. We went on to digitize all our admission and recruitment tests and interviews. And actually, the journey for us has just begun. These are just some examples, but digitization has been done in every department of IIMA. It was not easy to change mindsets, and there have been people who have been in the organization for a long time. But actually, when a team comes together to make a difference, change happens. Maybe this transformation would have happened in any case, but not so soon or so fast. In my estimation, I think we would have kept chugging along for another 4 to 5 years. The transformation has allowed IIMA to not just remain available to its members all through the COVID crisis, but it has also enabled IIMA to continue growing its activities. In fact, IIMA has done much more during COVID than it would have done in the normal course. And more importantly, IIMA has not suffered any financial loss during this period. In fact, as I said earlier, we have done better in terms of finances. While IIMA has digitized successfully during the past year or so, its digital transformation is far from over. The business environment is continuously evolving, and we have to remain open to further changes in the way we do things and the things that we do. At IIMA, we are clued into the developing situation in the post-vaccination period, and we are watching the emerging technology and management trends closely. Looking beyond IIMA, I see a mixed picture. As far as adaptation to the new normal is concerned, the pandemic has forced everyone to go digital, some more, some less. However, there appears to be a tendency to treat digitalization as a temporary measure during the pandemic. While new and additional investments have been made in digital infrastructure, broadband connectivity, and portable devices for the employees, there appears to be a lack of deep commitment. There appears to be a lack of deep commitment to digitalization of work and the workplace. Most leaders are hardwired for the physical world, and they're looking to wind up or at least minimize the whole digitalization shebang and get everything and everybody back in office like the old days. And I think we find that in many of our member companies that we talk to. But not all the discomfort with digitalization is about the mindset. Most organizations are struggling to fit the different pieces of digitalization together to operate seamlessly in both the digital and the physical worlds. Typically, the business response to the need for digitalization, both because of the pandemic disruption and the efficiency requirement, has been to use software in various business functions and cloud platforms for meetings and transactions. Generally, companies have avoided digitalizing their business models, which is a fundamental requirement of the post-COVID digital economy. Using digital tools to do the same old thing is a half-hearted digitalization and will give only partial immunity to companies from any future disruption. I think one of the key challenges in digitalization is to make full use of whatever intelligence the newfangled digital tools provide, and they are newfangled. The central value proposition of digitalization is not merely creating an alternative or additional avenue of business. Rather, it is to make a business smarter and faster. Digitalization should be aimed at both knowing and doing better. Enterprises need to work on the ability to use the data that their digitalized processes provide to make faster and better decisions. And that really brings us to data analysis and analytics, which has become so important today because you may collect data. But I think a lot of companies are lacking the ability to really read and understand that data. The enterprises spending on digitalization should be able to see every pixel of the big picture of the business and use that awareness to eke out every bit of efficiency. They should develop the ability to collect and analyze data to manipulate the various bits of the business to tap new opportunities and gain competitive advantage. For example, an enterprise should use its digitalized marketing, sales, and customer relations to find out which products and services it should focus on, and how should it customize and price those at different times and different locations. Importantly, digitalized business intelligence has to be available across functions and divisions in the organizations for learning and action. Digitalization does not agree with operating in silos. While digitizing an organization, it is critical that the leaders appreciate how the employees will use the digital tools and processes. Merely throwing money at fancy applications, cloud services, smart devices, and digital infrastructure is not enough. Digitalization is what people do with it. While new technologies demand the world to change in order to use them, such as driverless cars, the key to successful technology adoption is tailoring technology to the results to be achieved while preparing the users to switch to new tools and new ways of doing things. Without the people relating to the new technology really has no future. Training the people for digitalization has to come before implementation of it. Though there are many who are sold on the idea that one should build the railway track as one runs a train on it, it can be adopted only by the fanciful governments and VC-funded startups, not really fully commercial enterprises. It is vital that a company invests in individual and relevant training in the digital systems and processes and enable the employees to learn in a social environment. Some companies merely buy subscriptions to one-size-fits-all training programs and courses, and I think we have seen a lot of that happening, and they end up blaming the employees for failing to learn. Data literacy is critical for digitalization. Unless people understand what data can do for their work, as I mentioned earlier also, and the organization as a whole, they will struggle with the introduction of data analytics, machine learning, and AI. Data may be said to be the new life source of business, but it is the people who will always form the heart of any business. They have to be made comfortable with data and data-driven decisions and processes. Ultimately, data has to help everybody do their job and not be some kind of a secret shared between data scientists and the top management. Digitalization has different meaning for enterprises of different sizes and businesses. While it is a natural fit for the large, focused, and centralized organizations, it brings new challenges to the small and medium businesses. One key attribute of digitalization is that it can make businesses impersonal, even as it enables micro-customization. As the small and medium businesses go online, they may lose a critical advantage in the process. These businesses rely on personal relationships forged through frequent interaction. The deep engagement of these businesses with their customers and suppliers is actually the main reason they are far more innovative than the big businesses. The small and medium enterprises have to ensure that digitalization increases their direct engagement with the stakeholder further, and instead of making them dependent on data points alone to make decisions. In the pure data game, the biggest guys win. So it's a difficult situation because you need to work with data as you move forward, but you must not lose your natural advantage of personal relationships. As the world begins to return to some kind of normalcy thanks to large-scale vaccinations, we are looking at a world of hybrid work and workplace. Over the course of the past year, Most of us have got used to remote everything, whether it's work, education, shopping, socialization, entertainment, and whatever have you. Everybody was surprised by the fact that most of the everyday things could be done without leaving home. I never would have thought that, I could sit in my house for days on end and not really need to go out, except, of course, for exercise. But it happened. Offices have been lying mostly vacant for more than a year as knowledge tasks, meetings, negotiations, transactions, hiring, training, everything has moved online. There was a time I would have never have thought that, some of the older, say, for example, in your world, the vice chancellors would really have meetings with us online on Zoom. And it is really difficult to, travel around the country meeting people. But I think the pandemic has changed that, and everybody is now comfortable doing these video conferences. But as restrictions on travel and occupancy ease up, offices are returning to full capacity, and the bosses want the employees back on their workstations. However, even after full vaccination or a total disappearance of COVID, not everybody, I think, and that's my opinion, is going to work from office in the future. Remote work has actually saved so much money for organization, and very honestly, it has saved a whole lot of money for IIMA also. And we are still working from home. We have still not opened our offices, waiting for the so-called third wave to happen. That, I think a lot of people will continue working remotely as much as possible. It is only the kind of work that improves when people meet. Because otherwise, I ask myself, why should I open the office? If I'm not going to be able to meet my members, if I'm not going to be able to do one-on-one interactions, because you won't. I mean, nobody is going to do that and want to do that at this point in time. So what is the point of opening the office at this point in time? Many companies have given up their rented spaces and reduced their real estate expenses, and many more will do so. If perhaps IIMA had rented offices, even we might have done that. As digitalization is becoming very, very normal now. Digitalization will also drive distribution of workforce. Companies going for hybrid organization models would not really necessarily look for people who would live within the commute distance of the office. For the process intensive tasks, they are willing to hire people in distant places if it saves money, because they've realized that they can work from anywhere. You don't really have to come to office every day. Still, it's easier imagined than done, I guess. I mean, it's very easy for me to say so, but doing it probably is another thing altogether. Managing a distributed workforce is not going to be an easily available expertise, because there are not very many who can actually manage a distributed workforce, though I think we are getting there. And its management and opportunity costs actually may even exceed the savings on salary and real estate. Nevertheless, I think it is an idea whose time has come, and it is just a matter of time before most knowledge organizations at least implement it. Digitalization will also make businesses more distributed than before. Even though the world is witnessing resurgence of nationalism and regionalism, technology is enabling business to spread wider. With digital platforms for everything around, no business is safe in its home territory. Also, with political and policy tangles everywhere, no supply chain is perfectly reliable. I think India realized that we had too much dependence on China. Whether it's internationally or within a country, we need to look beyond what we have. Going digital is enabling companies to move sourcing and selling to new locations easier and faster. And companies are beginning to like the flexibility that digital business and operating models allow. While digitalization is both desirable and inevitable, it is not an end in itself. It is merely a means of doing things faster and bigger. Digitalization is not reinventing business itself. The companies that specialize in making physical products need to digitize only to the best at what they can do. It is extremely unlikely that the tech companies will make better food, clothes, or even cars. Ultimately, technology is just a tool, not life itself. So with these words, once again, a big thank you for having me here. And I wish you all a wonderful weekend ahead, or whatever is left of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those informative words. We would like to open the floor for questions. Anyone who would like to ask questions is kindly requested to raise their hands using the raise hand option on Zoom, following which we will call out your name. But before than that, I would use my MC rights to ask you a question at first. You told us about the journey of how management has changed over the last few years because of COVID. I read somewhere about a book which was presented to you, The Making of a Hero by Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal.
Yes.
According to what according to you is the checkpoint one should have while going through a management program, and metaphorically, what makes someone a hero?
I think if you've read the book, what makes somebody a hero is not how well they manage a business. It's how well they manage people. I think the biggest quality Brijmohan Lalji and his brother had were personal relationships. He knew everybody who worked for him. I had the privilege of knowing Brijmohan Lalji when I had just started working. I was a young kid of, well, 26 seems very young now. So I was a young kid of 26. And he was the kind of person who actually reached out directly and not through secretaries or anybody when he had, when he wanted to talk to you. So I think that is what really worked for Hero more than anything else. It was his personal relationships, it was his personal integrity, and of course, they were very clear that they wanted to be the best in everything. So management I think comes in such a place.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Adishri, you can go on.
Thank you, Akshay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing our institute. Ma'am, you talked about digitalization the whole way. So what is the new normal that you think is going to happen? The new normal in which digitization as well as day-to-day life after we pass through this horrible pandemic. What is the new normal that you wish to have and what is the new normal you expect to have?
That's $1 million question because I really don't think anyone knows what's going to happen. But since you said, what is it that I think would happen? I think I mentioned that in my talk also, that it's going to be a hybrid. There will be a lot of companies who will utilize the new digitalization which has happened and people getting familiar with the digital world, and they would allow people to work from home. But there would be companies who would still continue. As I said, there are companies who have been using the digital transformation only to ensure that the work gets done. They haven't really gone deep into it because perhaps people at the top don't have that commitment towards digitalization. So for them, probably it will be work as usual. But I would say a lot of companies, and more companies than less, would probably adopt digitalization going forward and be more flexible as far as work is concerned. I know for a fact that IIMA is not going to go back to business as usual. We have digitized all our present work revenue streams, and we'll continue doing that. We organize competitions, pan-India competitions. We used to struggle to get teams to participate in that because it was a huge expense for companies to nominate their officers to travel across the country. We have no such problems now. I mean, we are getting a fantastic response. So we are not going to go back to the physical model. Similarly, we do this program called Leaders Speak, and we are doing many other such programs. I find companies are happy to nominate people, and they actually pay to attend these programs. But having said that, I think we will ensure that we open up our international events and programs. I'm sure we will have an audience for our Goa retreats and the other retreats that we do. So I think it will be more of a hybrid. I think whatever learning we have picked up in the last 1.5 years, we would continue with that, but add the physical aspect to it. And I should think most of the companies would do that because whatever will make them money, they will do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Chaitanya, you can go next.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for such an insightful session. I would like to gain some more insights from your experience. Given that the pandemic has hit, most of us are focusing on digitization, whereas the supply chain has also disrupted. We have seen recent problems like container disruptions and other issues. And I would like to know, would supply chain management as an MBA student, will it be like a growing sector supply chain management as a specialization in the future?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I think one of the major problems during the pandemic has been that suddenly you find that, the supply chains have been completely disrupted. I was talking to Rajiv Bajaj of Bajaj Autos, and he said that it's not enough for me to have my factories open. But when I want to get the equipment for the factories or the parts for for putting together the scooters, I cannot, because the supply chain is completely disrupted. We also found that, especially in the pharma business, I actually just finished my stint with Sun Pharma Industries. A lot of the API was coming from China. Luckily for our company, Sun Pharma had decided to get into the API business also. But the entire pharma industry was actually dependent on a lot of, of the stuff coming from China. So I think what the pandemic has taught everybody is that the supply chain management has become a very, very important part of management going forward. And yes, I see a major opportunity for management students in this area going forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Arju can go next.
Hello. Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insights on the topic, digitization. And as you mentioned that because of this digitization, a lot of savings are there. Am I clearly audible?
No, you said a lot of what? Feelings.
I said that because of digitization, a lot of savings have been done in terms of money for the organizations, but at the same time, it has affected us in terms of learning from our peers. And also it has affected somewhat in terms of efficiency of the working online. So I would like to know your suggestions or your insights on the topic, on this thing, that what do you think that how it is affected and how it can be improved?
See, I think there are major advantages of digital, going digital, which I've talked about. There are savings working from home. We have saved about 1 crore plus 1.5 crores plus every year. And we are not a very huge organization. So you can imagine the savings. I think you can never really replace the physical with the digital. You can never really replace having that cup of coffee at the coffee machine and chatting even briefly with your colleagues by going digital. That is necessary. As you rightly said, we learn from our peers. We learn to interact with people we meet. It's not possible doing that over Zoom all the time. I mean, I think if I was there personally, probably I would have, spent a lot more quality time with you. But having said that, I think both have their advantages. I wouldn't throw one away for the other. Like I said, that we could not access a huge number of people we wanted to meet earlier because it wasn't possible for my entire team to go traveling all over the country, which we can do now because mindsets have changed. I think COVID has changed mindsets. But having said that, I think most of us are looking forward to getting back to office. There are some apprehensions, but I think people are looking forward to going back to work. So that will happen. And hopefully, I don't think this kind of situation should carry on for too long. I think it is also creating a lot of mental stress on people, especially those with jobs and looking after homes, because now that, that line between work and home life has completely disappeared. So you'd find people working at all kinds of hours and you'd find people, getting stressed out. So actually the job of the HR in every organization has become tougher because you have to deal with people working from home with their mental stresses, mindsets, and it's not easy. They have their work cut out for them.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Due to time constraints, we won't be able to take any more questions, and we would now like to conclude our last session for the day. Thank you, ma'am, for those inspiring words and enlightening us all with your thought-provoking words. I would like to thank you for sharing your valuable experience and responding to our students' queries.
I'd like to hand over the podium to our President of the Student Affairs Council, Savio Joseph Zakaria, to present the closing remarks.
Thank you, Akshat. Good evening, everyone. What a day it's been, right? I mean, we started with Mr. B. Ashok, our chief guest, who spoke about the energy sector and how even though renewable energy is the future and has multiple benefits, it also has its fair share of trade-offs, and we cannot afford to lose focus on our current resources. During the strategy session, we heard speakers emphasize on how students should include human values along with technological disruption and step out of their comfort zone and keep the curious minds alive, right? And then in the technological panel, we also saw about how cybersecurity is important, AI is important, and several factors as such. And then in the marketing panel, we heard a brilliant story about Paperboat and how the brand, how it inspires us, right? How it actually brought a change about the minds of people and how it came about. Finally, Rekha ma'am, our chief guest for the valedictory ceremony of Illume 6.0, told us of how IIMA transformed to a completely digital institution and how businesses should dive deep into technological change. Now, one thing that I actually want to talk about is, we started preparing for Illume about 3 months back, and we were all, brainstorming as to what topics we should bring into the table, right? And as usual, a lot was around COVID and how COVID is disrupted and so on and so forth. I think we were all sitting on a Zoom call and we just realized that, before this, we've never actually used a Zoom call for any such discussion, and how this has actually brought about a change. I think you were also stressing about that a lot over here as to how we are using this opportunity to make the best of technology, right? And I think that's what we have to take from here today. And even Seema Kumar ma'am from Microsoft also had stressed about this, right? Technology is no more a choice, it's a necessity. Yes. With this thought in mind, let us look forward to a future colored by technological innovations that brighten our day-to-day lives. That being said, we surely do look forward to meeting and interacting with all of the speakers in person someday in the near future. Before we conclude the session, I, on behalf of the entire student fraternity at IIM Nagpur, would like to take this opportunity to show my gratitude to all those who made this event possible. We would first like to thank Rekha ma'am and all today's panelists for taking time out of their busy schedule and sharing their valuable insights and giving us new perspectives on how we see disruptive technologies. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we would like to thank our dear director, Dr. Bhimaraya Maitri sir, for his constant support and always pushing us to our boundaries. He's always been there, having our back, continuously making us achieve and strive for better. Next, we would like to thank our professors who moderated the session today, Professor Atul Pathak and Professor Gunjan Toma ma'am. We could not have found better people to drive such brilliant conversations. We would also like to thank Professor Rahul Seth and the Center of Excellence for Brand Management and the CDS team for all their support. I would also like to thank I would also like to thank Alur sir, the Chief Administrative Officer, and Somashekar sir, our student activities in charge, and all the support staff for constantly helping us throughout this event. Next, I would like to thank our sponsors, the official title sponsor, Union Bank of India, co-sponsor, Uma Group, media partner, Business Standard, legal and advisory partner, Startup Spine. Finally, I would like to thank my peers, the various clubs and committees, especially the PR and media cell for the creatives behind this event, all the academic clubs and their faculty members for their eye-opening presentations during the various panels, and then finally the events committee for coordinating with all those involved. I would also like to specially mention the volunteers from the new batch who have joined this year, who have shown so much dedication from the very start of their journey at IIM Nagpur. You all are sure to make IIM Nagpur and take this place to greater heights. They have all been working tirelessly during their hectic academic schedule, and it has just been an absolute pleasure working with them. Once again, thank you all so much. This brings us to the end of Illume 6.0. Before we leave, I request you all to pose for a photograph so that we can post it on our social media handles.
Everybody smile.
Perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure all of us have gained a lot from this enriching conversation. Take care, everyone, and stay safe.
Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure talking to you all. And thank you, Dr. Maitri.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I think it is a great story, inspiration for transformation, I am sure. So a lot of takeaway for our students since morning to till today, till evening.
Thank you. Okay, bye everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.